Humans arrived in the ocean world, starting with only a single canoe each. Fortunately, there was the final gift from the original world, which could randomly grant various items and abilities. The surviving humans quickly united, and Chen Zhiye also joined on the first day. From cautious contact to initial adaptation, from building trust to collective cooperation. With his unique ability, Chen Zhiye gradually grew into the sharpest spear, expanding territory for humanity in this new world. Consciousness floated up from the abyss, breaking free from a dark nightmare. Chen Zhiye opened his eyes, and what greeted him was no longer the familiar ceiling of the past, but an unobstructed sky that a slight rocking sensation came from beneath him, and the fading ringing in his ears allowed him to discern the sound of water. He instantly sat up, the sudden movement causing the small boat beneath him to sway. Cold seawater splashed onto his face, the salty and fishy scent completely dispelling his last trace of confusion. Where's this? Looking around, his heart felt like it was gripped by a cold hand. All he could see was water. The ocean. The azure sea extended to the horizon, merging with the equally blue sky. There were no land masses or islands, only the sun hanging high, radiating heat that scorched his skin. Chen Zhiye was sitting in an extremely rudimentary small boat. The boat was about 3 meters long, less than a meter at its widest point, and the rough wooden surface, even its splinters, looked like it was carved from a whole piece of wood. Calling it a canoe might be more appropriate. There was no protective paint on the inside or outside of the boat, and it was empty. Is this all he has? Just a boat that would be despised even in a park lake, and he was thrown into this vast ocean? A trace of panic instantly magnified and overwhelmed Chen Zhiye. He forced himself to take deep breaths. Chaotic thoughts solved nothing. He needed information. He needed to know what had happened to him. The last fragment of his memory lingered on last night, when he finished a grueling overtime shift and collapsed into bed in his apartment. There was nothing unusual. Was it a kidnapping? Aliens? Or some kind of supernatural event? Just as his thoughts were in disarray, a slight burning sensation came from the inside of his left wrist. Looking down, he saw a faint blue, complex interface slowly emerging. What is this? Chen Zhiye instinctively concentrated. The interface suddenly magnified, projecting vividly onto his retina. Welcome to the ocean era, Explorer Chen Zhiye. A line of cold text appeared at the top. Below it were several clear sections: status, communication, trading, storage. His heart raced as he gradually realized something, and he first clicked on status. Name: Chen Zhiye. Vehicle: canoe, primitive era. Status: mild dehydration, mild anxiety ability. Not awakened, gift pending. Vehicle: era, gift. These terms combined pointed toward a possibility he dared not contemplate. He trembled as he clicked on the communication section. It was further divided into 3 subsections: regional channel, 998/1000. Private chat, group. Regional channel. There are other people here? 1,000 people. He immediately opened the regional channel, and in an instant, countless messages exploded on the screen, scrolling so fast he could barely read them. Water. All water. Wow. 1111. Everyone calm down. Check your storage space on the panel. There's a small bottle of water and a piece of compressed biscuit, Mom. Wow, I have something in my space too. It's a gift. Everyone's things should be different. I got a fruit knife. Thank God. Is anyone there? Help. Where's this? Whoa. I have nothing. Just told me I got enhanced digestion ability. What use is that? I want to eat. Just a broken wooden boat. Is this a joke? Be grateful. I got slight vision adjustment. I can see far away a bit clearer, but it's a bit blurry up close. What a useless ability. 6. Is there a doctor? I think I have heat stroke. The information scrolled madly, filled with fear, despair, anger, and confusion, occasionally mixed with the ecstasy of the lucky few and the voices of a few trying to maintain order. Chen Zhiye quickly skimmed through, his heart pounding. He rapidly caught some key information. Everyone had been inexplicably thrown into the sea, and the boats seemed to be the same. Each person had received a first arrival gift, which could be an ability or an item. Most seemed quite ordinary, even somewhat ridiculous, but a very few people had obtained powerful rare abilities. So what about him? He exited the communication channel, and there indeed was a blinking pending mark next to ability. What could the gift be? He no longer hesitated and confirmed receive with his mind. Initial arrival gift distribution, judging. Granted ability, land armory, unique, loading exclusive auxiliary panel. The panel interface on his wrist suddenly dimmed, and then a more exquisite and complex light gold interface emerged. This new interface had a style completely different from the previous panel. With a background of a rotating nebula, in the center of the main interface floated a 20-sided die, slowly spinning and emitting light. Below the die, a line of explanatory text appeared. Land Armory Core, Probability Die Effect. You can perform a random draw once a day to obtain one land combat weapon not exceeding the current technological level of your vehicle at each stage moment, such as when a new batch of personnel arrives or the vehicle era upgrades. You can perform a random draw without era restrictions. Attachment, exclusive. Space warehouse can only store weapons obtained through this ability. Capacity is unlimited, can be operated internally through will. Current usable times, unlimited random draw. X1 unique. Ability. Chen Zhiye's breath suddenly stopped. He saw someone in the regional channel ecstatic over obtaining the rare ability of underwater breathing, and his was unique. And it has this effect. Random weapon draw? The immense shock left his mind blank. Even temporarily overshadowing his fear of the environment, he stared at that spinning die and that unlimited random draw. Draw he must draw immediately. His consciousness unhesitatingly touched the die. The die suddenly burst forth with brilliant light, spinning rapidly, the numbers on its surface blurring, the nebula background swirling faster. A few seconds later, the spinning speed of the die slowed down, finally coming to a stop. Draw complete. Congratulations, you have obtained Type 05 155mm self-propelled howitzer, full complement of ammunition and supporting equipment. What cannon? 155mm self-propelled howitzer. Would something like that even fit in his little canoe? Before he could react, the warehouse option on the right side of the golden panel lit up. His consciousness instinctively delved into it. He saw a vast space that could not be described in words, with no boundaries, filled with a mist similar to the panel's glow. In the center of the space lay a steel behemoth. The imposing 155mm caliber cannon barrel was slightly raised, its steel body painted in digital camouflage. It stood quietly there, forming an absurd contrast with the wooden boat beneath Chen Zhiye. The Type 05 that he had only seen pictures of it, one of the most advanced self-propelled howitzers in the world. Does this thing now belong to him? The immense absurdity left Chen Zhiye sitting dazed in the small boat, mouth agape, but unable to make any sound. The sea breeze continued to blow, and the small boat still swayed with the waves. Yet, he, a recently panicking victim struggling for survival, now had a heavy artillery piece parked in that space. This sudden and absurdly powerful gift brought him a moment of ecstasy, followed by a deeper sense of confusion filling his heart. What does this iron lump mean in this unknown ocean? He raised his head, looking at the boundless ocean, then looked down at his little wooden boat that could be overturned by a wave at any moment. 155mm self-propelled howitzer. What is the use of this? Chapter 2. Lu Bu rides a dog. The sea breeze was still blowing, the sun was still shining, and the wooden boat beneath him continued to float with the waves. However, the world in Chen Zhiye's eyes had changed completely. The initial shock and absurdity gradually faded away, replaced by an indescribable emotion. Excitement. Anyone who suddenly possesses such immense power would find it hard to suppress their inner thrill. But that excitement was as fleeting as the foam on the crest of a wave. He once again immersed his consciousness into the panel. The nebula background slowly rotated, and the dice in the center quietly floated, emitting a mysterious glow. His consciousness gently touched warehouse. The steel behemoth was once again vividly presented in his perception. It was so real. Rather than a weapon, it felt more like a work of art forcibly shoved into his world. Massive and exquisite. Yet reality had no place for it. He tried to manipulate the items in the warehouse with his willpower. Focusing his mind, he envisioned the howitzer moving. He felt as if he were the master of this void space, resonating with his will, and a clear sense of control surged within him. Under his mental guidance, the heavy artillery trembled slightly. The tracks seemed to emit a silent groan, as if they were about to move in this realm of consciousness at any moment. It felt as though he could control everything in this warehouse. A wave of immense surprise washed over Chen Zhiye's nerves. He eagerly shifted his consciousness toward the mounted machine gun. With a slight mental shift, the fixed bolt seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, and the machine gun was effortlessly detached from the turret mount, floating in the warehouse space. He then turned his attention to the ammunition rack inside the vehicle, and a robust 155mm shell obediently broke free from its restraints and quietly floated beside him. As long as he wished, it seemed he could manifest this devastating weapon into the real world right now. However, just as he was about to try and retrieve the machine gun to take a look, the slight rocking of the wooden boat beneath him pulled him back from this godlike sense of control into reality. He suddenly woke up. All around him was the endless blue sea, and beneath him was a small boat that seemed could be overturned by a single wave. How heavy was that machine gun? And the shell? It must weigh dozens of kilograms. What would happen if either of them were placed on this little boat? The answer was obvious. And what about that self-propelled howitzer? Would pulling it out cause it to sink like a massive weight, dragging him down to the seabed? He almost let his imagination run wild. The stark contrast doused the fervor that had just begun to rise within him like a bucket of ice water. He had treasures at his disposal, but no means to utilize them. Even retrieving them posed a problem. Calm down, it's not the right time yet. This boat can't handle it, Chen Zhiye muttered to himself. He redirected his consciousness back to the warehouse, reluctantly restoring the machine gun and shell to their original states. Finally, his thoughts settled on the narrow storage compartment next to the driver's seat inside the vehicle, focusing on that relatively small object. This should be fine. A faint feeling of weakness flickered and vanished, and he felt a weight in his hand. Looking down, a compact black handgun suddenly appeared in his grasp. The cold metallic touch came through his skin, heavy and solid. He succeeded. Compared to the unattainable self-propelled artillery, this weapon was the true power he could hold in his hands at this stage. Chen Zhiye's heart raced. He had really retrieved something from that incredible warehouse. Although it was just a handgun, it meant that his ability had taken effect. However, his understanding of firearms was limited to movies and games, and he couldn't identify the specific model. He attempted to eject the magazine, checked the chamber, and after confirming it was safe, he reinserted the magazine. The heavy feel brought a slight sense of security. Chen Zhiye opened the chat channel for that area again. Feeling somewhat reassured, he needed more information. The information in the channel scrolled more slowly than before, but it was still chaotic, and panic was still spreading. However, some people had begun to attempt organizing and analyzing. Repeat after me. Don't waste the food from the gifts. Eat sparingly. Is there anyone who can fish? Do we have materials to make hooks? The text box is on break. Do you want rough products? Everyone check the panel's trading function. We can exchange things for water and food. Who has weapons? My ability is enhanced sense of direction, but I don't know where to row. All directions look the same. Chen Zhiye silently browsed. Like a ghost lurking in the torrent of information, using stealth to calm his mind. He paid special attention to some information about gifts. Thank the heavens. I got a fire axe, although it's a bit worn. Goodbye, Mom. I'm setting sail tonight. 6. Goodbye. I'm dead. 1. I'm so jealous I'm crying. I vomited. Why is my hair so thick? My leg hair grows faster. What good is that? Is there an old dang or young dang? Is everyone in the channel so abstract? Calling spring warmth an invincible dragon warrior across the entire channel. Hee, mine is rapid healing. 233333333. I want to buy health supplements. No one mentioned the unique ability. Everyone's focus of discussion was on the one who had gained the ability to breathe underwater. He had already been hailed as the chosen one, and his arsenal was unique. He began to understand his current situation. He should possess power beyond everyone else. But he couldn't fully utilize it at the moment. The situation would likely become chaotic in the coming days, and he needed to be cautious. In this ocean devoid of the constraints of law and order, the darker sides of human nature might be infinitely magnified as time went on. What would happen if others found out he possessed such a conceptual ability, along with that weapon? He felt he was not particularly clever, just an ordinary person. Perhaps he would become the target of many, with that artillery piece unable to manifest. Although Chen Zhiye had the ability to flip the table, it would be better to sink together than to win alone. He just wanted to keep winning. It was a hard-won lucky start. How could he let it go? Now, with limited bullets and no solid ground to unleash the 155's powerful firepower, he couldn't expose himself. Survival was the priority. He absolutely could not let anyone know about his abilities. He carefully stowed the handgun back in the exclusive warehouse. His consciousness swept over the quiet Howitzer, and he felt a mix of emotions. Now was not the time to indulge in his unique abilities. The first step to survival was still to meet the most basic needs. He looked at the storage space on the panel. 1 cubic meter in size, it was empty. According to the patterns summarized in the exchange channel, his initial gift was an ability, so there would be no material possessions. Meanwhile, in the regional channel, it seemed that those who had not gained abilities had received some items. The feelings of thirst and hunger began to sharpen. He licked his cracked lips, casting his gaze toward the shimmering sea. Seawater was undrinkable and would only accelerate dehydration. He needed water. He needed food. Perhaps he could wait for rain? But who knew if his previous meteorological experience would apply here? He clicked on the trade section again, and someone had already posted trading information. Seller, anonymous, selling 100 milliliters of purified water, looking for any edible items, tools preferred, note, urgent. Seller, Wang Hai, selling fishing line, about 5 meters, looking for 500 milliliters of water or equivalent food, note, none. Chen Zhiye decisively closed the trading interface. He had no bargaining chips yet. The dice awaited the next draw. He had already used it once today. What would tomorrow bring him? A stone axe? A wooden spear? Those would be much more practical at this stage. He looked again at the regional channel, where people were still discussing, crying out, abstracting, and attempting cooperation. Perhaps he could wait for tomorrow's weapon, using it as original capital for continuous development. His mindset had calmed down, and compared to others, he appeared less anxious due to his stable supply of resources. Chapter 3. Calm surviving was the only and highest goal at the moment. The first step to survival was to utilize all available resources, no matter how trivial they seemed. His gaze turned once again to the handgun in the warehouse. If the artillery was like an unreachable nuclear deterrent, then this handgun was an immediate combat power within reach. In this unknown sea, any increase in self-defense capability was crucial. He took out the handgun again, the canoe gently swaying with the waves. In an unfamiliar environment, he had to first familiarize himself with the weapon he possessed, so he wouldn't panic in times of danger. He began by repeatedly adjusting his grip, searching for a way to hold it securely on the unstable boat. Then came the basic operations, removing the magazine, inserting a new one, checking the chamber, and switching the safety on and off. His understanding of firearms was almost zero. Everything relied on instinct and vague impressions from movies. His movements were clumsy and awkward, and the sound of metal parts clashing made his heart race. Fearing an accidental discharge with unimaginable consequences. I can't shoot live rounds here, he thought. The ammunition was already limited, and attracting monsters would only make things worse. However, if a big fish came by, it could provide some food. What to do if there's food and water, but no island in sight in this vast sea? The immediate issue made his thoughts a bit chaotic. In the end, he only practiced his grip. He familiarized himself with the trigger pressure and the feeling when firing, ensuring that his muscles could respond relatively correctly when needed. It was limited, but better than knowing nothing at all. During breaks in practice, Chen Zhiye also dedicated some of his energy to monitoring the regional channel. The information was still rolling, but the content had begun to change subtly. Pure cries and expressions of despair had decreased, replaced by more practical exchanges and discoveries. Humanity once again demonstrated its unparalleled adaptability. When he paused to rest, a repeated message caught his attention on the channel. Repeated broadcast. Important discovery. Everyone, pay attention to the sea surface. There is a type of light blue translucent ribbon-like seaweed. The stems contain a lot of clear juice, almost tasteless, which can replenish moisture. I've drunk a small amount, and currently feel no discomfort. Repeat, light blue ribbon-like seaweed. The juice is drinkable. Help. I see it. Right by my boat. I see it too. Going to scoop it up. Good luck to everyone. Chen Zhiye's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked around. The sunlit sea shimmered, and he searched carefully. Indeed, spotting a small patch of light blue algae about 10 meters away, rising and falling with the waves, just as described. Hope. He ignored his fatigue and immediately leaned over the side of the boat, using his hands as paddles, straining to row toward the patch of seaweed. The rough canoe moved slowly, and he paddled left and right, struggling to control the direction. After a few minutes, he finally approached the seaweed. Cautiously, he reached out to scoop up a handful, feeling its slippery and elastic texture. He pinched off a thicker stem and brought it to his mouth, gently sucking. A few drops of clear liquid dripped into his parched mouth. A wave of coolness with a hint of plant sweetness instantly moistened his throat. Although it didn't completely quench his thirst, the feeling of relief was almost a moan. It's real. He fought the impulse to drink a lot immediately. First taking small sips from the juice of several stems, feeling the changes in his body. Aside from alleviating his thirst, he felt no discomfort. Only then did he relax and start gathering more seaweed. He carefully collected the squeezed juice in his palm to suck, while placing some whole seaweed into the storage space of the panel for later use. 1 cubic meter of space felt particularly precious at this moment. With the water problem solved, the pressure of survival was suddenly reduced by more than half. The channel also became active due to this discovery. The atmosphere no longer so desperate. Soon after, another good piece of news followed. I've discovered a type of silvery fish that often floats near the surface in schools, and they swim slowly. I caught one with my hands. Eating it raw doesn't taste great, but it can fill your stomach. Everyone can give it a try. But be careful. Fish. Food source. The topic in the channel shifted again, and people began to exchange various fishing techniques. Using clothes to unravel threads. Making hooks from zippers or fish bones, and some even attempted to weave rudimentary fishing nets. Although the efficiency was low, at least hope was in sight. Chen Zhiye tried a bit, but he had no suitable tools, and catching fish by hand seemed to require some skill. He glanced at the handgun in the warehouse. Shooting fish with bullets? Not to mention the hit rate, just wasting precious ammunition made him discard that idea. It seemed that tomorrow's draw could hope for a more primitive weapon. A harpoon, or even a fishing net, would be more practical than a bullet at this moment. As time passed, the regional channel gradually formed an atmosphere of exchange centered around a few individuals who demonstrated strong survival skills and a willingness to organize. They shared experiences, answered questions, and a prototype of collaboration based on the will to survive began to emerge. Chen Zhiye spent most of his time eavesdropping, absorbing all useful information. He saw someone showing off their acquired ability, like a person who could emit a faint glow. He also saw people arguing fiercely over the trading price of a little fresh water or food in the channel. The sun began to set, painting the sky and sea in a magnificent orange-red. The daytime heat gradually dissipated, and the sea breeze brought a coolness. Chen Zhiye leaned back in the boat, sipping seaweed juice while watching the sunset. The day's hustle and bustle had left him somewhat exhausted, but both his mental and physical states were much more stable than in the morning. He repeatedly opened the panel to look at the die. What would tomorrow's draw be? The regional channel was still discussing how to cope with the approaching night. Overall, the atmosphere remained positive. However, before clarifying his position in this area, he still needed to maintain a certain distance from the group. As night fell, the reflection on the sea made it seem as if the entire world was suspended among the stars. The scenery was magnificent, but lonely. Chen Zhiye wrapped his thin clothes tighter around him, curling up in the boat, preparing to spend his first night in this ocean world. The sea became relatively calm, with only the gentle sound of waves lulling him to sleep. Chapter 4. Organization. The night completely enveloped the sea. The stars filled the sky, but there was no moon, making the darkness between sea and sky particularly thick. This was a darkness pure enough to consume everything that followed the light. The sound of waves was infinitely amplified, crashing against the fragile hull of the boat. The sound echoed clearly in the silence, without reference points or distant lights. Chen Zhiye's small wooden boat seemed like a fragment abandoned in a void of the universe. This sense of isolation was even stronger than during the day. He curled up in the small boat, finding it hard to sleep despite his fatigue. The day's experiences replayed in his mind like a revolving lantern. The initial panic, the shock of receiving gifts, the absurdity of drawing the artillery, the hope of discovering seaweed and fish. These mixed emotions made his nerves tense. The only way he could confirm the existence of other humans was through the panel. He repeatedly opened the regional channel, trying to dispel his loneliness with the flickering text messages. He also aimed to gather more information. The night channel rolled at a much slower speed, and the content became more scattered and emotional. Some people are sharing their gains during the day, others are expressing their longing for loved ones, and more are voicing their fears of the night and the unknown. It's so dark that I can't see anything. It feels like I'm the only one left in the world. Is anyone nearby? The panel shows nearly 1,000 people. But why can't I see anyone? It's freezing at night after the scorching heat of the day. We can't even keep warm. Everyone is conserving energy, trying not to move around too much, maintaining body temperature, and waiting for dawn. At least we can still talk in the channel. Amidst this atmosphere of loneliness and gloom, a message stirred up waves. To all compatriots in the 293478 area, fellow compatriots, comrades, I am Chen Zhiye, the Deputy Director of the Emergency Management Bureau of Qingqing Lingdai District. I believe, like me, you are confused, fearful, and even desperate about our current situation. Although we cannot see each other, the panel connects us tightly. We have been thrown into this seemingly boundless ocean, but the more dangerous the situation, the more we need calmness, order, and unity. We are not independent islands. We are a community of shared destiny that can be organized through the panel. According to the panel information, our area code is 293478, and there are currently 986 people. We have enough manpower and resources to face the challenges. Chaos and despair will only accelerate our demise. We must organize through this only link immediately. I hereby solemnly propose the establishment of a temporary branch for Area 293478. Let's gather our strength in this special environment and get through the tough times together. I am calling for civil servants, fighters, party members, professionals with skills in medicine, navigation, meteorology, machinery, construction, agriculture, fisheries, and any compatriots who wish to contribute to the collective survival. Please contact me through private chat, specifying your original identity and specialties. We will quickly establish an organizational structure, compile resource information, formulate survival plans, and coordinate actions. Comrades, compatriots, the power of individuals is small in the face of nature, but the power organized through the panel is immense. Please do not lose hope. Let us join hands to leverage the organizational advantages of our civilized society and carve out a path to survival in this unfamiliar ocean. Initial action directions for the temporary branch. Comprehensive statistics on the composition of personnel in the area, survival resources, and vehicle conditions. Establish information sharing and discuss formulating response plans for potential threats. Utilize the trading function for mutual assistance on a voluntary basis. Concentrate wisdom to solve core survival issues such as freshwater acquisition, stable food supply, and vehicle improvement. Unity is strength. Long live survival. As soon as this message was sent, the previously quiet area channel became lively. There is some skill here. A temporary branch? It should be reliable. Great. Finally, their SA leader. I would go crazy if I kept thinking alone. How can we organize when we can't even see each other? How will resources be allocated? This really is something special. Veterans reporting in, former Marine Chen Zhiye. Right. Support organizing. There's no way to go it alone. Even having a direction in the channel is good. The debate in the channel is exceptionally intense. But it is undeniable that Chen Zhiye's appearance and the proposal for a temporary branch are like a lifeline thrown to drowning people, providing hope to many struggling in the dark. Some eligible or hopeful individuals began to contact Chen Zhiye through private chat, although physically unable to gather. An organization based on panel communication is rapidly taking shape. Chen Zhiye carefully read Chen Zhiye's message and each reaction in the channel, feeling waves of emotion. He did not expect the emergence of an organization to happen so quickly and in such a distinctive form. Chen Zhiye's proposal indeed has strong appeal in this isolated ocean. He sees the only link of communication through the panel and proposed a feasible initial plan. His identity is irrelevant at this point, as long as he has the capability. Although unable to gather, the value of information coordination is self-evident. He felt a surge of interest in an unknown environment. A collective that can provide information is undoubtedly a better choice. But how to join? In what capacity? It's impossible to expose an unlimited arsenal and howitzers. Pretending to be an ordinary person with no special abilities might put him on the margins of this virtual collective, unable to gain sufficient valuable information and support. He needs a perfect entry point, one that allows him to integrate into the group and gain some attention without attracting excessive scrutiny. His gaze turned again to the warehouse in his consciousness, where a handgun quietly lay in the corner. As a firearm, the handgun is undoubtedly a powerful symbol of force in this primitive era, yet it is not as outrageous as a howitzer. It is something understandable. People in the area channel have already mentioned acquiring weapons like fire axes, so the appearance of a handgun, while surprising, is not entirely unacceptable. In a situation where they cannot meet, the deterrent power and value of weapons manifest more on the information level. What if he joined as someone who fortuitously obtained a handgun, but is unfamiliar with its use and seeks guidance from professionals? This way, he demonstrates some value while genuinely having a need, appearing more authentic and easier to accept compared to those with special abilities like underwater breathing or rapid healing. A gun that requires ammunition and training to be effective would not stand out too much in remote communication. Rather, its rarity might attract some attention. Moreover, by learning about firearms, he could naturally connect with the armed individuals within the collective. He could also observe the operational style of this temporary branch and assess whether it is trustworthy. This is a move that could break the deadlock. Much better than fighting alone or fully exposing oneself. After making up his mind, Chen Zhiye continued to lurk in the channel, observing the subsequent actions of Chen Zhiye and the temporary party branch. A few hours later, Chen Zhiye announced the preliminary organizational structure of the temporary branch and the names of several core members, including the former Marine Chen Zhiye, who is responsible for compiling security information. The timing is right. Chen Zhiye opened the private chat function and typed in Chen Zhiye's name. Comrade Chen Zhiye, hello. I saw your initiative in the area channel and was deeply inspired. In such extreme circumstances, being able to organize through the panel is indeed our greatest hope. I apply to join the temporary branch and am willing to contribute to the collective survival. My initial arrival gift is a handgun accompanied by a small amount of ammunition, which may have some value for the collective in addressing potential regional threats in the future. However, I must be honest. I know nothing about firearms and am a complete novice. Having a weapon but being unable to use it effectively makes me very uneasy. I understand that the security group is led by Comrade Chen Zhiye, who is an experienced veteran. Therefore, I sincerely request if the organization could ask Comrade Chen Zhiye or other comrades proficient in firearms to provide me with some basic safety operation guidance. Looking forward to your reply. Chen Zhiye carefully reviewed the information before sending it. After successfully sending the message, he let out a long breath, feeling his heart pounding in his chest. This move has been made. Now he just has to wait for a response. He closed the private chat interface and looked back at the area channel. The discussions about the temporary branch were still lively, with more and more people expressing their willingness to join. This panel-based virtual collective is rapidly expanding its influence. Chen Zhiye leaned back against the ship, the feeling of loneliness still present, but mixed with new expectations. He has thrown his lifeline to that collective. The handgun will be his first bargaining chip to open the door to the collective and obtain support. Surviving and joining a virtual organization, even if it's just a facade, might be the best choice for survival at this moment. Chapter 5. The spear. The awaited echo has yet to arrive, but another hint ripples through Chen Zhiye's consciousness. The 20-sided dice, suspended in the depths of his awareness, quietly emit a soft and continuous glow from the center of the light golden panel. A thought of something extractable comes to him. The prompt, daily random extraction available, appears. Chen Zhiye temporarily puts aside the idea of joining the organization. Daily lottery. This is currently his only stable way to acquire resources, despite being limited by this damned primitive era. Come on, let's see what surprise today brings. He takes a deep breath of the night air and focuses his consciousness on the spinning dice. Unlike the brilliant explosion during the first unrestricted draw, this time the dice glow warmly, spinning at a much gentler pace. It carries a sense of simplicity that matches the constraints of the era. The dice slowly come to a stop. Extraction complete. Congratulations, you have obtained Hardwood Spear X1. With a thought, a tangible object appears in his hand from the warehouse. It feels heavy and rough to the touch, and Chen Zhiye looks down to examine it. About 2 meters long. The spear shaft is made of an unknown dark hardwood, polished to a decent smoothness, yet he can still feel the wood's grain. The spearhead is sharpened and hardened by fire, exuding a primitive ruggedness. A purely primitive spear with no metal components at all. Oh, this really is the style of the primitive era, a genuine primitive weapon. Compared to the steel behemoth in the consciousness warehouse, this spear feels like a child's toy. He weighs it in his hand and swings it a couple of times, enjoying the sound of slicing through the air, a strange sense of solidity welling up within him. This thing is indeed more useful than a handgun or a grenade launcher right now. At least, it can be used to spear fish. No worrying about ammunition. No worrying about noise. This is the most suitable production tool for his current situation, and it might also serve as a defense tool. He lays the spear horizontally on the boat and carefully touches the hard spear tip. Though crude, it's certainly better than going barehanded. He can try using it to deal with those small fish tomorrow. He once again probes his consciousness into the warehouse to store the spear. The spear is stored in that infinite space, lying next to the handgun, creating a stark contrast from primitive to modern. After completing the extraction, a wave of intense fatigue finally washes over him completely. The tension from the day, combined with the cold and anxiety of the night, makes his eyelids start to droop. He glances at the regional channel one last time. Chen Zhiye has not issued any new announcements, but the discussions about the temporary branch in the channel remain heated. Many are inquiring about specific details, and a sense of order gradually emerges from the chaos in the text. Chen Zhiye turns off the panel and curls his body tighter, trying to fend off the chill of the sea night. He takes out the hardwood spear again and holds it close, while the handgun and magazine rest securely in the warehouse. The eternal sound of the waves fills his ears. At least at this moment, he has done everything he can do, waiting for dawn, waiting for a response. With this simple thought, Chen Zhiye drifts off to sleep in the gentle rocking of the waves. His sleep is shallow, frequently interrupted by the sound of fish leaping out of the water, but he manages to get some rest. When the first rays of morning light pierce through the darkness, Chen Zhiye wakes up. He feels sore all over, especially in the joints of his back that were pressed against the rough wood all night. The morning breeze makes him shiver involuntarily. He connects to the consciousness panel, and the first thing that catches his eye is a private message. The sender is Chen Zhiye, and the time shows it was sent just after 4 in the morning. Chen Zhiye's drowsiness instantly disappears, and he clicks to open it. Hello, comrade Chen Zhiye. Your message has been received. I am glad to see that you are willing to contribute to the collective. The handgun is indeed a valuable and rare resource in the current environment. After research by the temporary branch, we unanimously welcome your joining. Given your resources and willingness, you are now assigned to the security group, and Comrade Chen Zhiye will contact you directly and provide necessary guidance. Please proactively add Comrade Chen Zhiye as a friend. He will provide you with basic firearms safety knowledge. Please note that all guidance is currently limited to theoretical exchanges. Send your name field from the panel to Comrade Chen Zhiye for identification and verification within the organization. We hope for unity and cooperation to overcome difficulties together. Chen Zhiye's reply is formal and carries his distinctive writing style. A weight lifts from Chen Zhiye's heart. He succeeded and was assigned to the security group, which fits his character the best. He immediately uses the panel's friend adding function to add Chen Zhiye, attaching the information required by Chen Zhiye. After finishing this, he habitually clicks on the regional channel to see what new developments have occurred overnight. An announcement released by Chen Zhiye is being mentioned repeatedly in the channel. This announcement was evidently completed late at night. It emphasizes the necessity of organized survival through the panel in an isolated environment, thanks to comrades who responded positively to the call, and then details the list of core members of the party branch that have been preliminarily screened and appointed. The secretary and overall coordinator is Chen Zhiye. The deputy secretary and logistics support group leader is Zhao Ming, the former street office director, responsible for resource statistics and preliminary allocation plans. The organizational committee member and personnel coordination group leader is Zhang Yun, a former union cadre from a state-owned enterprise, responsible for verifying personnel information and arranging groups. The publicity committee member and information group leader is Sun Qian, a former middle school teacher, responsible for information organization and announcement releases. The safety and security group leader is Chen Weiguo, a retired Marine Corps soldier. The technical advisor group leader is Li Li, a mechanical engineer responsible for discussing technical issues related to vehicle and tool improvements. The medical advisor group leader is Wang Hai, a doctor from a public hospital, responsible for medical consultations and guidance on common illnesses. Following this is a three-tiered package system for survivors in the area, except for those who have joined professional groups. All other survivors who join will be incorporated into this system for effective management. Every 10 survivors will be grouped into a mutual aid team, with a designated or elected team leader. The team leader will directly contact the 9 members within the team through panel groups, mainly responsible for daily collection and reporting of the basic conditions of team members, conveying information, organizing mutual assistance within the team, and mediating conflicts within the team. Every 5 mutual aid teams will form a liaison group, appointing a group leader. The group leader is responsible for coordinating 5 team leaders, summarizing the conditions of each team, reporting to the corresponding branch members, and coordinating cross-team matters. Each liaison group leader is directly accountable to the branch committee members. In theory, the branch can reach every ordinary survivor who has joined in the area through the chain of group leaders and team leaders. The announcement also outlines the selection criteria for team leaders and group leaders, prioritizing former public officials, party members, those with management experience, and active performers, and lists the first batch of several team leaders and 6 group leaders. Finally, it emphasizes discipline, unity, and information sharing, promising that technical guidance collections on freshwater collection and food acquisition will be released in succession. The response in the channel is even more fervent than the previous night. Although there are still sporadic voices of doubt, the vast majority show a positive attitude. Support. Finally, there's an organization. Great. Now we know who to listen to. When will the fishing strategy be released? Urgent. A sense of order is beginning to be tenaciously constructed over this ocean. This system, though crude and entirely based on panel communication and personnel self-awareness, is already the best solution to consolidate individual power as much as possible in such an extreme environment. It seems that he has been excluded from this system as a special member with rare resources, belonging to the security group, which is a direct small group. This suits him just fine. The morning light dispels the darkness and brings a hint of warmth. He took a few sips of the stored seaweed juice, feeling the moisture in his throat. A new day had begun. He was no longer alone, but had become a member of the organization. He picked up the spear beside him, stood up, and moved his body a bit, casting his gaze over the shimmering sea surface in search of fish schools. The challenge of survival remained severe, but the path seemed a bit clearer. Now he had to use the newly acquired spear to solve the breakfast issue. Chapter 6. Safety Team. The request to add Chen Weiguo as a friend did not make Chen Zhiye wait long. Just as he was about to pick up the spear to try fishing, a notification popped up on the panel. The request had been approved. Almost simultaneously, a private chat message appeared. Chen Weiguo. Hello, Comrade Chen Zhiye. I am Chen Weiguo. Comrade Chen Zhiye has explained the situation to me. Are you safe now? How is the surrounding environment? His tone was crisp and decisive, typical of a soldier. Chen Zhiye briefly replied about his current status. Chen Weiguo. Good. To make a long story short, I need you to describe the characteristics of the firearm in your hand, including appearance, size, and markings. Chen Zhiye focused his mind on the warehouse to observe the pistol. Chen Zhiye. The pistol is overall black. The grip has a non-slip texture. Its length is slightly shorter than my forearm. The barrel looks relatively long. The magazine is slightly inclined forward, and there are inscriptions on the body, something like QSC 9258. He described the details he could see as accurately as possible. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Chen Weiguo. Understood. You have the 58mm Type 92. One of the standard service pistols of our army, with good lethality, semi-automatic, double-stack magazine, and a capacity of 20 rounds. It really is a Type 92. Chen Weiguo. Now listen carefully. The first lesson about firearms is always safety. At all times, whether the gun is loaded or not, safety rules must be followed. Always assume the gun is loaded, and the muzzle should always point in a safe direction. Chen Zhiye noted down every word, feeling the seriousness behind the text. Chen Zhiye. Next, I will teach you the most basic disassembly and assembly, aimed at helping you understand the structure for daily inspection and maintenance. The disassembly of the Type 92 is not complicated. Follow my steps, take it slow, and ensure every step is done correctly. First, confirm there is no round in the chamber and the magazine has been removed. Under Chen Zhiye's patient and detailed textual guidance, Chen Zhiye began his first firearm disassembly in his life. The process was a bit bumpy, with the cold touch of the metal parts and the slight resistance of the springs making him cautious. In the slightly swaying boat, it took him over 10 minutes to finally disassemble the Type 92 pistol, slide, barrel, recoil spring, and slide frame. Chen Zhiye. Good. Now, familiarize yourself with the names and basic functions of each part, then reverse the process to reassemble it. Reassembly is a bit more challenging than disassembly. Pay attention to the installation angle of the recoil spring. The reassembly process tested his patience and hand feel even more. Despite Chen Zhiye's reminders, the assembly process still seemed clumsy. Chen Zhiye was sweating profusely, and with a crisp click, the pistol finally returned to its original state. He inserted the magazine, and a small sense of accomplishment welled up within him. Chen Zhiye. Not bad, if conditions allow. Practice disassembly and assembly a few times every day until it forms muscle memory. This will help you quickly troubleshoot in critical moments. Now let us talk about maintenance. The high salt and humidity in the marine environment greatly corrode metals. Although there is space for storage usually, you have to take it out for daily practice. Currently, you can use animal fat as a substitute for gun oil, applying a small amount on the exterior of the barrel and metal surfaces like the slide rails to prevent rust. The key is to keep it dry. Maintenance is more important than shooting. A rusty gun is worse than a fire stick. Chen Zhiye diligently noted down these practical tips. It seemed he needed to catch some fatty fish for the grease. Chen Zhiye. Finally, let us briefly discuss shooting fundamentals. You currently do not have the conditions for live-fire shooting, but you need to understand the theory first. Standing posture is fundamental, but on a boat, there is no stable standing posture. Mainly sitting or kneeling is preferred, utilizing the boat structure to stabilize the body as much as possible. The grip should be firm, and the wrist should be tense to counteract recoil. Regarding aiming, the Type 92 uses mechanical sights with a notch rear sight. Remember to align the top of the front sight with the notch, centering it left and right, then align the leveled front sight notch with the target. Trigger control should be smooth and preloaded, applying even pressure, avoiding jerking. The knowledge Chen Zhiye imparted was all basic. Chen Zhiye listened, somewhat understanding, but at least he had a rough idea. Chen Zhiye. That's it for the theory. We'll discuss practice once the environment is safe. Now I'll add you to the internal group of the safety team for more communication in the future. Then an invitation to a group popped up. 293,478 temporary branch safety team. The group already had about 20 people. Security company instructor Sun Chong. Welcome, new brother. Hunter Zhao Feng. Welcome, firearms expert. Outdoor rescue volunteer Li Min. Welcome aboard. Iron Spear Qian Fan. 11 Chen Zhiye quickly responded. Hello everyone. I am Chen Zhiye. I look forward to learning from you all. Please guide me. He quickly browsed through the list of group members and simple notes. Counting Chen Zhiye and himself, there were currently 26 people in the group. Among them, about a dozen had clear military backgrounds like Chen Zhiye and Sun Chong. There were also a few likely men with relevant experience. The rest were individuals like Zhao Feng and Qian Fan, who had obtained cold weapons such as hunter bows, iron spears, and machetes, indicating a certain level of force. It seemed he was the only one with a firearm at the moment. After some pleasantries, Chen Zhiye quickly steered the conversation back on track. Team leader Chen Zhiye. According to the branch requirements, our safety team's current primary task is to assess the potential security threats facing the area and develop scalable response plans. Everyone can share their experiences and observations freely, starting with the most likely threats we might encounter. Retired armed police Li Hu. The biggest threat currently appears to be marine life. The small fish from yesterday are no problem, but we can't rule out larger ones. Large predatory fish are the primary targets to watch out for, such as sharks, swordfish, and even more unknown species. Their aggressiveness is unknown. Security company instructor Sun Chong agreed. Besides fish, we also need to be wary of poisonous creatures like jellyfish and sea snakes. Additionally, severe weather itself poses a huge threat, but that belongs to another category. Outdoor rescue volunteer Li Min. From a psychological perspective, prolonged loneliness and stress may lead some individuals to mental breakdowns and aggressive behavior. This is also a potential safety hazard. Although we cannot see each other now, verbal conflicts through the panel could escalate. Hunter Xiaofeng. I'd like to add that although the branch is coordinating now, if extreme situations arise in the future, such as depletion of freshwater or scarcity of resources, some may resort to desperate measures. While direct attacks are not possible now, setting traps through trading functions or psychological coercion could be a possibility. The discussion in the group was very pragmatic, with everyone suggesting various potential risks from different angles. Team leader Chen Zhiye. Everyone has made excellent points. In response to these threats, especially the most urgent threat from marine life, we need to develop actionable strategies. The branch requires us to quickly compile a simple self-defense and survival skills guide to promote to all members. I will assign tasks. Sun Chong will lead, with Li Hu, Li Min, and others assisting in compiling simple hand-to-hand combat and close defense techniques. The focus should be on techniques for effective counterattacks and escaping entanglements using any available part of the body, emphasizing simplicity and ease of learning. Suitable for use in narrow boat spaces. Zhao Feng will lead, with Qian Fan and other comrades with cold weapons assisting in figuring out how to use existing materials to create simple defense tools. The emphasis should be on easily obtainable materials like fish bones and clothing, requiring detailed step-by-step instructions. I will personally be responsible for gathering everyone's contributions on identifying and responding to dangerous marine life. List known and suspected dangerous creatures, describe their characteristics and dangers, and provide the best response strategies after encounters. Li Min, please work hard and collaborate with the medical team to create guidelines for staying calm and resolving panel conflicts through communication. Comrade Chen Zhiye, you have just joined, so familiarize yourself with the situation first. Your main task is to master your weapon and ensure it is in good condition. If you have any thoughts on these topics, feel free to bring them up. Received. Team leader, I will familiarize myself as soon as possible. Chen Zhiye understands that his current value lies in the deterrent effect of the handgun. At this stage, it is indeed more appropriate for more experienced team members to handle the foundational work, and he is happy to be a learner for now. The internal meeting of the safety team lasted nearly an hour, with everyone deeply engaged in discussion. Chen Zhiye watched as professional suggestions rolled by, and his feeling of fighting alone diminished significantly. This patched-together group was indeed trying to add weight to everyone's survival. After the meeting concluded, Chen Zhiye exited the group chat interface. He once again focused his gaze on the sea, concentrating on searching for schools of fish. He knew that theoretical learning and organization were important, but filling his stomach was the most practical battle at the moment. In this battle, he still needed to rely on this most primitive weapon in hand. He gripped the spear tightly, the tip aimed at a fleeting silver flash beneath the water, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike. Chapter 7. Live ammunition shooting the morning light completely dispelled the chill of the sea night. And Chen Zhiye began to feel a bit hungry. He tightened his grip on the spear, its tip glinting with a rough sheen in the sunlight. Based on the exchanges from last night's channel and the experiences shared in the safety group this morning, Chen Zhiye focused on the small fish that occasionally leapt out of the water. They swam in groups at a slow speed, but were extremely alert, making them quite difficult to catch. He crouched down to lower his center of gravity and stabilize the small boat, scanning the clear seawater. Soon, a small school of silver fish leisurely swam past beneath the spear. Chen Zhiye held his breath, recalling the predictive techniques mentioned by others in the channel. His arm muscles tensed as he slowly dipped the spear into the water, aiming at the lagging fish in the group. Now, he powered through his waist. Thrusting his arm forward, the spear pierced through the water swiftly. The resistance of the water was much greater than he had imagined, and the motion was distorted by the rocking of the boat. The spear tip brushed past the fish, creating only a small splash. The startled school of fish scattered instantly, disappearing without a trace. The first attempt ended in failure. Chen Zhiye was not discouraged. This was within expectations. He retrieved the spear, adjusted his breathing, and patiently awaited the next wave of fish. He knew this was not just hunting, but also a test of focus and physical endurance. Over the next half hour, he attempted several more times. Sometimes the angle was off, other times he released too early or too late. Compared to the prodigies in the channel, Chen Zhiye was just an ordinary person. His arms were slightly sore from the continuous effort. When another wave of fish approached, he felt himself entering a more focused state. He ignored the slight rocking of the boat, his eyes fixed solely on the selected target, his body moving almost instinctively. Thrust. This time the sensation was entirely different. The spear tip met with a clear resistance, followed by a struggle that vibrated through the spear and into his palm. He succeeded. Chen Zhiye felt a surge of joy as he quickly pulled the spear out of the water. A fish the size of a water bottle, shimmering silver, was skewered on the spear tip, wriggling its body, its scales sparkling in the sunlight. He carefully removed the fish from the spear tip. Although it was not large, it was undoubtedly a milestone victory. He had obtained his first substantial source of protein through his own efforts. Without much thought, he endured the fishy taste and put the raw fish in his mouth. The texture was slippery, and the taste was far from good. But chewing it down did effectively alleviate his hunger. This greatly boosted his confidence. Remembering that feeling, he successfully caught 2 slightly larger fish. He ate one and cleaned the other, storing it in the panel's storage space for later. In the cubic meter of space, aside from the dwindling pale blue seaweed, there was finally a decent food reserve. Just as he took a short break, a private chat notification came through on the panel. It was Chen Zhiye. Chen Zhiye, how's it going, Chen Zhiye? Are you adapting? Chen Zhiye replied that he had caught a small fish by hand. He temporarily only reported the handgun and did not mention the spear. Chen Zhiye, good, securing food is the first step. The tech team has started to produce some useful items for maintaining your gear. Next, a trade request popped up. Chen Zhiye has initiated a trade with you. Offer, rough cloth X5, wooden cleaning rod X1, fiber bundle X2. Request. None. Chen Zhiye paused for a moment and then chose to accept. The next moment, several items appeared in his storage space. The cloth was cut from some garments. The wooden cleaning rod was carefully carved from a small stick. One end even had a fork. The fiber bundle seemed to be twisted from seaweed or clothing fibers and could barely fit into the gun barrel. The items were simple but thoughtful. Then, Chen Zhiye was sent a detailed text explanation. The cloth was for wiping the gun body, and the simple cleaning rod was for clearing gunpowder residue and moisture from the barrel. Chen Zhiye, remember, when cleaning, make sure the gun is unloaded. First, use a dry cloth to absorb moisture. Keeping it dry is the priority. The tech team is also trying to extract oil from the collected fish. If successful, the rust prevention effect will be better. Following the instructions, Chen Zhiye disassembled the handgun again and used the cleaning rod to clean the inside of the barrel. After completing the maintenance, he leaned against the side of the boat, resting while reading a recently published food handling recommendations from the tech team in the regional channel. The collective effort was gradually showing its effects, and various survival knowledge was being rapidly compiled and shared. Chen Zhiye, I also want to inform you of a situation. During the statistics of the branch personnel, several survivors reported that when they first arrived, they lost control and shouted for help. The duration was not short, but no dangerous creatures were observed to be attracted. Regarding live ammunition shooting practice, you can judge its necessity yourself. If you need targets, the team can provide them. Ammunition is, of course, precious. There are only 3 magazines with 60 rounds total, and each shot counts. On the other hand, learning through actual shooting is more beneficial than theoretical knowledge. Getting familiar with the recoil, the sound of the gun, and the feeling of shooting in such an unstable state on the water is somewhat useful for responding to danger. Moreover, the information provided by Chen Zhiye also indicated that the risks attracted by gunfire might not be as high as imagined. With hunger alleviated and physical strength somewhat restored, the sun was just right, the sea was relatively calm, and the visibility was clear. The desire to enhance survival skills outweighed concerns about ammunition consumption. Chen Zhiye decided to take out 5 rounds for live ammunition shooting practice. Team leader, I've thought it through, and I plan to familiarize myself with the feel of the gun. Please guide me. Received. Immediately, Chen Zhiye traded seaweed for 3 palm-sized orange-red fabric scraps. He threw one out as a brightly colored floating target. Chen Zhiye confirmed that the surrounding sea was empty. Then, following the key points taught by Chen Zhiye earlier, he tightly gripped the handgun with both hands on the rocking small boat. Breathing steadily, his wrist tense, he mentally repeated the key points, aiming at the small orange-red target. His index finger preloaded the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out over the sea, shocking his eardrums. At the same time, a surge of recoil shot upwards, and Chen Zhiye tightened his grip. The first shot undoubtedly missed, with the bullet splashing up a small spray of water beside it. Chen Zhiye shook his somewhat sore wrist and aimed again. For the second shot, he focused more on control, and the muzzle's jump was reduced, grazing the edge of the target. For the third shot, he tried to find a rhythm to fire amidst the boat swaying, but missed again. By the fourth shot, he felt he had grasped a bit of the technique, and the bullet hit the mark. Chen Zhiye then threw out another shot at a further target. He held his breath, concentrated hard, and tried to ignore the rocking, focusing all his attention on the sight and the target. Bang! The bullet whizzed out, and the orange-red target exploded in response. Hit again. It felt exhilarating. A strong sense of excitement surged within Chen Zhiye, although he had only fired 5 rounds. This brief practice gave him a direct understanding of the power of firearms, the recoil, and the difficulty of shooting on the sea. This was far more valuable than mere theoretical discussions. Chen Zhiye immediately reported his results to Chen Weiguo. Chen Weiguo, not bad. Remember the feeling of hitting the target just now. This practice should count as good during military training. Now, clean the firearm immediately, especially the barrel. Chapter 8. Training. The excitement from live fire shooting gradually faded, leaving behind a deep-seated confidence. Those 5 gunshots were not just a preliminary mastery of the weapon, but also a declaration. A declaration to the ocean that he was not without the power to fight back. Feeling the lingering cold metallic sensation at his fingertips, he had the energy to turn his gaze towards the heavy artillery in the warehouse. Previously, he had relied more on his mind to make rough grabs of the warehouse items, akin to using invisible hands, direct but not agile. Now he felt his spirit was more concentrated and his perception sharper. He wanted to explore this growth to see if it could help him break through the rudimentary stage of simulating human hands. Chen Zhiye leaned back on the boat, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into the panel warehouse. This time, he didn't rush to move any large items, but focused his awareness on the fixed tip of the vehicle-mounted machine gun on the turret. In the past, he needed to simulate fingers with his mind to operate it, resulting in stiff movements. But now he changed his thinking. He no longer imagined he had hands, but purely condensed his willpower into an invisible force, directly acting on that small fixed tip like telekinesis. With focused intent, it was no longer clumsy pushing and pulling, but a more direct and essential drive. The fixed tip smoothly pulled out under the influence of his will. Success. It felt much more wonderful than the previous method of simulating human hands. Chen Zhiye's confidence soared, and he continued to try applying this telekinetic-like control in other areas. He zeroed in on the ammunition belt of the machine gun, not lifting it as a whole, but gently supporting it with invisible intent. It moved slowly and gracefully in the warehouse space, as if being carried by flowing water. Chen Zhiye could even control the slight rotation of individual bullets within it. He then shifted his target to a 155mm shell. This time, he was no longer satisfied with just moving it. He attempted to perceive the temperature of the shell's casing with his mind, and even faintly sensed the complexity of the fuse structure. He carefully wrapped the shell in his mental force to stabilize it in midair, then tried to rotate it slowly, controlling its rotation speed and axis. The fine control was extremely challenging. The mental energy consumption was like opening a floodgate, causing a stabbing pain at his temples, and the trajectory became wobbly and nearly uncontrollable. He focused all his attention on maintaining this complex telekinetic field, constantly making adjustments. Gradually, although the pain persisted, the trajectory of the shell became somewhat stable, and its spin more regular. He felt his spirit becoming more resilient under this extreme strain. It was only when the feeling of mental exhaustion surged that he stopped practicing and carefully returned all items to their places. Exiting the warehouse, his brain felt a wave of fatigue, as if he had just engaged in a high-intensity mental competition. But corresponding to this was an indescribable sense of fulfillment. He felt that his control over the warehouse had reached a new level. This exercise in fine control consumed a lot of mental energy, but also brought significant improvements. Chen Zhiye summarized while panting. Despite his exhaustion, his eyes shone brightly. Ability is the foundation of one's existence. Not only must he enhance the strength and endurance of his spirit, but he must also train its stability and multi-target control capabilities. Although he was still unable to take out heavy weapons due to real-world limitations, the improvement in this internal control ability was still valuable. It represented a deeper mastery of his capabilities. Chen Zhiye shifted his focus back to survival in reality. He picked up a hardwood spear and continued to engage in fishing and training. He successfully caught 2 more fish and collected some light blue seaweed as the sunset began to paint the horizon red. After dinner, the regional channel became active again. Several professional groups began to release information in succession. First, there was the survival log for the 293478 area, Day 1. Organized and published by the Publicity Committee member Sun Qian. She summarized the main discoveries, common difficulties faced, and the preliminary collective structure formed on the first day of the area's arrival in a relatively objective tone. The log aimed to help those who were isolated from information quickly understand the situation and stabilize their emotions. Following that, the technical group led the release of preliminary suggestions for vehicle maintenance and simple modifications, attracting a lot of attention. The document detailed methods for using sharp fish bones to grind burrs on the hull. Although these methods could not fundamentally change the vehicles, many simple and practical tips could significantly enhance comfort and safety. The medical group leader, Wang Hai, published a guide on common health problems at sea and how to respond, emphasizing how to prevent and manage dehydration, heat stroke, sunburn, seasickness, and minor cuts and infections. He stressed the need to observe individual reactions when consuming seaweed juice, suggested that fish should be dried for consumption whenever possible, and provided methods for maintaining personal hygiene and a positive mindset. Finally, the safety group leader, Chen Zhiye, compiled a guide on basic self-defense and danger avoidance. This guide condensed the experiences and wisdom of over 30 members of the safety group and listed known or suspected threats, including but not limited to the characteristics and dangers of aggressive fish, poisonous jellyfish, and sea snakes. It also included strategies for coping with severe weather and reminded individuals to stay vigilant during transactions to avoid disclosing too much personal resource information and to maintain restraint in verbal conflicts. Coordinating through the team leader or group leader. Among them, Sun Chong and others provided detailed descriptions of effective counterattacks using elbows, knees, and even teeth in confined spaces, allowing unarmed survivors to have some means of self-defense. The emergence of this information helped many lone wolves find their anchor. The channel was filled with gratitude towards the branch. Amidst the climax of these professional guidelines being released, the organizational committee member Zhang Yun issued an important announcement once again. The core message still advocated that all survivors who had not yet joined mutual aid teams should contact each other promptly to complete their grouping. The announcement stated that the information flow in the regional channel would become increasingly chaotic and important notifications could easily get drowned out. The 3-level package system is the lifeline for ensuring information flow, resource coordination, and crisis response. Individuals who cannot integrate into this network in a timely manner will face the risk of delayed and sluggish information. This wave of organization driven by the temporary branch became powerful. In the channel, many who were originally hesitant or accustomed to acting alone began to reach out. A sense of urgency permeated the text. Chen Zhiye looked at his group in the safety group, which was also discussing the guidelines just released and planning subsequent revisions based on feedback. Although his safety group was an independent unit outside of this 3-level system, he could still feel that this collective was weaving itself into a network with high efficiency. This net may be rough and may have various problems, but it is indeed trying to consolidate the scattered wool to survive into a single rope, through the handgun as a stepping stone. He has already embedded himself into the nodes of this net. Chen Zhiye began to think about what to do next. This organization seems to be doing well for now, and he cannot keep hiding his abilities forever. 1 weapon a day, even with 1,000 hands. There will be times when he cannot keep up. Night fell again, but this time the unease in his heart had faded considerably. He curled up in the boat listening to the sound of the waves, preparing to welcome the third dawn in this world. Chapter 9. Ripples when the morning light of the third day shone on Chen Zhiye's face. He woke up with a calm mindset. The soreness in his body had decreased significantly compared to the previous 2 days. It seemed he was starting to adapt to this harsh life of using a boat as a bed and the sky as a blanket. He glanced at the status bar on the panel, and this slight dehydration prompt had long disappeared. This was a good sign. He opened the regional channel, ready to gather information like the previous 2 days. Occasionally, he would respond with a few comments, providing some emotional value to the survival overlords. A large amount of information rolled by, but it was mixed with a clear smell of gunpowder. The atmosphere in the channel was starkly different from the hopeful tone of yesterday. A person claiming to be the angry sea dragon was loudly proclaiming in the channel, "Why should we listen to their arrangements? Our dragon clan can survive on our own. Anyone willing to join me, private message me. Let us build our own group, share resources, and enjoy together." Below, several replies like one, "Brother Long is awesome" followed. Another person claiming to be the Sea King also began to speak, with an even more arrogant tone. "This is laughable. What else with the Tier 3 package? Isn't it troublesome? A few brothers joining forces is better. Underwater breathing, night vision, and my enhanced strength guarantee that following us is better than listening to orders in some little squad. Exactly, our ability alliance welcomes true strong ones. Why should we report the resources we find? What I find is mine." Similar statements were not limited to 1 or 2 places. It was clear that after 2 days of buffering, some voices that were originally suppressed by panic began to emerge. Especially those who had obtained rare abilities or considered themselves somewhat capable were unwilling to be incorporated into a system that emphasized discipline and collective priority. Among them were some who exuded a sense of youthful rebellion, as well as a few elites who possessed rare abilities and considered themselves superior. The channel was in an uproar, with supporters of the branch accusing these people of undermining unity and being selfish. Meanwhile, those advocating for independence or small groups countered that the collective restricts individual freedom, even questioning the identities and motives of people like Chen Zhiye. Although it was still at the stage of verbal disputes, the hearts that had begun to coalesce were obviously showing cracks. This was normal, after all. It was an unrestricted chat channel. In an environment where legal and moral constraints were lost, the complex facets of human nature would inevitably accelerate their emergence. The stable order had not yet been fully established, and it was a natural process for powerful individuals or groups to seek more autonomy or even dominance. It seemed that Chen Zhiye and the others were facing considerable challenges, Chen Zhiye thought. This organization, based on panel information connections, had a weak cohesion. Once internal trust issues arose, it could easily fall apart. Before long, a message was posted in the channel by Chen Zhiye himself, and it was repeatedly quoted to ensure more people saw it. Announcement to all compatriots in Zone 293478. Number 3, comrades. Compatriots. Different voices regarding survival methods and development paths have emerged in the channel. This is a normal phenomenon, reflecting everyone's active thinking in difficulties. The temporary branch always believes that unity and cooperation are the greatest guarantees for everyone's survival. We welcome any opinions and suggestions that are beneficial to the overall survival and development of the region, to better communicate and coordinate, and to absorb reasonable demands from all sides. The branch has decided that from today onwards, other groups or individuals willing to cooperate, if they have constructive opinions or need coordination, can connect through Comrade Zhaoming. As the regional survival enters a stable phase, the quantity and sensitivity of decision-making information at the branch level will increase. To ensure decision-making efficiency, from the release of this announcement, sensitive information such as the decision-making process and resource allocation details will no longer be directly published through the regional channel unless it involves emergency risk warnings for all members or information that can be made public. Other information will be conveyed through the established three-tier system step by step. Compatriots who have not been able to join the mutual aid squad system in time may not be able to obtain key survival information and support immediately. The branch once again strongly urges compatriots who have not been grouped to complete registration as soon as possible today. Only through unity can we gather strength. Only with order can there be vitality. The temporary branch will continue to do its utmost to serve all comrades willing to fight alongside. Chen Zhiye and the others responded directly to the differences, emphasizing the importance of organizational discipline without retreat. After the announcement was released, the quarrels in the channel seemed to calm down a bit, but the undercurrents were clearly still surging. Those shouting for independence had quieted down somewhat, perhaps shifting to private conversations. Chen Zhiye turned off the channel, no longer paying too much attention to these disturbances. For him, the branch's current performance was rational, and he was also a part of this collective. The clamor of those small groups had nothing to do with him. What he needed to do now was to continue to enhance his own strength, as that was the most fundamental reliance. He began his new day's routine step by step. First, he used a hardwood spear to fish, his technique more skillful than yesterday, and his success rate improved, quickly stocking enough food. Next, he took out the handgun for aiming practice, continually solidifying his muscle memory. After completing physical and skill training, he once again immersed his consciousness in the exclusive warehouse for routine mental exercise. After exiting, the mental fatigue remained, but the recovery speed seemed to have improved a little. When the midday sun hung almost directly overhead, reflecting white light off the sea surface, Chen Zhiye felt that he was in optimal condition. On the faintly golden panel in his consciousness, 20 dice were emitting a soft and continuous glow. Daily random draw available. It was the third day. Let us see how the luck at noon was. Chen Zhiye thought silently, his consciousness touching the dice. The dice began to rotate smoothly. The light dimmer than when he drew unrestricted for the first time, but perhaps a bit more solid than yesterday when he drew the spear. Maybe it was just psychological. A few seconds later, the dice slowly came to a stop. Draw complete. Congratulations, you have obtained crafted stone dagger X1. With a flash of light, a physical object appeared in his hand. It felt heavy and cold, rough to the touch. Chen Zhiye looked down and examined it. The dagger was less than a foot long, with the blade made of obsidian. The edges were not very uniform, but he could see the sharp blade glinting in the sunlight. The handle was roughly bound to the stone piece with some kind of tough vine or leather strip to enhance grip. It was a weapon of Stone Age style. Chen Zhiye weighed the dagger in his hand. From the hardwood spear to this crafted stone tool, it was indeed strictly following the rule of not exceeding the current technological level of the carrying era. Although this dagger appeared primitive and crude, it had its uses. It was much more convenient and precise for processing captured fish and cutting seaweed than using that slightly cumbersome spear. Moreover, as a close-range weapon, it might also serve unexpected defensive purposes at close quarters. He picked up the stone dagger and began to try using it to cut the fish meat. Although the stone blade was not as sharp as metal, it surprisingly worked quite well when used carefully. Existence is reasonable, Chen Zhiye thought. In this primitive era, Every tool that could enhance survival efficiency was worth cherishing. While processing the fish meat, he occasionally glanced at the regional channel. The public disputes have decreased after the announcement, but the information about recruitment from various small groups and private trading tests still exist. The leaders of the branches should be active in their respective groups, but rarely do they see messages from them. The disturbances from the outside world rise and fall like ripples on the sea. Chen Zhiye, however, quietly collects supplies and familiarizes himself with new weapons at his own pace. Chapter 10. Sustainable Development. The afternoon sun is no longer as harsh as at noon, but the heat rising from the sea still feels stifling. Chen Zhiye has completed his second conscious exploration of the warehouse today. Just as he is about to lie down to rest and relieve his mental fatigue, he feels a slight warmth in his arm. It is a notification from the safety group on the panel indicating important information to review. An important notice issued by group leader Chen Zhiye, marked with the title, Confidential, Secret. Chen Zhiye carefully reads the information. All subordinate groups, liaison group. The technical group's research on seaweed has made a key breakthrough, and relevant technical guidelines are now being distributed. Key points for sustainable water extraction technology from light blue seaweed, first edition. The technical group has confirmed through multiple observations that this type of seaweed grows in patches. A visible seaweed cluster is actually formed by 8 to 15 independent plants gathering together, with all branches ultimately converging into a thick main stem about 1 meter underwater. Not all parts of the seaweed are drinkable. Only the branches floating on the surface are rich in drinkable juice. By carefully piercing the top with a fish spine, juice can be made to flow continuously. The flow rate is stable, and the wound will naturally heal about 2 hours after being pierced. This method may yield slightly less than the crude one-time method, but it is sustainable, repeatable, and causes minimal damage to the seaweed resources. The operational specifications are as follows. Identification: choose brightly colored seaweed with a full top. Piercing: use a sharp fish spine to pierce vertically into the top, about 2 to 3 centimeters deep. Collection: make a simple water storage bag using lightweight and somewhat flexible fish skin. Supporting tool for making simple fish skin water bags. Select the complete skin of a larger fish, trying to keep it intact. Tough fibers can be made from processed seaweed fibers or clothing fibers. Carefully hollow out the fish meat, turning the inside of the fish skin outward and scraping off any remaining fat. Washing it repeatedly with seawater until there is no obvious fishy smell, and slightly stretching and air drying it until it is semi-flexible. Fold and tie the opening at the fish head with fibers, leaving the tail end as a filling opening. Check for leaks after filling with water. After carefully reading, Chen Zhiye admires the ingenuity. The previous crude method was difficult to sustain as a long-term stable water source. This method is like discovering a micro-oasis in the ocean for grazing. The technical group has identified and summarized the rules in such a short time, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Immediately afterward, Chen Zhiye issued a directive regarding the safety group. The branch's resolution, copied to all professional groups. Members of each professional group do not need to undertake water collection work, as the branch will uniformly allocate a quota of fresh water. The branch committee requires all group members to fully dedicate their energy to their respective group tasks to ensure freshwater supply for the professional groups. The branch has decided to assign 2 liaison groups to form a special team responsible for preparing water storage bags from collected fish skins according to the simple method provided by the technical group. Our primary task is to use all available time to quickly familiarize ourselves with weapons, enhance individual combat capabilities, improve physical fitness, and develop crisis plans to respond to potential threats in the future. This directive appears to be aimed at improving the work efficiency of the professional groups, but the deeper implications make him think. The uniform allocation of freshwater is a phrase he silently contemplates. In the current environment, freshwater is the absolute hard currency of life, the most basic and urgent need for everyone. Although there was coordination from the branch before, water collection was essentially still a personal endeavor based on individual needs and abilities. The right to access resources was largely still dispersed among individuals. However, the branch has unified the freshwater supply for the professional groups into a quota system. This implies a clear division of social labor and directed flow of resources, indicating a deeper level of binding. Why implement this? If it were merely to maintain the status quo where everyone collects water individually, although inefficient, it is not unfeasible. The branch's elaborate push for a division of labor that requires high levels of organization and trust is not just to save a bit of time for water collection. The only reasonable explanation is that the branch has made a choice. They believe that physical aggregation and interaction between personnel and vehicles will inevitably occur in the future. They are preparing for the world that will emerge after encounters. Chen Zhiye acknowledges receipt. Currently, he has not been assigned a specific task within the safety group. Perhaps they think his greatest value lies in that gun, which can only be realized when they meet at sea. Almost simultaneously with the internal notification from the safety group, a public announcement was issued by Publicity Committee member Sun Qian to everyone. After testing, piercing the top of the floating part of the light blue seaweed can make it continuously exude drinkable juice, with a much higher efficiency than before. It is recommended that everyone pay attention to finding healthy seaweed and operate gently. Detailed techniques can be consulted from the group leader after joining a mutual assistance team. This announcement omitted some details. It only disclosed the core conclusion and the most basic methods to ensure that other survivors could improve their drinking conditions. Many people in the channel expressed surprise and joy, eager to try, when someone complained that it was too simple and did not know the specific operation. A leader from the mutual assistance team immediately came out to guide them to join and let survivors with questions contact them privately. Chen Zhiye can see that the information management network constructed by the branch is continually growing. He continues with his schedule. Without the pressure of water collection, he can focus more on practicing and adjusting his shooting posture on the swaying boat. Time quietly passes in focused practice, and as the sea breeze cools, a private message alert sounds. It is Chen Zhiye. This is the first batch of water bags allocated by the branch. After drinking, please return the empty water bags to Xiao Wu in the group. He will arrange for collection and refilling. Chen Zhiye. Understood. Thank you, group leader. Thank you, branch. Chen Zhiye received the water bag and took a small sip. The juice is cool and seems less viscous than what he had previously collected with effort, likely having undergone some simple sedimentation and filtration. He wonders how things would be if there were no rapidly formed branch, and everyone was still scattered and fighting their own battles. Perhaps someone could discover this phenomenon, and there might even be kind-hearted people wanting to share methods. But without a unified standard, greed and short-sightedness might prevail. To collect just one more drop of water, people might recklessly enlarge the piercing holes, frequently puncture the water plants, or even continue using crude methods for water collection. It wouldn't be long before the seaweed in this area might die off in large quantities due to over-extraction. No one knows how many seaweeds there are. If the number is limited, the recently alleviated freshwater crisis would return with even greater intensity, leading to despair for survival instead of mere disputes. Fortunately, people organized themselves on the first day by implementing uniform allocation. The professional groups were liberated from the tedious collection of survival materials and could devote all their energy to more important tasks. This division of labor and cooperation model, where everyone plays their role, yields overall benefits far beyond those of several small groups. This bag of clear water contained in the fish skin water bag is not just water, it is a manifestation of order. It clearly indicates that in this cruel blue cage, lone wolf-style heroism may provide temporary satisfaction. But what can truly lead the vast majority forward is always the highly organized collective wisdom and strength. He carefully ties the opening of the water bag and places it in the storage space of the panel. This bag of water is of great significance. It marks the beginning of order. He is no longer a self-sustaining individual, but has been integrated into a system with logistical support. Although this system is still primitive, it has already shown strong vitality. As dusk falls, the regional channel's brief announcement about obtaining more water by piercing the crystal spring grass continues to be mentioned. Many people have tried it and confirmed its effectiveness, praising it, while others complain about poor operation wasting a lot of juice. Chapter 11. Current status of the branch. Night falls, and the stars are twinkling. Chen Zhiye leans against the side of the boat, both mentally and physically exhausted. He sips the clear juice from the fish skin water bag, enjoying the rare tranquility of the day while scrolling through the panel. Just as he is looking at fresh melons in the channel, the group chat in the branch notification group alerts him to a new announcement. Chen Zhiye immediately clicks on it. The sender is Propaganda Committee member Sun Qian, with the title Branch 3-Day Work Summary and Development Plan Briefing, Internal Circulation. The brief maintains her efficient style. To all professional groups and comrades in the liaison group, it has been over 3 days since we were forced to land in this unfamiliar sea area. With the joint efforts of all compatriots, the temporary branch in Area 293478 has built an organizational framework from scratch, stabilized basic order, and explored survival paths. The current situation summary and directions for future work are as follows. 1. Organizational structure and personnel status. As of this evening, branch and direct professional groups. The branch committee has a total of 7 members. Logistics Support Group. Leader. Zhaoming currently has 113 members, including the Resource Statistics Group, Material Allocation and Trading Coordination Group, and Water Resource Special Group. Their main tasks are survival resource statistics and coordination, and the production and supply of critical materials. Personnel Coordination Group. Leader, Zhang Yun currently has 18 members, including the Identification and Assessment Group and Coordination Group, responsible for verifying the information of all applicants to join, coordinating their inclusion in mutual aid teams or professional groups. Security and Defense Group. Leader, Chen Zhiye currently has 53 members, with a core composition of 47 individuals, including active military and police personnel, and those retired for no more than 2 years, weapon holders, and those with special skills and gifting abilities, along with 6 auxiliary personnel. Their main tasks include regional security threat assessment, promotion of self-defense skills, and military construction. Propaganda and Information Group. Leader, Sun Qian currently has 25 members, including the Information Collection Group and Information Organization and Analysis Group. Their main tasks are to collect, verify, organize, publish information, and guide public opinion. Technical Advisory Group. Leader, Li currently has 58 members, including professionals from the shipbuilding, handicrafts, construction, and manufacturing industries. Their main tasks are to tackle vehicle and tool improvement technologies under existing conditions and develop survival technologies. Medical Advisory Group. Leader, Wang Hai currently has 16 members, consisting of former doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and those with certain first aid knowledge. Their main tasks are to provide medical consultations, guidance on common disease management, and public health knowledge dissemination. Currently, there are 7 liaison groups established and effectively operating, with the 1st to 6th groups fully staffed, each overseeing 5 mutual aid teams, and the 7th liaison group currently overseeing 2 mutual aid teams. The branch can effectively mobilize and manage a total of over 600 people through the direct group and liaison group system. The next focus of work is to integrate other independent small groups and individual survivors within the region. 2. Current core achievements. The region has initially established order. The 3-level package system has begun to operate, and information channels are essentially open. The promotion of sustainable water extraction methods and their supporting tools has greatly alleviated the freshwater pressure in the region and demonstrated the advantages of organization. The release of multiple survival guides has enhanced the overall survival capability of the region. Currently, our area has slowed its attrition rate, with 5 people lost today, including 1 from the organization, leaving 955 surviving individuals in the area. 3. Next phase work focus prioritize the stable acquisition of basic survival supplies. Initiate knowledge retention and inheritance. Many comrades possess professional knowledge and skills that must not be forgotten. Starting today, the Information Group will take the lead, with cooperation from all direct groups and liaison groups to register all professionals. Key knowledge, experience, and techniques must be documented as soon as possible and stored in a categorized manner on the panel, making every effort to preserve the last legacy left to us by civilized society. The Security Group will continue to strengthen individual combat training, improve defense guidelines, and explore tactical cooperation plans for teams based on the assumption of future convergence. The Logistics Group will continue to optimize freshwater production and distribution processes and explore large-scale acquisition and storage methods for fish and salt. The Technical Group will focus on strengthening and expanding vehicle plans and exploring the feasibility of simple sails, paddles, and rudders. The Medical Group will continue to improve the disease prevention and control system and begin gathering information on usable herbs. The Information Group will strengthen information collection and analysis, closely monitor the movements of ungrouped individuals and any anomalies in the regional environment. Each liaison group will work hard to maintain internal stability, ensure smooth information flow, and organize team members to study all published survival experiences, ensuring that every member masters them and makes every effort to stockpile survival supplies to cope with possible difficult times. Comrades, fellow compatriots, we are moving from a chaotic period of survival to a new era of orderly development. The road ahead will undoubtedly be filled with dangers, but as long as we unite, leverage our organizational strength, and preserve the wisdom of civilization, we will surely carve out a path of survival that belongs to us on this vast blue expanse. Branch Committee, a collective composed of more than 60% of survivors. In just 3 days, to be able to organize such scale and organization under extreme conditions of physical isolation is almost a miracle. Knowledge retention plan. Chen Zhiye's gaze lingers longest on this part. Practical knowledge about ships, machinery, and medicine is indeed a more precious asset than any rare item on this sea. Systematically organizing and retaining it is the most important insurance for the long-term survival of the entire region. A strong sense of belonging flows in everyone's heart. They are no longer the initial group of panicked survivors, but have become a collective with a common goal. Personal strength is indeed as small as dust in the face of nature. But when considering that there are over 600 people like himself working towards the same goal, an indescribable sense of power arises. Humans are ultimately social animals, and organizational cooperation is a survival imprint deeply ingrained in our genes. The confidence and faith endowed by the group are irreplaceable. Chen Zhiye carefully puts away the empty water bag, preparing to hand it over to the diligent Xiao Wu tomorrow. He tightens his grip on the stone dagger and begins to practice the most basic actions of chopping, stabbing, and slicing under the starlight. As night deepens, he curls up and falls asleep after completing the last set of exercises. In his dreams, he no longer drifts alone but sees thousands of sails competing, converging into an unstoppable torrent. Chapter 12. Major discovery. Opening his eyes, the sky is the familiar azure. The rocking of the small boat beneath him no longer causes unease. Chen Zhiye does not get up immediately, but first lies quietly for a few seconds to feel his body's condition. His muscles are still slightly sore, but it is a normal response after exercise. His mind is clear. The mental fatigue from yesterday has already recovered. A new day. Chen Zhiye murmurs softly to himself. He sits up, and the first thing he does is immerse his consciousness into the panel. The nebula background remains deep, and the 20-sided dice in the center emits a soft and steady glow, waiting for its mission. Daily random draw available. It's the 4th day. Chen Zhiye silently counts in his heart and gently touches the dice with his consciousness. The dice responds to his thought, its glow swirling with a rhythm that is becoming increasingly familiar. He no longer holds unrealistic expectations for each draw as he did at first, accepting the randomness with a mindset of contentment. The dice gradually comes to a stop. Draw complete. Congratulations, you have obtained Sling X1. With a flash of light, an item falls from the storage into his hand. The item in hand is a rough yet resilient fiber rope, with a wide pouch woven in the middle and 2 ends, one long and one short, serving as handles. Its structure is extremely simple, exuding the essence of ancient hunting times. Chen Zhiye examines the sling, weighing this ancient weapon. Its only current use may be as a rope. He feels no frustration. Each of these primitive tools can be applied to actual survival. After carefully studying the sling, Chen Zhiye carefully puts it away in his dedicated storage and begins executing his planned schedule. He takes out fish meat and the fish skin water bag provided by the branch and eats slowly. After satisfying his physiological needs, he moves on to mental training, closing his eyes as his consciousness sinks back into the dedicated storage. The 155mm self-propelled howitzer remains as silent as a mountain, and Chen Zhiye's consciousness becomes more concentrated as he attempts to mentally touch every weld on the turret. The consumption of mental energy is still evident, but he can clearly feel progress, with the slight dizziness after exiting recovering more quickly. After a brief rest following the mental exercise, he takes out his pistol. After the live-fire shooting the previous day and daily grip practice, he finds the feel of the gun familiar. The cold metal sensation is no longer strange, bringing a solid sense of security. He practices repeatedly on the swaying vessel, striving for standard movements to form stable muscle memory. As the morning sun gradually becomes scorching, he rests while browsing the information on the panel. The discussion about water collection in the regional channel has slightly decreased in intensity. In its place are various small groups advertising for personnel, sporadic food trade information, and some people debating future directions. The open communication under the branch system has noticeably diminished, and it is evident that most effective organizations and discussions have shifted to various group internal discussions. In the afternoon, his thrusts with the hardwood spear become increasingly steady and precise, while the swings of the stone dagger become more adept. During breaks in training, Chen Zhiye finds his greatest pleasure in following the directory of the Knowledge Retention Program in the branch group. This knowledge base, initiated by the information group, has begun to reveal its value. Various professionals have organized and recorded their knowledge and experiences in the most refined and practical words. There are methods for observing the weather by watching clouds, descriptions of simple lever and pulley constructions, steps for cultivating bean sprouts using moisture, and basic first aid terminology and gesture symbols. As night falls, Chen Zhiye concludes a day of training. He opens the freshly released 293478 Regional Adaptability Physical Enhancement Program to enjoy for dinner. This program is a collaborative effort by fitness coaches, nutritionists, and several survivors who have received enhancements in strength, endurance, and flexibility. It fully considers the reality of survivors having extremely limited activity space, unstable nutritional intake, and significant individual differences in the current environment. The core of the program is to utilize body weight and the environment for training. It emphasizes improving core strength, balance, and flexibility to adapt to life on the water. The movements include variations of push-ups on the boat, sit-ups, and various stretching exercises to relieve muscle stiffness from prolonged curling. For those with abilities, the program also provides suggestions on how to feel and control the newly acquired powers. The emergence of this program has immediately received widespread acclaim. Many who feel their bodies gradually weakening or unable to effectively control their new abilities treasure it, sharing their experiences after trying it in the channel. Chen Zhiye also immediately tries several basic movements from the program. Moving in the narrow boat is indeed inconvenient, but after completing a few simple stretches and core strength exercises, he feels a sense of relaxation and vitality. He decides to incorporate it into his daily routine. Just as he completes a set of exercises and is slightly out of breath, Deputy Secretary and Logistics Team Leader Zhao Ming is experiencing a significant discovery that could change their survival process. With the support of the branch's coordination, members of the Ability Alliance with underwater breathing capabilities conducted an underwater survey of the light blue seagrass growth area. The survey reconfirmed that the seagrass is not rootless floating. All visible branches ultimately converge on an extremely thick main stem. This main stem extends vertically downward, and due to visibility limitations and the diver's descent capabilities, it has not yet reached the bottom, with a depth exceeding 15 meters. The main stem is made of hard material, preliminarily judged to be similar to hardwood. At a depth of about 5 meters underwater, the main stem exhibits obvious structures resembling bamboo joints, with segments spaced about 1 meter apart. The structure between the joints is clear. The divers reported that this area is relatively brittle and can be cut or broken with human strength or simple tools. Zhao Ming made a decisive decision to obtain a small number of sample segments through trading with the Ability Alliance. After preliminary inspection by the technical team, the segment was found to be hollow, with a resilient wall and buoyancy. Its physical properties are excellent, making it easy to cut, polish, and drill. It can be used to reinforce existing canoes, make spear shafts, paddles, or oars, and even construct the framework for small rafts. Zhao Ming knows that this discovery is of great significance. The main stem may become another key strategic resource after sustainable freshwater in the region. This is like opening a door to upgrading their vessels, which are currently stuck in canoes. If the previous various guides and knowledge were an enhancement of soft power, then this discovery provides a realistic foundation for enhancing hard power. From the most basic application perspective, bundling several segments of this material on both sides can significantly increase stability and load capacity. If they can make real paddles instead of using hands to paddle, how much will navigation efficiency improve? Perhaps the days of meeting others on the sea are just around the corner. However, the underwater depth and collection difficulty also pose certain challenges to existing vessels and personnel capabilities. The branch committee immediately instructed the technical team to begin researching safe and efficient collection plans and exploring processing application technologies. The logistics team began evaluating the potential for further cooperation and exchange conditions with external groups like the Ability Alliance regarding such resources. Zhao Ming gazes into the deep sea below the boat. The seemingly calm surface of the sea not only provides essential freshwater resources for survival, but also hides the hope of transforming their vessels. This sea area seems to be gradually revealing its hidden rules to them. Chapter 13. Meat and salt. There is no jarring alarm clock, no urban noise. Only the gentle rhythm of the waves lapping against the bottom of the boat. Dawn arrives in luxurious tranquility. Chen Zhiye opens his eyes. The sky is a clear fish belly white, another sunny day. He does not get up immediately, but habitually sinks his consciousness into the pale golden panel. Daily random draw available. Chen Zhiye feels calm and undisturbed as his consciousness touches the dice. Draw complete. Congratulations, you have obtained Hardwood Spear X1. Another hardwood spear appears in his hand, almost identical to the previous one. It seems that this randomness has its preferences. He mutters to himself, feeling no disappointment. Having one more spear might be useful in the future. Resources are never too much. Chen Zhiye plans to draw a few more times to see, and in a few days he can try to trade anonymously. Unfortunately, what he reported at the time was just a pistol. Now he has accumulated several weapons, but cannot take them out. After finishing his storage, he prepares to check the regional channel and group information before having breakfast and training. When he opens the branch group chat and safety group chat, he finds it bustling with activity. The source is a message posted early in the morning by the technical advisor group leader Li. Great news. Thanks to the joint efforts of the technical team, comrades with weaving experience, and several fishing enthusiasts, the first trial small hand-cast fishing net has been successfully made last night using disassembled clothing fibers and resilient seaweed fibers. Preliminary tests show that its mesh size, structural strength, and throwing performance all meet design expectations. far superior to hand-catching efficiency. Awesome. This is fantastic. The food problem is saved. The branch group chat was filled with excitement. A more detailed follow-up announcement was released by the publicity committee member, Chen Zhiye, in the morning via the branch notification group, in order to quickly transform the results of the hand-cast fishing nets into the overall survival capability of the region. The branch has decided to establish a special group for the production of fishing nets, led by Comrade Li from the technical team. There will be a material processing team responsible for the disassembly of clothing fibers and the collection and pretreatment of seaweed fibers. The weaving group will consist of skilled workers who have mastered weaving skills and will be responsible for weaving the key parts of the nets. The assembly group will be responsible for reinforcing the edges of the nets, installing fishbone weights, and weaving the grip ropes. A production line operation mode will be adopted to expand production and maximize overall production efficiency. The produced fishing nets will be prioritized for distribution to each liaison group, overseen by the group leaders, who will select mutual aid teams with fishing experience or strong learning abilities to form fishing teams responsible for fishing operations. The resulting catch will be distributed within the group and proportionally submitted to the branch's logistics team for allocation. The era of individuals relying on spear fishing is about to be replaced by organized and efficient collective fishing. Chen Zhiye received a private message from the duty officer. Xiaowu, Comrade Chen Zhiye, today's branch supplies have been distributed. Please check. A transaction request popped up, and after Chen Zhiye confirmed it, his storage space had a few clean, silvery sea fish and a larger water bag filled with fresh water. The fish meat was obviously richer than what he had caught himself, and the water quantity was also more abundant. This meant that starting today, all members of the directly affiliated professional teams were completely liberated from the tasks of searching for food and water. The branch provided logistical support for professionals with efficient organizational strength, allowing them to focus entirely on their respective professional tasks. Chen Zhiye felt somewhat undeserving. Compared to those professionals who were producing results, he seemed to be merely filling a position, whether in combat training, technical research, information processing, or medical research. He could only comfort himself that his current abilities were not very useful and that he would talk about it after leveling up. In his spare time, he allocated some time to study the knowledge about navigation, meteorology, and even basic physics in the knowledge preservation plan. At noon, the branch group chat once again shared good news. A survivor named Zhou Wei from a mutual aid team under the 3rd Liaison Group successfully scaled up the production of edible salt before anyone else. The announcement detailed the method, which was clearly optimized by the technical team. Simple salt production method. Take clear seawater, filter it repeatedly through multiple layers of fine fabric, and let it sit to remove impurities. Sprinkle small amounts of the filtered clean seawater onto the surface of unfolded dark clothing and place it in the sun to dry. Once the moisture evaporates, carefully scrape off the white crystals that precipitate on the surface of the clothing. This is the coarse salt containing impurities. Dissolve the coarse salt back into a small amount of filtered clean seawater to form a saturated solution. Place this saturated solution in a flat container and dry it again in the sun, where purer edible salt will precipitate at the bottom. The announcement noted that Comrade Zhou Wei took 4 days to obtain a small amount of finished product. He did not keep it to himself, but promptly reported it to the branch through the team leader. After the branch's technical team confirmed the method's effectiveness, it was immediately decided to promote it throughout the region. Salt. Not only can it enhance flavor and stimulate appetite, but more importantly, it can replenish the sodium ions lost through sweating and maintain electrolyte balance. The channel was filled with gratitude and praise for Zhou Wei, as well as excitement about attempting salt production. With abundant food, stable freshwater, and now the hope of salt, a sense of living rather than merely surviving began to sprout in many hearts. Chen Zhiye also felt genuine joy. As the most basic survival needs were overcome by collective strength one by one, the spark of human civilization began to shine resiliently once again. These seemingly minor progressions accumulated to become the cornerstone of civilization reconstruction. In the afternoon, as the sun began to set, the sea breeze brought a bit of coolness. The branch issued a temporary method for rewards and punishments, evidently to encourage more people to contribute their wisdom and strength. However, a large-scale trading system had not yet been established, so rewards and punishments could only rely primarily on spiritual recognition and documentation. The rewards were divided into 3 levels. Commendation, for those who performed outstandingly in information sharing, mutual assistance, etc., would be recorded and acknowledged internally by each group and liaison group. Merit Award, for those who made significant contributions, such as providing effective survival techniques, discovering important resources, or performing excellently in collective tasks, would be issued by the branch. Announced in the regional channel, and rewarded with a small amount of extra supplies as an incentive. Record of merit for those who made major contributions, such as the development of fishing nets by the technical team or the compilation of defense guidelines by the security team, would be recognized by the branch, recorded in the regional survival log, and given priority in future resource allocation. Punishments were similarly divided into 3 levels. Criticism, for minor violations of collective regulations, spreading negative comments, etc., would receive internal criticism and education, with a requirement to correct behavior. Warning, for more serious violations, such as repeated infractions, maliciously attacking others in the channel, or undermining collective unity, would receive a warning in the regional channel and, depending on the situation, may temporarily restrict resource allocation or trading qualifications. Record of penalty, for severely damaging collective interests, inciting division, or committing fraud would result in a penalty record, a regional announcement, and placement on a key observation list, affecting future evaluations and rights within the collective. The announcement also emphasized that the method had retrospective effect. The branch would assess individuals who selflessly shared key survival information in the regional channel on the first day, such as the discovery of drinkable light blue seaweed and edible silver fish, and would recognize and commend their contributions at that time, with their deeds recorded in the regional survival log. The introduction of the reward and punishment method was to inform everyone about what is encouraged and what is prohibited in this newly formed collective. Contributions would be remembered, and mistakes would have consequences. It was not only a matter of management, but also a way to shape values. Chapter 14. Reducing numbers, daily random selection available. Chen Zhiye's body and mind had gradually adapted to the rhythm of this blue expanse, habitually checking his physical condition and finding no discomfort. He directed his consciousness toward the panel. Chen Zhiye's thoughts moved slightly, and he touched the dice. Draw complete. Congratulations, you have obtained hardwood round shield. A round shield, about half a meter in diameter, made of thick hardwood and wrapped with rough beast hide along the edges, appeared in his hand from the warehouse. The shield's surface was plain, with no ornate decorations, and the back had a handguard. Chen Zhiye weighed the shield. It felt quite heavy in his hand, giving a solid sense of protection. A defensive wooden shield, his weapon inventory was gradually improving. He swung it a few times, feeling the weight and balance of the shield, before returning it to his exclusive storage. A sturdy shield is more valuable than an attacking weapon when facing conflict. As usual, he first browsed the regional channel and group information to understand the dynamics of the area overnight. However, today's morning panel channel seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. The first thing that caught his attention was a brief announcement from Publicity Committee member Sun Qian, with a sorrowful tone. After thorough verification, it has been confirmed that 16 survivors in Area 293478 chose to commit suicide together last night. Here, the temporary branch expresses deep mourning and once again strongly urges all compatriots to uplift themselves, integrate into the collective, and endure the hardships together. The channel was overwhelmed with complex emotions. There was shock, fear, confusion, and also a sense of sorrow for the fallen. Why? They clearly could have survived. And food was increasing. I was in that small group before. Several people said they couldn't see any hope. I know one of them. He previously said that once they built a sailboat, they could go home. A sense of desolation enveloped Chen Zhiye, as if mourning for one's kind. Perhaps hunger and thirst, struggling on the brink of death, would overwhelm the instinct to survive above all else. But once the most basic survival needs are barely met, the mind has the capacity to ponder deeper and more terrifying questions. Can we really go back? The panel offers no promises. How long will we stay here? Feeling the swaying, narrow canoe beneath his feet, he thinks of the storms and endless sea he might face in the future. This prospect of eternal confinement is enough to drive the weak-willed to despair. The poison of hope can sharply magnify as the pressure of survival temporarily eases. They see the light, but realize they may never reach it. This realization is more despairing than remaining in darkness. The 16 people from last night perhaps confided in a private group, amplifying each other's fears. Ultimately, at the darkest moment before dawn, they reached a heartbreaking consensus. They did not die from the lack of material resources, but from the collapse of their spirits, crushed under the weight of the future. The branch has also been guiding them, emphasizing that every life is precious, that the collective is the support for each individual, and each individual supports the collective. They should not give up hope for life. But Chen Zhiye knows that some scars are difficult to heal even with collective warmth. This tragedy reminds them that in this blue cage, danger comes not only from the outside, but also from within. He suppresses this heaviness and begins to eat breakfast in an orderly manner. The taste is the same, but chewing brings an added awareness of the difficulty of survival. Training continues as usual. He performs each exercise with more focus and effort than ever before, as if he wants to dispel the chill lingering in his heart through physical toil. At noon, when the sunlight falls vertically on the sea surface, the safety team group chat buzzes with new messages. Team members, after collaboration between the branch and the Ability Alliance for an underwater survey of the light blue seagrass growth area, have developed a preliminary plan for utilizing the seagrass stems. The technical team has successfully modified fish skin water bags into fish skin air sacs. These air sacs are airtight and can provide a considerable amount of oxygen when fully inflated. Calculations show that an average adult carrying 3 inflated air sacs can dive to a depth of 10 meters for a short time and safely return to the surface. Note, before diving, the canoe must be securely moored to a non-target seagrass stem with ropes. All branches at the top of the target stem must be cleared before diving to ensure the work target is clear and to avoid entanglement. The logistics team has prepared a batch of mooring ropes and fish skin air sacs. Members of the safety team who are willing and confident in their physical fitness and swimming ability can apply to the duty staff for them. After use, the air sacs and ropes must be returned for recycling. Additionally, the branch has coordinated with the logistics team, the technical team, and the safety team to call upon comrades with machetes and other tools to prioritize processing the collected stems. The first phase will focus on producing a batch of spear or harpoon-type weapons. The completed weapons will be prioritized for distribution to branch members based on their contributions and existing weapon supplies to enhance overall basic defense capabilities. Chen Zhiye, will lead, with comrades experienced in cold weapons assisting in quickly organizing a set of basic operational techniques and coordination points for spears, guns, and sticks suitable for the current environment, forming a simple teaching material to conduct basic training after weapon distribution. The technical team will then attempt to make stabilizing float tubes and simple paddles for the canoe using the collected stems. This information dispelled some of the gloom brought about by last night's casualties. Chen Zhiye felt a stir of excitement. He was confident in his swimming ability and physical strength, and clearing branches and breaking the stem didn't sound like difficult tasks. More importantly, he wanted to contribute something to the collective. Without hesitation, he immediately sent a request to Wu from the duty team to collect ropes and air sacs. Soon, a bundle of sturdy fiber ropes and 3 processed fish skin air sacs appeared in his storage space. He carefully tied one end of the rope to the canoe and then jumped into the sea to securely tie the other end to a relatively thick stem. The seawater enveloped him instantly. His body felt cold but soon began to adapt. He then used a stone dagger to carefully cut and collect all the light blue branches above the water surface of the selected seagrass stem, placing them into his storage space. With the preparations complete, he quickly inflated the 3 fish skin air sacs and secured them in his space. Taking a deep breath, he dove down along the vertical seagrass stem into the dark water. Sunlight filtered through the surface, casting swaying beams in the water. But as he descended, the light quickly dimmed, leaving only the sound of his heartbeat and the bubbles rising. Water pressure began to affect his eardrums noticeably. He strained to look down. The stem appeared like a massive cable leading to the abyss, faintly visible in the murky water. Estimating he was about 5 meters deep, he spotted the key structure, a noticeably swollen, bamboo-like section on the stem. He counted down 5 segments, steadied his position, placed his feet on the solid stem below, gripped the section above it with both hands, and slowly bent backward, using his waist to exert force. After deflating 2 air sacs, he felt a jolt in his hands, and the stem broke successfully. He did not dare to delay, immediately clasping the broken segment and allowing it to float back up slowly. With a splash, he broke through the surface, gasping for fresh air, sunlight blinding him momentarily. He quickly swam to the canoe, first tying the segment to the side before climbing aboard himself. Looking at the damp segment bobbing up and down beside the canoe, Chen Zhiye felt a sense of accomplishment. Leaning against the side of the canoe to rest, he opened the panel to see if others had also made any gains. Safety announcement. One comrade from our branch's 7th liaison group has gone missing underwater during the seagrass stem collection operation and has unfortunately been confirmed deceased. Preliminary assessments suggest it may have been due to diving too deep for too long, leading to exhaustion or encountering unknown risks like underwater currents. The branch requires all comrades currently conducting or planning underwater operations to relearn and strictly adhere to safety precautions, with strict limits on diving depth and time. If there is still one unused air sac and the stem has not been broken, operations must cease, and divers must return to the surface to confirm safety after resting before resuming work. It is emphasized again to act within one's capabilities. If you feel any discomfort, immediately abandoned the operation and surface. Safety first, life above all. All comrades must remember this. Another life has been lost. And this time it was an accident involving comrades contributing to the collective. Chen Zhiye looked at this message, the joy from his successful collection freezing abruptly. He instinctively looked at the water he had just dived into, the deep blue now filled with the danger felt upon arrival. He recalled the heart-pounding darkness during his descent and the urgency as the air in his lungs gradually diminished. The strength of the collective can create miracles of survival. But in the face of nature, individual life remains so fragile. Rules and regulations are indeed earned through blood and lessons. He quietly closed the panel. The stem he had just broken fixed to the side of the canoe. It would become a weapon, a tool to push people forward. Even though its acquisition came with sacrifice, the gains and costs played out directly and cruelly on this blue stage. The setting sun stained the sea a tragic red, as if mourning the lost lives. Chapter 15. Daily life. The accidental casualties during underwater operations awakened many, including Chen Zhiye. The meaning of survival became clearer. It is not just about fighting hunger and thirst or battling loneliness. It is also about being constantly vigilant against the risks hidden behind every endeavor and exploration. The dark waters harboring resources of hope also conceal threats. Chen Zhiye contacted Wu from the duty team through the panel, efficiently returning the ropes and fish skin air sacs he had borrowed. Comrade Xiao Wu, the airbag and rope have been returned, and I successfully collected a piece of sea bamboo, which I am sending to you. Soon, Xiao Wu's reply came. Comrade Chen Zhiye, the materials have been confirmed for recovery. Thank you for your cooperation. Currently, the main materials collected are sufficient to complete the first batch of weapon production, so please keep the materials safe and wait patiently. Once enough weapons are made, we will immediately start the production of vehicle modification tools, and we will need more materials then. Chen Zhiye felt a bit disappointed. It seemed everyone was very enthusiastic. In the next 3 days, Chen Zhiye's life entered a rhythmic and normalized routine. Every day, he cycled through similar nodes. The early morning began with the faint light of the dice. On the 7th day, he drew a bone stick, thick at one end and thin at the other, which was a leg bone of an unknown animal. On the 8th day, he obtained a stone axe, a rough stone axe with a sharp stone bound to an L-shaped hardwood with beast sinew. On the 9th day, he drew a hardwood short stick, about the length of an arm, made of hard material. All of these were primitive weapons from an ancient era, as if his ability, after making an impressive debut, had completely blended into the primitive tone of this ocean, becoming simple and unadorned. Chen Zhiye had long regarded this with a calm mind, and even began to appreciate this practicality. After the draw, it was an unchanging training schedule. The mental exploration warehouse honed his will. He practiced aiming with an empty gun, firing simulations, and increasingly familiarizing himself with the disassembly and maintenance of the 92-style structure. Chen Zhiye was becoming more and more skilled. Cold weapon practice was becoming richer, incorporating the thrust, sweep, and block of the spear, the swing, stab, and cutting of the stone dagger, the chopping of the stone axe, and the swinging and blocking of the short stick, all of which he gradually integrated into practice, sharing the key points of cold weapon use from the safety group. Although he had to explore on his own without guidance, each drop of sweat improved his control over his own strength and the characteristics of the weapons. Adaptive physical training had been combined with cold weapon practice, effectively maintaining his body's flexibility and agility. The breaks between training were time for learning and information acquisition. The results of the knowledge retention plan were becoming increasingly fruitful, and he absorbed knowledge about navigation, meteorology, plant identification, basic medical care, and simple mechanical principles like a greedy sponge, while also closely monitoring the dynamics of the area on the panel. During these 3 days, the regional landscape underwent significant and profound changes. First was the integration of personnel. In this pure environment that relied solely on panel text communication, without any interference from real identities or means, a collective that was organized, scaled, and occupied the moral and resource high ground had an undeniable ability to guide and shape public opinion. The temporary branch and its various groups and propaganda channels formed an efficient information dissemination and framing network. Their daily public survival logs and detailed technical guides continuously conveyed the core narrative of unity, order, hope, and collectivity. This systematic information flood formed a powerful orientation in the main public space of the regional channel. In contrast, the recruitment of small groups, individual complaints, or desperate outbursts seemed scattered and powerless, quickly drowned out. Without the branch's deliberate effort, a collective that could provide assurance in such an extreme environment already possessed the strongest voice. The values it advocated were also most easily accepted and followed by the majority who craved survival and order. This invisible public opinion atmosphere paved the way for subsequent personnel integration. The increasingly apparent organizational superiority and resource assurance capability of the branch became the strongest adhesive. Among the Ability Alliance, represented by a member with the ability to breathe underwater, a considerable portion of those who saw the reality and desired a more stable living environment took the initiative to leave and apply to join the branch. Their abilities were utilized more safely and effectively under the branch's coordination. The Dragon Clan's small group erupted in internal conflict on the 8th day, seemingly due to dissatisfaction with resource allocation and verbal disputes, rapidly splitting apart. Most of its members chose to turn to the branch after realizing the unreliability of the small group. The remaining small core led by the Angry Sea Dragon also isolated itself for a day before finally announcing its dissolution on the 9th day, with its members absorbed by the branch. Other small groups, either due to their leaders' inability to command respect, internal conflicts, or the inability to secure stable living resources, also disintegrated and integrated into the branch over these 3 days. By now, nearly 1,000 survivors in the 293-478 area, except for a very few completely isolated individuals who rejected all communication, were left with only one distinct group still existing. A small group of about 20 to 30 people connected by a certain religious belief. They hardly communicated with the outside world, forming a self-contained entity that responded to everything outside, including the branch's recruitment, with silence and rejection. It was as if they had built an invisible spiritual barrier for themselves within the blue cage. Secondly, there was progress in survival supplies. The branch's system was becoming increasingly mature. Freshwater and food had achieved initial self-sufficiency through sustainable water extraction methods and the operations of fishing teams. Although it couldn't be called affluent, it at least ensured that those who joined the system were no longer directly threatened by hunger and thirst. The 2 bag-making groups set up specifically for water extraction turned into specialized fish skin product groups after the demand for fish skin water bags stabilized, beginning to produce essential items like water bags and airbags on a small standardized scale. The production of fishing nets was limited by the supply progress of clothing fibers and seaweed fibers, but it was still advancing steadily, only facing bottlenecks in expanding production. Salt production had entered a rising period, with Zhou Wei's methods being continuously optimized. Although the output was still limited, it could now supply on a small scale. When Chen Zhiye received his rations on the 9th day, he found that in addition to fish and fresh water, there was also a slightly yellowish salt contained in a fish gill bone. He carefully dipped a bit of fish meat into it and put it in his mouth. Unlike the previous pure bitterness and saltiness, that long-lost pure salt flavor instantly activated his taste buds, bringing a nearly moving satisfaction. The most exciting news was that the weapon production process was already more than halfway through, with the logistics team reporting progress daily. Batches of spears were being produced and distributed according to plan, and the spear-throwing device designed by the technical team had also been preliminarily validated for feasibility through experiments. Chen Zhiye felt that the weapons he was now drawing had lost their uniqueness. The group itself could already produce wooden spears. The internal discussions about cold weapon training within the safety group were becoming increasingly heated, and the basic techniques for using spears compiled by Chen Zhiye and others had been circulated among various liaison groups, just waiting for the weapons to be available to start systematic training. Of course, there was still a cost. Over these 3 days, more than 20 people were confirmed to have decreased in number in the entire area, 1/3 of whom were branch members, with various causes of death. In addition to underwater operation accidents, there were also nighttime falls into the water, diarrhea leading to dehydration, and self-inflicted deaths after mental breakdowns caused by prolonged stress. The daily briefings released by the branch listed these casualties calmly, without excessive embellishment, but it had an even stronger impact. Survival had never been a picnic. On the night of the 9th day, after finishing a day of training, Chen Zhiye lay back in the boat. The night sky was still densely filled with stars. He chewed on the slightly salty fish meat and drank the clear grass juice, feeling his body tired but fulfilled. The regional channel on the panel had become relatively quiet, with most exchanges shifting to various group levels. Only the branch's announcements, technical teams' progress reports, and occasional casualty reports broke this silence. People seemed to be getting accustomed to this life. They were used to sleeping on a swaying boat, accustomed to the panel as a window to the outside world, accustomed to collective rations and scheduling, accustomed to fighting against the emptiness of time and training and learning, and also accustomed to death being a constant shadow. Whether this habit should be seen as resilience or as sorrowful numbness, Chen Zhiye had no answer in his heart. He only knew that people had already taken root in this azure expanse, building their own order. Chapter 16. Sharpened teeth. The sunlight on the 10th day arrived with a near-mechanical punctuality. Chen Zhiye opened his eyes and, as a routine, first sensed the condition of his body, then his consciousness sank into the light golden panel. Everything was as usual. Daily random draw available. Spin, pause, results revealed. Draw complete. Congratulations, you have obtained hardwood spear. It seemed my armory had gathered every category from the primitive era. Chen Zhiye sighed, just like the past few days. He began to enjoy the slightly salty fish meat and refreshing seaweed juice. The morning training was still gun practice, and the sunlight was just right, making it an excellent time to reinforce his shooting feel. He took out the Type 92 pistol, removed the magazine to confirm the chamber was empty, then reloaded it, and began practicing steady aiming on the swaying boat. His movements were much more skillful than at first, achieving a dynamic balance between the body sway and subtle adjustments of his arms. Just as he was fully focused, virtually aligning the sight with a distant splash, a flicker of unusual dark shadow in the water caught his peripheral vision. The shadow moved quickly, almost enlarging in the blink of an eye, approaching. Chen Zhiye didn't even have time to think about what it was. An instinctive sense of chilling danger instantly seized his entire body. He abruptly turned, the gun in his hand instinctively cocked, and aimed at the entity breaking through the water. Splash! Water splashed everywhere, and a ferocious head suddenly emerged from the surface. It opened its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, and bit down hard on the rough side of the canoe. Crack! The sound of teeth embedding into wood was painfully grating. It was a monster resembling a shark, its body a dull lead gray, smooth, and scaleless skin reflecting a greasy sheen. Its eyes were small and black, like two lifeless glass beads. Most horrifying was its disproportionately large mouth, layered with teeth that resembled numerous sharpened files. The monster bit the canoe's side, causing the canoe to tilt sharply. Chen Zhiye stumbled and nearly got thrown out. He braced his feet against the bottom of the boat, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. There was no time for fear, no time for hesitation. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. He gripped the Type 92 tightly, almost pressing the muzzle against the monster's lead gray, smooth head, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots erupted on the surface of the sea. 3 58mm bullets almost formed a triangle as they pierced the monster's skull. The power of close-range shooting was fully displayed. The small black-eyed organ exploded, dark, viscous fluid splattering out, carrying a strong, fishy smell. The monster's biting force suddenly slackened. Its massive body twitched violently a few times before going still. Its pale teeth remained deeply embedded in the wood. A large portion of its body lay on the side of the canoe, keeping it at a dangerously tilted angle. Chen Zhiye gasped, his nostrils filled with gunpowder and the strange fishy odor. He stared at the now motionless monster, uncertain if it was truly dead. Fear bred caution. He raised his gun again and fired 2 more shots at the already mangled head. Bang, bang. After the follow-up shots, the monster still showed no reaction. And only then did Chen Zhiye breathe a little easier. His heart continued to race, his hand trembling slightly from both the recoil and the physiological response after a surge of adrenaline. He fought through the nausea, using his stone axe to pry open the monster's jaw, struggling to loosen the embedded teeth from the wood. The nearly 2-meter-long lead-gray fish corpse slid into the sea, bobbing like a sunfish. The canoe regained balance, but the gaping hole left by the bite was shocking. Just as the fish corpse fell away from the boat towards the sea, Chen Zhiye seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint light escaping from the remains of the fish and entering the panel on his left wrist. This feeling was fleeting, almost thought to be an illusion in the sunlight. Almost instinctively, he stored the monster's corpse in his storage space. In the next moment, the large lead-gray fish corpse vanished from the surface of the sea, wrapped in the bubble of the storage space that conformed to its shape, floating alongside the fish meat, seaweed, water bladders, and other items. The space expanded. He clearly felt that the storage space, originally only 1 cubic meter, had suddenly reached 5 cubic meters. Was it that faint light from earlier? Did killing this kind of monster cause the storage space to grow? Chen Zhiye prepared to report the situation of the monster's corpse. This creature was too strange, and the news of the space expansion was also crucial. However, the regional channel and safety group chat had already erupted, and he was not the first to encounter it. Alarm. A monster attack. A shark with sharp teeth is ramming my boat. I encountered it too. I drove it away with a spear, but it didn't leave and is still swimming around. This thing is so slippery. The spear is completely useless. Chen Zhiye shared all the information from his side in the safety group chat. The panic in the channel was spreading, but the branch responded quickly. Chen Weigua issued a notice. Attention, all members. Aggressive marine creatures have appeared in the area, temporarily named gray shark. Characteristics include lead gray smooth skin, a disproportionately large head, and a deep mouth filled with dense sharp teeth. Based on existing feedback, a response strategy has been compiled. The repellent effect is poor. Even when driven away, it will continue to swim nearby, repeatedly ramming until the vessel is destroyed and then attack those who fall into the water. Be sure to deliver a fatal blow during its attack. When it is attacking the boat, and part of its body is exposed and relatively fixed, launch a deadly attack. Safety group member, Comrade Chen Fan, who wields an iron spear, seized the opportunity while it was biting the boat's side and stabbed directly into its eye, killing it instantly. It is recommended that all comrades holding spear-type weapons replicate this experience. Target the eyes. Strive for a penetrating blow to destroy the brain. Stay calm. Utilize the stability of the vessel. While it is attacking you, is the best time for you to attack it. Killing it will result in an increase in your storage space, which can serve as a standard for verifying a kill. It is recommended to contain the gray shark corpse at the first opportunity. All contact groups immediately communicate this strategy to every member, and the safety group will collect all combat encounter information and continuously update the response guide. The announcement was filled with the smoky scent of real combat. Some had encountered this creature known as the gray shark earlier than Chen Zhiye and had successfully killed it. Chen Fan's experience was refined and promoted as the standard tactic for dealing with this new threat. In the group, those with spears discussed how to accurately stab the eyes, while those without suitable weapons felt anxious, urging the progress of weapon distribution. Chen Zhiye looked at the rapidly scrolling information and felt a bit reassured. He reported his situation of killing with a firearm in the safety group. Suddenly, a compulsory announcement popped up, pinned at the top of the regional channel, boldly attracting everyone's attention. The content of the announcement was extremely brief, consisting of only 4 cold words that instantly froze all discussions and noise, carrying a sense of finality. Disaster has arrived. There were no causes or explanations, no comforts. Just these 4 words, like the sound of a gavel, struck deep into the consciousness of every survivor. A brief silence fell over the channel, as if even the sound of the waves had paused at that moment. Following that was an even more surging panic and despair. Chen Zhiye was also stunned. He looked at those 4 cold words and instinctively glanced at the strange gray shark corpse in his storage space. Disaster has arrived. He repeated those 4 words softly, a bitter curve forming at the corner of his mouth. This announcement was indeed late to the party. Their contact with disaster had come a step earlier than this so-called announcement. This was not a warning, but a confirmation that they were already in the midst of it. He turned off the noisy regional channel, the smell of gunpowder still lingering, reminding him of the life-and-death struggle that had just ended. Chapter 17. Crisis of Trust. The bewildering panic brought by the world announcement was quickly dispersed by the continuous attacks of the gray shark. Disaster had turned into a menacing set of teeth, relentlessly gnawing at the survivors' vehicles, testing the resilience of the newly established order. Thanks to the branch's previous concentrated efforts in producing spears and the relatively scientific allocation plan based on needs and capabilities, each mutual aid team had at least a few members armed with spears when the crisis erupted. This became the key force in resisting this sudden disaster. Under the guidance of the eye-piercing, one-hit kill strategy quickly released by the branch and the safety team, successful battle reports began to appear sporadically in the regional channel and various groups. Success. Following Brother Chen Fan's method, I didn't panic when it bit me. I thrust a spear into its eye and it went still. It almost gnawed through the boat. The wooden spear is tough once it's in. That thing twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Our team is awesome. Chen Zhiye was the first to take one down with a spear. These success stories encouraged more people. People began to realize that this monster was not invincible, as long as they seized the opportunity and used the right methods. Even primitive wooden spears could inflict fatal damage. However, not everyone could remain so calm and precise. Many reports indicated that survivors, due to nerves or poor timing, only managed to injure the monster in other areas with their spears, or insufficient depth allowed the creature to escape with a wound and continue to roam nearby. The threat was not eliminated, but in any case, possessing a spear meant having the capital to counterattack and the hope of survival. An urgent directive from the branch committee was issued to all liaison groups and specialized teams, group leaders, and team captains. In the current situation, the efficiency of weapon circulation is the guarantee of survival. All comrades who have successfully killed a gray shark with a spear and temporarily eliminated the threat, please immediately transfer your spear through trading to comrades in your team who are currently unarmed and facing threats. Ensure that every spear is at the forefront of the battle against the monsters, maximizing its effectiveness and preserving our living strength. Party members and key members take the lead in execution. Let the limited weapons circulate, and allow as many people as possible to have the ability to defend themselves. In a physically isolated situation, this is the only way to improve the overall survival rate. The directive received a response from most people. Many survivors who had just completed a kill, still shaken, gritted their teeth and traded away their life-saving spears under the coordination of their captain or group leader. Chen Zhiye also anonymously contributed a few spears, slightly adding to his strength. Although those spears were obviously not made of sea bamboo material, Chen Zhiye didn't care much anymore. Besides, with the chaotic trading now, it was likely that no one would pay attention to such trivial details under the threat of death. The total number of people in the area continued to decline at a heart-stopping pace. Every change in the number meant the loss of a life. And a profile picture in a mutual aid team group faded away. Panic and pressure accumulated in the invisible information network. Just after noon, the crisis of trust erupted in the most public setting of the regional chat channel. A survivor spammed the screen with extremely aggressive words. "Why won't you give me the spear?" Team leader Li Chong of the second team of Group 9. "Are you doing this on purpose? Just because I didn't pay you extra seaweed before? Now you and those few with spears are hiding behind, wanting to watch me die? And Wang Hai, have you been killing fish for the whole morning? Where's the spear? Why won't you pass it to me? That damn thing is about to capsize my boat. You just want me dead. What mutual aid team? It's all a lie. Those with weapons save themselves. And those without will just wait to die." Words filled with resentment and despair spread across the channel. The explanations of his team leader Li Chong and Wang Hai seemed pale and powerless under the hysterical spamming and the doubts of some equally anxious bystanders. Trust, maintained solely through panel text communication and moral constraints, revealed its fragile side at this moment. Unable to meet, unable to perceive each other's circumstances and emotions in real time. All promises and explanations could be misinterpreted as evasion and lies in the face of the threat of death. The branch reacted extremely quickly. Almost within minutes of the verbal battle starting, the names of branch committee members Chen Kueishu, Zhao Ming, Chen Weiguo, and other main group leaders appeared simultaneously in the regional channel. Chen Kueishu, calm down. I guarantee in the name of the branch secretary that we will never abandon any compatriot willing to trust the collective. Comrade Zhao Ming is directly contacting your team leader. Zhao Ming, the logistics team has recorded the weapon demands of the second team of Group 9 and is coordinating spears across groups. Hold on. Chen Weiguo, the safety team announces that comrades who have successfully killed and are temporarily safe. Please recall how you felt holding the spear. Pass this strength on to those who need it more. Action followed quickly. The deputy leader of the information group, Lin Mo, immediately listed dozens of recent records of weapon transfers across teams and even across liaison groups in the channel, clearly indicating that this situation was not limited to the second team of Group 9. More importantly, over the past 10 days, from the free sharing of technology to the open transparency of information, the branch had established a valuable trust foundation in the hearts of most members through concrete actions. Despite physical isolation, the daily circulation of materials and efficient coordination of operations made the term collective a reliable reality. The first step of trust had already been successfully broken in past collaborations. The current crisis was more like a stress test for this trust. As long as the core trust bond was not completely severed, the waves of trust arising from extreme fear could be calmed down completely, provided that the organization intervened swiftly and dealt with it appropriately. At this moment, a supplementary announcement from the safety team became a shot of adrenaline. Important data report. According to statistics, including Comrade Qianfan, the first to successfully kill a gray shark. All comrades who have completed a one-hit kill so far have not encountered a second gray shark. Therefore, transferring the spear does not significantly increase your short-term risk, but can greatly enhance your comrade's survival chances. Break the fear, trust each other, and we can survive this disaster together. This information largely dispelled the concerns of those who had just completed a kill and were reluctant to transfer their spears. Under the leadership of the branch committee and the data support from the safety team, the emotions in the channel gradually began to be guided back. A large amount of weapon coordination information was made public, drowning out the initial insults. Although he was still rambling, his influence had diminished significantly. Soon, the necessary spears for the second team of Group 9 were coordinated and delivered by the 7th Liaison Group. Chapter 18. Bones. Under the efficient coordination of the branch and the difficult struggles of all members, the operation to hunt gray sharks began to take an orderly path. Wooden spears thrust out in despair, and after the crisis was resolved, they quickly flowed to the hands of the next comrade in need. Although panic still lingered, resistance gradually replaced the initial chaos. The battle reports summarized in the regional channel showed that the gray shark crisis faced by most survivors had been resolved. The The suffocating pressure on the sea was somewhat alleviated. However, the cost was heavy. The total number of survivors in the area had plummeted from nearly 900 to over 700. Behind the cold numbers lay the loss of over 100 lives. The death curve gradually leveled off, indicating that the most brutal and unexpected shocks had passed. Statistical analysis showed that most of the victims were members who were relatively weak or had failed to obtain weapons in time when the crisis erupted. They either reacted too slowly or lacked strength, losing the chance to resist in the monster's fierce first wave of attacks. Under death, all beings are equal. The casualty list includes names of individuals who had actively contributed. There are several mutual aid team leaders and a liaison group leader who was ambushed while reallocating weapons. Even a committee member, the propaganda team leader Chen Zhiye. The announcement briefly explained the situation. Comrade Chen Zhiye was coordinating supplies through the panel when the crisis erupted and failed to notice the threat approaching her vehicle in time. Although she was equipped with a spear, her lack of physical training due to work led to her inability to stabilize her stance when the monster suddenly collided with the hull. The unexpected incident ultimately led to her untimely death. A core member who made significant contributions to the flow of information and the stabilization of morale fell in this vast blue expanse. Her passing brought a sense of sorrow to all who had felt her efforts through words. Death does not favor positions or contributions. But the resilience of the organization was also highlighted at this moment. Lin Mo, the deputy leader of the information group, took over the responsibilities of the leader. He had previously been a librarian. Unlike Chen Zhiye, he was not as charismatic but had a meticulous and composed personality, along with a rigorous approach to information classification. As the confirmation of Comrade Chen Zhiye's sacrifice was made, he did not have time to grieve and quickly took over all channels of information flow. Efficiency is the best tribute to the deceased. Ensuring the directives of the branch and the reports from various groups were still conveyed clearly, accurately, and promptly to every corner. The entire information system did not fall into chaos due to the sudden departure of a core member. The vast collective machine, after experiencing the damage of internal parts, merely emitted a dull roar and resumed its rumbling operation. The sun slanted to the west, dyeing the sea's surface with an amber glow. Most areas temporarily returned to calm. Yet everyone remained highly vigilant, not daring to let their guard down. Just then, a member of the third liaison group reported in their team chat, "Second one. I have a second gray shark here. It's at least a size larger than the previous one." The news was immediately escalated through layers of communication. Was the second wave of attacks starting? Or was it an isolated incident? Soon, more similar reports began to emerge. Some members encountered a second gray shark. They were larger, more powerful, yet their attack patterns remained unchanged. They still ferociously charged out of the water, attempting to bite the ship's hull. It was this unchanging routine that gave the survivors, who had already experienced a life and death test and summarized successful experiences, an opportunity. They had used the old method to stab it in the eye while it was biting the ship. Done. The first reporting member quickly sent back good news. With the experience from the first encounter and a clear, effective tactic, many faced this larger monster with a steadier resolve. Growth was hidden within the crisis. Following that, a more shocking discovery came from the member who successfully killed the second gray shark. While examining the monster's corpse, he was startled to find fragments of blue and white cotton clothing tangled between the shark's sharp teeth. The branch immediately instructed the member to attempt a more in-depth examination of the monster's body while ensuring safety. A member nicknamed Old Mo from the third liaison group guided him remotely, using the stone dagger and polished fishbone tools provided by the branch to conduct a rudimentary dissection. Old Mo had been a fishmonger for over a decade and was very experienced in handling fish. The results were chilling yet hinted at hope. Inside the stomach of this larger gray shark, remnants that had not been fully digested were discovered. Severely worn rubber shoe soles and pieces of human bone fragments that were corroded by stomach acid but still vaguely recognizable. The stomach contents of this larger individual and the timing of its appearance indicated that they were indeed the first batch of gray sharks that had successfully attacked and devoured humans. The success of their predation may have promoted their growth or activated some unknown evolutionary mechanism, making them larger and more threatening. This meant that every time a compatriot was lost, it indirectly birthed a stronger predator. The crisis had not been resolved. Rather, it had upgraded and cycled in another form. By roughly estimating based on the drastic decrease in the total number of people in the area and the confirmed kills, it was feared that the number of gray sharks that had successfully completed their hunt and were evolving to larger sizes might approach 200. But most importantly, it almost indicated that the physical possibility of survivors encountering each other was much greater than previously estimated. Among the 1,000 survivors in the area, Their physical distances were far closer than imagined. The gray sharks could complete their hunting and digestion in a short time and reappear in front of other survivors, proving that their activity range was sufficient to cover the areas where multiple survivors were located. The information group quickly compiled these findings and analyses into a report to be released by the acting leader, Lin Mo. His writing style was different from Sun Qian's, more straightforward and restrained, with clear organization. All members, based on the latest findings, we confirm that the larger gray sharks appearing subsequently evolved from the first batch that successfully preyed on humans. This indicates that the threat continues to evolve. Please maintain the highest level of vigilance. At the same time, this discovery also represents that the actual distance between survivors in our area may not be far. The activity range of the gray sharks confirms that perhaps we are already within an interactive range of each other. This brings unprecedented hope for our future breakthrough from isolation and achieving convergence. Crisis and opportunity coexist. All comrades who encountered and successfully resolved the second threat should, while ensuring their own safety, pay close attention to the movements on the sea surface and the direction of the monster's attack. This concerns the first step towards finding each other in the future. Stay vigilant and maintain your faith. We are not scattered lone stars, but sparks that will eventually converge beneath the same sea. After the report was released, the atmosphere in the channel became complex. There was both fear of more potential threats and a subtle expectation of encounters. Chapter 19. Waiting for dawn. Chen Zhiye, who had already easily resolved his own crisis, redirected his attention to the established training schedule. However, this time, he was not fully immersed as before. The training now carried a sense of vigilance. Every time he raised his gun, his peripheral vision swept across the shimmering sea surface. Every time he swung his spear, his ears were attuned to unusual sounds from the water. Chen Zhiye decided to pause his routine mental training. While exploring the warehouse to hone his will was important, maintaining quick reflexes was more critical in a situation where strong enemies lurked and a second attack could occur at any time. He could not afford to lag behind at a crucial moment due to excessive mental exhaustion. Time passed slowly amidst heightened alertness and practice. Perhaps it was luck, but by evening, the sea area where Chen Zhiye was located remained calm, with no sign of a second gray shark. He nibbled on fish meat, hastily finishing dinner with water and salt. The sunset painted the sea and sky blood red, as if mourning the lives lost during the day. As night fell, the branch issued a call. To respond to possible nighttime attacks, it was advised that all members, especially those who had not yet encountered the second wave of attacks, remain vigilant tonight and, if necessary, maintain an all-night watch. Chen Zhiye cleared the little water accumulated in the cabin, confirmed that there were no issues temporarily, and then held the Type 92 pistol in his hand. The stone axe was also laid across his knees, ready to endure a sleepless night. It was a difficult night. Without the visibility of the day, darkness amplified loneliness and the unknown many times over. Each sound of waves crashing against the hull made one's heart tighten. However, he did not bear this pressure alone. The channels and various groups on the panel did not fall silent due to the late hour. The sporadic messages that popped up became a mental link that supported everyone in staying awake. Everything was normal in Team 7 of Group 3. The sea surface was calm. There were no discoveries on the side of Group 5, Team 2. Brothers, hold on. Dawn is almost here. Who's going to tell a story? Old tales are fine too. Let me check the time for you. The panel shows it's 10 o'clock at night. Thanks, bro. Now even this unseen deaf person knows the time. There's not much substantial content. It's more about confirming each other's existence and encouraging one another. In this all-consuming darkness, the words flickering on the panel have become the only proof that we are still alive and fighting alongside comrades. Chen Zhiye occasionally replies briefly, participating in this silent vigil. Time trickles by slowly amidst the waiting and intermittent exchanges. When that light golden die, suspended deep in consciousness, emits a soft glow right at midnight, Chen Zhiye realizes that the 11th day has arrived in this tense atmosphere. Daily random draw available. He has no expectations and calmly reaches out to touch the die. Draw complete. Congratulations, you have obtained Sling X1. Another sling. The latter half of the night is even harder to endure, as fatigue and drowsiness continuously crash against the dam of willpower. But everyone persists, reminding each other in the group, using cold seawater to splash their faces and dispel sleepiness. When a hint of grayish-white, like a fish's belly, finally appears where the sky meets the sea in the east, someone in the regional channel is the first to say, "Look, it's almost dawn." As if by some tacit understanding, nearly all active groups and channels fall silent. Eyes pierce through the thin morning mist, directed toward the same horizon. There are no cheers, only a nearly reverent gaze. watching that gray-white gradually spread and tint with a light golden hue. Ultimately, a round red sun leaps out of the sea like it has broken free from its restraints, showering endless light and warmth over this scarred sea. The sunlight dispels the darkness and some of the chill that has settled in their hearts. They have endured this incredibly long night together, witnessing the dawn of the 11th day. In the morning, the exhausted people take a brief rest. At noon, a report titled Summary and Current Situation Analysis of the First Phase of the Gray Shark Crisis compiled and released by the Acting Information Group leader Lin Mo is presented to everyone. The report uses calm data to draw a conclusion to yesterday's chaos. As of the report's release, 708 survivors have been confirmed in Area 293478. A total of 179 people have unfortunately died in this gray shark crisis, including 10 non-organizational members who were not part of the branch system. The region has encountered and confirmed the kill of 177 gray sharks in the second wave, thanks to the promotion of previous experiences and effective responses. There were no new casualties during the second wave of attacks. The number of gray sharks in the second wave closely matches the number of casualties from the first wave, strongly supporting earlier assumptions. Additionally, 2 gray sharks from the second wave are suspected to have been killed by non-organizational members. Currently, 95 organizational members who successfully killed gray sharks from the second wave are responding to the branch's call and exploring in the direction of the monster's attack. The branch has uniformly distributed single-bladed paddles made by the technical team to the exploration team, and the logistics team will additionally ensure supplies of food, clean water, and salt according to their exploration intensity. The clear numbers help people break free from the emotional mire, allowing them to view the situation more rationally. On the other hand, the expansion of storage space to 5 cubic meters also brings convenience. The larger space improves the efficiency of individual and collective material reserves and circulation. The main material that Chen Zhiye collected has been officially named sea bamboo, following the logistics team's latest notice. He submitted this main material for registration through the service worker Xiao Wu to be uniformly allocated for weapon or tool manufacturing. At the same time, he was instructed to properly preserve the bodies of the killed gray sharks, waiting for the technical team to develop methods for utilization before processing. Night falls again. After the heightened tension of yesterday and a sleepless night, many people are already mentally exhausted. Yet, many members, perhaps still shaken, insist on staying awake. The channel and groups are filled with tired, yet hopeful exchanges. Has there been any news from the exploration team? I really hope they find people soon. I don't ask for much, just to meet another boat, so we can take turns keeping watch at night. I would be grateful. Yes. Staring at this pitch-black sea alone is too torturous. Let's pray for good news tomorrow. A strong desire for reunion spreads among the survivors. It's not just for safety. At a deeper level, it's an instinct to combat loneliness, a pressing need for the existence of kindred spirits. Chen Zhiye still hasn't conducted mental training today. He looks at the hopeful words in the channel, harboring a sense of anticipation himself. He is also waiting for those explorers who are paddling toward the unknown to bring back good news. When the 11th day has just passed, and that light golden dye glows softly as expected once again, Chen Zhiye feels a stir in his heart. He doesn't immediately proceed with the draw. Daily random draw available. The prompt text hangs quietly. He remembers the panel's initial explanation that a random draw can be made once every day. So, if he doesn't draw today, will this opportunity disappear tomorrow, or can it accumulate? He wants to conduct an experiment. If tomorrow, on the 13th day, the die still prompts a draw, does that mean he can draw twice? Or can the opportunity for 2 draws be stacked in some form? Whether it's drawing for a higher quality weapon or obtaining 2 items at once. This idea carries a hint of risk. If it can't accumulate, he would lose a draw opportunity for nothing. But compared to the potentially greater benefits, this small risk is worth taking. He suppresses the impulse to draw immediately and forcibly shifts his focus away from the die in his consciousness. The waiting continues. In addition to waiting for news from the exploration team, Chen Zhiye also carries a new expectation for exploring the boundaries of his own abilities. Chapter 20. The lonely boat. In the early morning, the continuous high alert has exhausted the vast majority of people's energy. Since that cold announcement of disaster, there have been no similar prompts about the end of the disaster, leaving an unease lingering in people's hearts. But ordinary people's bodies have reached their limits. After conducting a risk assessment, the branch has made arrangements. Members with physical enhancement abilities like endurance and rapid recovery have formed a temporary night watch team responsible for nighttime vigilance. Meanwhile, the branch requires all personnel planning to rest to set the alert effects of their crisis warning groups to the highest level, ensuring that any emergency can wake them up immediately. Chen Zhiye lies in the somewhat damp bottom of the boat, looking at the sky. He intended to hold on a bit longer. However, the fatigue accumulated over the days, especially from last night's overnight vigilance, overwhelmed his last line of consciousness with drowsiness. His eyelids uncontrollably closed, and he unknowingly fell asleep. Zhang Hai is a member of the 5th Squad under the 11th Liaison Group. He used to be a man of few words, reasonably sturdy, and worked in construction. When the Gray Shark crisis broke out, he used the strength he developed on the construction site to drive away the first gray shark that attacked him with his bare fists. Later, the spears circulating within the squad was coordinated into his hands. When the gray shark he scared away reappeared and attacked, he gave it no chance. He thrust the spear in his hand precisely into its eye socket, successfully killing the first gray shark. At this time, most members in the area have gradually resolved their respective crises, and the demand for weapon circulation has decreased. Since no one urgently needed the spear in Zhang Hai's squad and liaison group for the time being, it remained in his possession for safekeeping. Because of this, when a second, larger gray shark appeared, he, holding a spear, was able to react immediately, accurately stabbing the monster again as it bit the ship's hull. Achieving a second success, after the crisis, the captain asked him if he was willing to explore the direction of the gray shark. Zhang Hai glanced at the spear beside him, thought for a moment, and replied with 2 words, "I'll go." He felt that since he had the weapon in hand and was still in decent shape, someone had to check it out. Later, he received the first batch of paddles hastily made by the technical team. They were somewhat rough, but the efficiency was undoubtedly improved compared to paddling with his hands. Under the guidance of a simple method for maintaining direction based on the sun's position provided by the information team, he adjusted his direction and began to paddle steadily toward the direction of the second gray shark's attack. The lonely journey lasted nearly 2 full days. Aside from necessary rest and meals, he spent most of his time paddling during the day. His sight was always met with boundless sea and sky, the only reference point being the sun. Fatigue continued to erode him, but he gritted his teeth and did not stop. On the morning of the 12th day, the sunlight had become somewhat glaring. Zhang Hai mechanically swung the paddle, sweat dripping down his forehead, just as he was about to stop for a drink. A blurry black dot at the end of his vision caught his attention. That outline looked like a boat. His heart raced, and the fatigue was instantly dispelled by a surge of excitement. He paddled vigorously, accelerating toward that black dot. As the distance gradually closed, the outline became clearer, and it was indeed a canoe, almost identical to the one beneath him. "Is anyone there?" Zhang Hai couldn't help but shout in his heart, and he paddled faster, even feeling no soreness in his arms. However, as the distance shrank further, his excitement slowly cooled. The canoe moored to the sea bamboo trunk was empty. Large patches of dark brown blood remained on the hull, and he could even see some clear bite marks. A dead silence enveloped the scene. Zhang Hai stopped paddling, allowing his small boat to slowly approach. He silently gazed at the blood-stained, empty canoe, feeling little surprise. Everyone had anticipated this ever since discovering the contents of the second gray shark's stomach. Yet when this cruel scene was vividly presented before him, the sorrow of seeing the dead and the sense of helplessness in the face of death still weighed heavily. He took a deep breath and sent a brief report through the panel to the Exploration Action Coordination Team. Discovered an empty canoe. The hull has a large amount of blood and bite marks. The original owner is likely in grave danger. After completing the report, he remained silent for a moment. Mourning for the fallen comrades. According to the Exploration Action Plan, if unowned but usable vessels were discovered, they should be recovered to increase limited resources. He maneuvered his small boat to attempt to untie the empty canoe's mooring rope, trying to bring it into his storage space. However, just as he attempted to act, he noticed an upgrade icon resembling a gear with an arrow flashing behind the vessel section on the panel, emitting a radiant glow. Zhang Hai was stunned, his heart involuntarily racing. He instinctively clicked on the flashing icon. The next moment, a brand new list interface projected in front of him. Vessel upgrade path opened. Detecting available resources and technical conditions, the following upgrade directions can be selected. 1. Double paddle canoe. Enlarged hull, improved stability and durability, equipped with double paddles, significantly increasing sailing efficiency. Upgrade requirements. Rough canoe X2. Estimated time, immediate synthesis. 2. Small simple sailboat, equipped with a basic canopy, larger internal space, can accommodate 2 to 3 people. Upgrade requirements. Complete 5 sections of sea bamboo X2, rough canoe X2. Estimated time, 10 minutes. There seemed to be more options below, but they were not visible due to insufficient conditions. Zhang Hai stared at the sudden information, his mind blank, feeling overwhelmed. Vessel upgrade? Materials? He shook his head, abandoning his own thoughts, and directly chose the simplest method. He briefly summarized the entire upgrade interface that appeared before him and sent it all in a private message to the Exploration Action Coordination Team. At noon, the intense sunlight awakened Chen Zhiye from his restless sleep. He felt a bit groggy, and his limbs were stiff and sore from maintaining one position for too long. Chen Zhiye sat up, rubbed his bloodshot eyes, and took a while to fully wake up. He hastily took out some fish meat and fresh water from his storage space and swallowed them, resolving his breakfast and lunch at once. Then, he habitually opened the panel to understand the new situation. Although the area channel and several main groups were not as explosive as before the crisis, the information flow was noticeably more active. A large number of discussions revolved around the core keyword, vessel upgrade. He quickly browsed through the information, piecing together the general context. Since this morning, team members executing exploration tasks had reported discovering empty canoes while exploring the direction of the gray shark. When they attempted to approach or recover these unowned vessels, they inevitably triggered their personal vessel upgrade interfaces. The options provided by the interface were largely similar, with the most basic being to synthesize a sturdier and more efficient double-paddle canoe using 2 canoes, while the higher-level option required incorporating sea bamboo as the main material to synthesize a small sailboat with a canopy. The branch and technical team had evidently received a large number of reports and were urgently analyzing the situation. Various discussions about the naming acknowledged by the panel, upgrade conditions, material collection, and priority selection were fervently taking place in various groups. Chen Zhiye's heart raced. This represented a monumental change in the survival mode. Upgrading vessels meant an improvement in survival comfort, enhanced ability to resist risks, and an expanded operational range, representing faster reunions, and perhaps that moment was already close at hand. Not to mention, the sailboat indicated it could accommodate 2 to 3 people. If they could form a fleet, he felt a critical turning point might arrive today. The branch would undoubtedly make important strategic decisions based on this new situation. Throughout the afternoon, the atmosphere in the area was immersed in a sense of anticipation and tension. During a day-long discussion, everyone reached a consensus. Triggering the upgrade system meant they were very close to truly breaking the isolation. Chapter 21. Verification in the evening. The intense discussions on vessel upgrades on the panel temporarily came to a halt. Everyone's attention was drawn to an announcement released by the branch committee. Signed by the head of the information team, Lin Mo Comrades, the matter of vessel upgrades is of great importance, involving resource coordination, personnel deployment, and even fundamental changes in future survival and development modes. The branch needs time for thorough analysis and discussion to formulate a plan that best serves the collective interest. This statement slightly cooled the excitement that had surged due to the appearance of the upgrade interface. After more than 10 days of survival, people understood that reckless actions in this unclear sea area could bring unpredictable risks. Shortly after, the announcement on the handling and preliminary utilization of gray shark corpses was released, slightly shifting the focus. This specification was the result of the collective wisdom of the technical team, medical team, and some experienced personnel. It aimed to transform the spoils of this disaster into tangible survival resources. The specification suggested dividing the gray shark corpse into 5 main parts: skin, bones and flesh, head, liver and stomach, and other internal organs, providing a clear operational process. Before processing, first collect all the teeth from the gray shark's mouth. Select several of the largest and sharpest as the main tools for this processing. Their hardness and sharpness are sufficient for cutting work. Carefully cut along the midline of the fish's belly using the teeth, avoiding puncturing the internal organs. First, separate the liver from the fish belly. When handling the liver, take care to avoid rupturing the gallbladder, which could contaminate the liver. It is recommended to wait before cleaning and utilizing the fish belly until there is enough coarse salt available. Store it separately in the storage space. About 3 fingers behind the fish gills, encircle it, and separate the head from the body. Except for the collected teeth, there are currently no usable parts in the head, so it can be stored for now. Next, cut off all the fish fins and the tail. At the neck incision, look for the boundary between the skin and flesh. After making a small cut with a sharp tooth, you can try to insert your finger into the incision and slowly and steadily peel it away. Gradually use careful strength to separate the entire fish skin from the muscle tissue. The skin of the gray shark is tough and requires patience to work with. Since the gray shark skeleton is relatively soft, it is recommended to consider the flesh and bones together as reserve food for now, cutting and storing them in chunks. For members who lack experience in handling or lack confidence in operating on a shaking vessel, the complete gray shark carcass can be handed over to the logistics team for unified processing. Finally, It is especially emphasized that members with a second wave of large gray shark carcasses are advised to wait until the vehicle upgrade is completed and a more stable platform is obtained before processing, to prevent capsizing due to the cumbersome operation of the large carcasses. The emergence of this guideline has, to some extent, shifted everyone's attention from vehicle upgrades back to the current resource acquisition. Received. Just right, I haven't touched that small one yet. Let's give it a try. Has anyone skinned before? Seeking tips. The liver. Pay attention to the liver. Our group's old MO said that the gray shark's liver looks particularly fatty, and the oil content is likely high. This is a good thing. Oil. Oh my. If we can render out oil, it would replenish quite a bit of calories. Has the logistics team started collecting the carcasses? This big one looks daunting. Chen Zhiye carefully read through the guidelines and got to work. The complete ordinary gray shark carcass in his storage space was just right for this. He took it out and laid it on the deck, causing the canoe to sink slightly. Following the guidelines, he first struggled to pry open the giant mouth filled with sharp teeth, using a stone axe to collect the pale, sharp teeth. Just as he was about to pick a few of the largest ones as tools, he remembered that he seemed to have a better dagger. Chen Zhiye took out the dagger and began his first biological dissection in life. The process was not easy. The fishy smell hit him, and thick secretions covered his hands. He was cautious while opening it, holding his breath as he separated the liver, fearing he would rupture the gallbladder. The skinning process was the most difficult. He followed the instructions, using his fingers to poke and tear little by little at the neck incision, feeling the slippery texture as the skin separated from the muscle. Sweat soaked his back. He worked from evening until late at night, finally completing the preliminary dissection of the gray shark under the starlight. A sizable lead gray shark skin. A pile of cut-up flesh and bones, separated liver and stomach, a pile of sharp teeth, and the head and fins were all categorized and stored in the storage space. The 5 cubic meters of space felt particularly useful at this moment. After finishing all of this, he was covered in a strong, fishy smell. He quickly washed up by leaning against the side of the boat. After resting for about 1 or 2 hours, as the clock quietly passed midnight, the faint golden panel flickered. The 13th day had arrived. Chen Zhiye's spirits lifted, and the feeling of fatigue was dispelled by strong anticipation. He eagerly immersed his consciousness into the ability interface, his gaze fixed on the 20-sided die and the prompt text below. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. The prompt text was still the familiar, daily random draw available, with no changes. The brightness of the die was no different from previous days. It seemed that there was still only one chance. He felt a bit unwilling and, with a hint of defiance, used his mind to touch the die. Let us draw. Let us see what the 13th day's gift is. The die spun and then stopped. Draw complete. Congratulations, you have obtained Hardwood Spear X1. Another Hardwood Spear. The results of the experiment were clear. His hopes had fallen flat. This ability strictly adhered to the iron rule of once a day, with no extensions or pre-storing. A sense of disappointment surged within him. The possibilities he had imagined of a double draw or quality upgrade did not occur. But this outcome was also expected. However, the disappointment still felt real after confirmation. He sighed and stored the new spear in the warehouse. The disappointment did not last long. He shook his head, a hint of relief appearing on his face. Well, not trying would always leave him with a lingering thought. Now that he knew the result, it was rather reassuring. He consoled himself. To gain is fortunate, to lose is just like that. At least he didn't lose anything and verified an important rule. Chen Zhiye thought quite openly. In this unpredictable environment, being upset over something unchangeable was purely a waste of energy. What mattered was to grasp what he already had and what he could strive for in the future. His gaze became resolute again. One draw is just one draw. At least it's a stable source. He shifted his attention away from the die and looked again at the area channel. It was still lively, with many people sharing their insights on processing gray sharks or discussing possible vehicle upgrade plans. Chapter 22. Convergence. After chatting in the channel for a while, Chen Zhiye fell asleep, gently swaying. The next morning, Chen Zhiye habitually checked the surrounding sea for safety before opening the panel to receive the new day's supplies. In addition to the usual fish meat, fresh water, and salt, there was an additional spear on the list. After receiving it, he took it out. A spear with the fresh scent of newly shaved wood fell into his hand. As a registered member of the safety team holding a pistol, he was placed at the end of the distribution sequence for this basic weapon. This was a reasonable allocation of resources, prioritizing those in more urgent need. He examined the weapon made by humans with great interest, compared to the hardwood spear he had drawn through his ability, which had a standardized shape. This spear was noticeably shorter, about only 1 meter in length, making it more suitable for use in narrow boat interiors. Due to the material of the sea bamboo itself, it was not cylindrical, The spear body was overall not very smooth and appeared slightly flattened. Holding it in hand, he could clearly feel the original texture and shape of the material, giving it a rugged handmade feel. The spear tip was evidently sharpened repeatedly with some harder tool, and the end was sharp enough. He swung it a few times to adapt to its slightly different weight distribution and balance. Although simple and not as exquisite as those standard spears, it felt quite easy to wield. The spear itself might have limited value, but the progress it represented in collective productivity was a more encouraging signal. When completing the material transfer with the logistics member Xiao Wu, Chen Zhiye casually asked about the logistics team's upcoming production plans. The wooden spears had been distributed, and the next step would likely be to shift some production capacity towards expanding the production scale of paddles, followed by making other weapons. What caught Chen Zhiye's attention even more was that Xiao Wu added some news. It was said that the technical team was also close to developing the bow body and arrow shaft from sea bamboo materials. And soon we might have our own ranged capabilities. Bows and arrows would undoubtedly represent a qualitative leap in ranged attack capabilities. Even his ability had not drawn any bows or arrows in these days. With the gray shark crisis temporarily alleviated, the survival pressure in the area had drastically reduced. Chen Zhiye also resumed his complete daily training routine, including the mental exercises that had been paused for 2 days. He once again immersed his consciousness into his exclusive warehouse, attempting to simulate pulling the recoil spring of a heavy machine gun while maintaining the stable levitation and reverse rotation of several bullets. He could feel that his control over this intangible power was improving significantly every day. As noon approached, the decision to establish a directional coordinate system and comprehensively promote regional convergence was announced in the notification group. It addressed a fundamental issue of direction. Comrades, since arriving in this sea area and after several days of observation, we have confirmed the basic space-time rules of this world. The panel time has a precise sunrise at 6 o'clock every morning and a sunset at 6 o'clock in the evening. Based on this constant pattern, we define the basic directional coordinate system. The east is the direction of sunrise, the west is the direction of sunset. The south is the position of the sun at noon, which is the sunny side, while the north is the position facing away from the sun at noon, which is the shady side. Thus, using the principle of sundials, we can determine our orientation and target direction at any time during the day by combining the position of the sun with the panel time. Following this, the announcement made preliminary inferences about the regional scale based on the data from the exploration teams. By analyzing the reported sailing times and estimated average speeds from various exploration teams, it was preliminarily estimated that the straight-line distance between existing survivors in the area is approximately 150 to 200 kilometers. This number startled many, but more importantly, it brought a sense of relief in finally knowing how far apart they were. 200 kilometers is not an astronomical distance that evokes despair in front of those with paddles. Subsequently, the announcement detailed the crucial Phase 1 implementation plan for vehicle upgrades. After evaluation, it was decided to prioritize upgrading the small tent boat as the main vehicle at this stage. This model has basic wind and rain protection features, and its internal space and load capacity are significantly better than that of a canoe. It is more suitable for future long-distance navigation, team cooperation, and material transportation. Prioritizing the upgrade of the tent boat requires a considerable amount of sea bamboo. As soon as the announcement was issued, discussions erupted in the channel. "We need to kick off the second round of collection," replied one team member. "The material demand is considerable, 2 complete 5-segment sea bamboos. This task needs to be done carefully. Safety first, brothers, take a good look at the new collection guidelines." The next part of the announcement further refreshed everyone's understanding of sea bamboo. The technical team discovered through continuous underwater observation and sample analysis that seagrass and sea bamboo have a close symbiotic relationship. The fine root systems of seagrass penetrate the vascular structure of the sea bamboo trunk, likely providing it with nutrients produced through photosynthesis, while the sea bamboo, with its robust physical structure, provides a stable base for the seagrass, ensuring that it can regenerate even if its upper branches are damaged. Based on this groundbreaking ecological discovery, the collection guidelines for sea bamboo were updated again. At least 3 to 5 healthy seagrass plants must be preserved to continue producing fresh water as a source of drinking water during navigation. To completely break the isolation and achieve convergence, members from the 1st, 3rd, 6th, and 8th liaison groups, along with some members from the safety group, were selected as the first batch of directional exploration personnel. They were uniformly issued paddles, fish and meat supplies, clean water, and salt. The 4 liaison groups would set out towards the east, south, west, and north for 2 days, with the primary goal of finding and converging with all compatriots along the way and the secondary goal of gradually constructing a regional nautical chart. The road ahead is unknown, fraught with danger and monsters, storms, and getting lost could all happen. But breaking the isolation and gathering sparks to open up the future is a crucial step. May we bravely forge ahead and soon transmit good news. We are finally going to take the initiative. The hope of finding people in 4 directions has increased significantly. Brothers and sisters, let's go. We urgently need sea bamboo. An exhilarating emotion ignited everyone's spirits. The oppression of many days was dispelled at this moment by a plan filled with hope. Although the road ahead is still full of unknowns and dangers, at least they now know where to go and what they are fighting for. Chapter 23. The tide of convergence. In the afternoon of the 13th day, the sea surface in Area 293478 exhibited an unprecedented busy scene. Chen Zhiye once again dove into the sea bamboo forest according to the newly released collection guidelines by the branch. This time, he was much more cautious. Filled with reverence for this symbiotic system, unlike his first dive, which was solely for material acquisition, he carefully used a stone dagger to clear the seagrass from the selected top part of the sea bamboo. Then he took a deep breath and dove again, cutting at the segment 10 meters underwater. This time he felt significantly more skilled than the first time, with better management of physical strength and rhythm during underwater operations. When he brought the second qualified 5-segment sea bamboo into his storage space and surfaced for air, a private message alert came through the panel. It was from Chen Zhiye. Chen Zhiye, are you collecting? Yes, team leader, I just got the second one, Chen Zhiye replied. Good. Have you kept up with your training? Chen Zhiye asked. Yes. Physical training and firearms training are on schedule. Chen Zhiye omitted mentioning mental training. Very good. Your main task now is to collect as many qualified sea bamboo materials as possible. Chen Zhiye's tone was serious. Your situation is special. The power of that rare item means you cannot just settle for a small tent boat. Chen Zhiye's heart stirred, sensing something. Sure enough. Chen Zhiye's next words clarified the situation. The technical team has confirmed the small tent boat as the basic upgrade plan, while also exploring a higher-level vehicle upgrade direction, the catamaran. This vehicle requires 6 canoes, 20 complete 5-segment sea bamboos, and 8 10-segment sea bamboos. Chen Zhiye reported the material requirements. Its resource consumption is large, but its advantages are equally significant, with a larger deck area and load capacity, as well as greater structural strength. More importantly, its stability can maximize the accuracy and decisive role of long-range weapons. The branch's vision is that this high-stability vessel will be used as a long-range output platform for our area in the future. You will be one of the core members of this platform. Chen Zhiye felt his heart pounding vigorously in his chest. A catamaran. A firepower platform. I understand, team leader. I will do my best to collect materials. Chen Zhiye replied with unprecedented determination and sense of purpose. The branch will coordinate the canoes, and the 10-segment bamboos will be provided by the branch. You only need to collect the 5-segment ones. The 10-segment ones need to be collected from over 20 meters underwater, which is too dangerous for you. Also, don't rush to participate in exploration. Your safety is the priority, Chen Zhiye reminded him at the end. Ending the private chat, Chen Zhiye took a deep breath and dove back into the water, full of energy. The exploration plan, since its announcement, has captured everyone's hearts. From the second day of the plan's inception, exciting news began to trickle in from various exploration directions. The first to explode in the regional channel was the good news from the 8th Liaison Group's Western Exploration and the subordinate members of the Safety Group. They simultaneously sent excited, incoherent messages in the group. I see it. I see it. Their SA boat ahead. It's alive. It's rowing. My God. It's not a monster. It's a person. It's a person. Before long, 2 rough canoes encountered each other. Brother, which team are you from? 8th Group. 2nd Team. Zhonglu. What about you? From the Safety Group. Wang Lei. Oh my God. Finally see a living person. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Following the pre-established encounter confirmation process by the branch, they suppressed their excitement and quickly sent identity confirmation requests to each other's team leaders through the panel. After receiving clear replies confirming the identities of their team members Zhang Lu and Wang Lei, this historic first successful convergence across over 100 kilometers was officially confirmed. Good news. The 8th Liaison Group's Western Exploration Team, member Zhang Lu, successfully converged with Safety Group member Wang Lei. Identity confirmation is accurate. This marks a historic moment in our 293478 area, breaking the state of isolation. The information group leader Lin Mo excitedly announced this news to the entire area. The entire regional channel erupted in excitement. Cheers, blessings, and excited emojis flooded the screen. Although it was just 2 people, It proved that a path was open. Hope truly exists. Immediately, it was as if a switch had been turned on, and good news began to pour in from various directions. Exploration teams heading south and east reported success in their rendezvous one after another. Each confirmation sparked a new round of cheers in the channel. People shared the thrilling scenes of their encounters through messages, exchanging fresh water and food, describing each other's disheveled yet excited faces, and discussing their experiences and observations. A lively atmosphere belonging to society began to revive in the invisible information network. However, this joyous atmosphere lasted less than a day. On the third day of exploration, a report from the Southern Exploration Team slightly dampened the excitement, soon confirmed by the other three directional teams. The third contact group sailing south spotted a massive, continuous wall of thunderstorm clouds on the horizon. The cloud layer was thick, with frequent lightning inside, and it extended widely, with no end in sight horizontally. The observation distance was about 20 kilometers. Soon, the Eastern and Western exploration teams reported similar situations. It was not just one direction, but almost all directions ahead were experiencing large-scale thunderstorm zones. The conclusion was obvious. The thunderstorm cloud wall was most likely the physical boundary of the region. This discovery felt somewhat suffocating. The space where they operated was a clearly defined pond. Over the past 2 days, aside from resting and training, Chen Zhiye had invested nearly all his energy into collecting and organizing the sea bamboo. With increasingly skilled techniques and ample motivation, he successfully collected and stored a total of 7 5-segment sea bamboos that met the requirements. He was anxiously awaiting instructions from the branch regarding the next steps for exploration. They had found the boundary, but what should they do next? In the evening, the answer was finally revealed. After analysis and simulation, the branch reached a conclusion. Attention, all members. After consolidating the sailing times reported by all exploration teams and analyzing the observation data of the thunderstorm boundary, the following key information has been confirmed. It has been established that there is a cohesive, slow but stable ocean current in this area, clearly directed toward the center of the region. This current drives the drift of vehicles at a speed that, after multiple measurements, averages about 100 meters per hour at its slowest and up to 2 kilometers per hour at the storm boundary. Based on these findings, the branch decided to abandon the previous exploration plan, instructing all survivors in the area to stop actively rowing in any direction. This current is the path leading us to each other. We don't need to search hard. We only need to drift toward the center. Additionally, after days of hard work by the logistics and technical teams, as of today, paddles have been distributed to all members. The answer was so simple. They had been struggling to row in search, unaware that everyone had been on the same river all along. The branch's instructions were not finished. Discovering the ocean current was the first step. Accurately locating effective rendezvous required careful steps. Tonight, all comrades are to remain still, conserve energy, and rest early. Detailed plans and the necessary tools will be distributed before sunrise tomorrow. The excited discussions in the channel gradually subsided, replaced by a readiness for action. Chapter 24, Positioning the next day at 5:30 a.m. A clear warmth radiated from Chen Zhiye's left wrist, waking him from his slumber. He immediately opened his eyes and sat up quickly. The sea and sky were still enveloped in the darkness before dawn. The panel was already busy in silence. In the safety group chat, Leader Chen Zhiye had released the action outline and personnel assignments at 5 in the morning. All members. Today's core task is to assist the branch in precise positioning operations. Our group has selected 4 members to form a calculation team responsible for summarizing and processing the position data of our group members. All other members must strictly follow the drifting direction and boat speed measurement procedures that will be issued shortly. The key point is to record the solar azimuth angles at 6 o'clock and 6:30. The accuracy of this positioning directly relates to future rendezvous path planning. So please take it seriously. Following this, a series of replies and confirmations from the calculation team members filled the chat. The atmosphere in the group was tense yet orderly. With announcements from the information team, links to the operating procedure documents issued by the technical team, and notifications from the logistics team about tool distribution quickly transmitted like an invisible current in the quiet early morning. The group chats of the various contact teams must have been similar. The cold, damp air dispelled the last traces of sleep. Chen Zhiye carefully read the operating procedures just released by the technical team. The core of the procedure was divided into 2 parts, measuring the boat's heading at panel times 6 o'clock and 6:30. Specifically the angle between the drifting direction and the solar direction. The procedure emphasized that the boat's heading must be stable and required the use of a protractor, which the logistics team would soon distribute for measurement. Secondly, the The real-time flow speed where they were located needed to be measured using the 10-meter standard rope provided. The procedure also included detailed illustrations and methods for creating simple directional markers at the boat's bow. Time quietly passed in the tense waiting and preparation, with the lightning of the eastern sky gradually expanding and tinged with golden edges. Chen Zhiye did not dare to slack off, aligning the bow of his small boat. After confirming it was correct, he took out a stone dagger and forcefully carved a clear directional line at the exact center of the bow. He then stood a spear at the bow after marking the line, preparing to use it to observe the shadow. At 5:50 and 5:55, the group began to remind repeatedly, last 10 minutes for calibration, ensure the bow is aligned with the drifting direction, confirm the marked line. Be sure to record the angle between the shadow direction and the marked line. The tools were in place, prioritizing the completion of angle measurements. At 6:00 a.m., in an instant, a brilliant golden light pierced the sea surface. Almost simultaneously, the spear cast a long shadow in the morning light. Chen Zhiye's muscles tensed for a moment, a feeling akin to the ringing of a bell signaling the start of an exam. He fixed his gaze on the angle formed between the shadow and the marked line at the bow, tracing it with the stone dagger. What followed was a relatively calm, yet tense half-hour. He maintained the direction of the bow, waiting for the second measurement. The sea breeze seemed to soften. At 6:30 a.m., the sun rose a little higher, and the direction and length of the shadow changed. Chen Zhiye concentrated again, recording the second angle between the shadow and the marked line at the bow. With both key angles recorded, it was now time to wait for the measuring tools. Not long after, a private message alert sounded, and duty officer Xiao Wu sent a trade request, offering protractor, 10-meter standard rope. Request. None. Chen Zhiye immediately confirmed. The two items appeared in his hands. The logistics team had produced these tools overnight, and their efficiency was astonishing. The protractor was handmade from cowhide paper, carefully cut into a standard semicircle, with fine lines clearly marking the scale from 0 to 180 degrees. The tools and materials came from the donations of several members within the organization. Although rough, the scale markings were clear and legible. The standard rope was tightly woven from multiple fibers, with one end securely tied to a palm-sized wooden piece. There were knots at regular intervals along the rope for quick reading. With the tools in hand, Chen Zhiye immediately began to operate. He first performed accurate measurements of the first and second angles. He aligned the straight bottom edge of the protractor perfectly with the marked line at the bow, ensuring the center point of the protractor was aligned with the starting point of the marked line. Next was the boat speed measurement. Chen Zhiye picked up the standard rope and gently placed the end with the wooden piece into the water at the side of the boat, allowing the current to carry the piece. He held the other end of the rope, watching the panel time count down. He focused intently on the time and the markings on the rope. At the 15th second, he smoothly and quickly pulled the rope back above the water surface. He immediately checked the length marking on the rope that had been pulled by the current. He sent these key data along with his name to the calculation team. After completing all this, he carefully put away the protractor and standard rope and returned them to Officer Wu. Then came the long wait. In the safety group chat, the 4 members of the calculation team were clearly busy processing the data reported by dozens of team members. Occasionally, they could be seen asking a member to confirm data or discussing adjustments in calculations. The information team was also coordinating data exchanges between various liaison groups in the channel. About 2 hours later, a preliminary positioning result for the safety group members, compiled by the calculation team, was privately sent to Chen Zhiye by the team leader, Chen Zhiye. Chen Zhiye quickly browsed through it. Chen Zhiye. Preliminary positioning is located in the southwest direction of the regional center, 3rd quadrant. Estimated straight line distance to the center point is about 2,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers. If relying on manual paddling, even without rest, and calculating at an ideal speed of 8 kilometers per hour, it would take nearly 250 continuous hours, almost 11 days and nights. This does not even take into account physical limits, harsh sea conditions, and directional deviations. He is not a physical enhancement ability user. Just as he was digesting the impact of this distant distance, another private message from safety group leader Chen Zhiye came in. Chen Zhiye, you saw the positioning data, right? You are a bit far from the center point. There is a situation you need to be aware of. The branch assesses that there is a high probability of a new crisis emerging on the 20th day. The specific form is unclear, but the threat level may be no lower than that of a gray shark. Chen Zhiye continued to send messages, his tone serious. Based on this prediction, the branch believes that the risk of the dispersed status of all members who cannot reach the center point on their own within 4 days is extremely high. So the strategic focus needs to be adjusted. The new directive is for members who are relatively close to each other to prioritize gathering together. The branch will quickly plan gathering points and priority convergence sequences based on the newly obtained positioning data. Only in this way can we gather as much strength as possible before the potential new crisis breaks out, forming a local advantage to seek survival. Chapter 25. Initial gathering. The noon sunlight fell vertically, reflecting the sea surface into a dazzling white. In the regional channel and several liaison group chats, personnel from the information team and the technical team were frequently issuing retest notifications and reviewing operational points. The channel was somewhat chaotic, with some members who had not completed their tasks in the morning anxiously inquiring, while others shared experiences from measurements taken in the early morning. The atmosphere momentarily made Chen Zhiye feel as if he were back in a makeup exam. The retest was scheduled for 1 p.m., with just over an hour left. At exactly 1 p.m., Chen Zhiye could feel the entire region's panel entering a silent state of tension once again. The speed of information scrolling within the group significantly slowed down. Although he could not see the compatriots who were nervously operating, he could imagine them on the sea, intently watching the sun, the protractor, and the standard rope. After the retest time ended, the channel and group became active again. About an hour later, the peak of data transmission seemed to gradually calm down. In the afternoon, a private message prompt from group leader Chen Zhiye came through. Chen Zhiye, the positioning data has been refined. Here is the area map of the third quadrant where you are located. Please keep it safe. Chen Zhiye sent a transaction request. Chen Zhiye confirmed receipt, and a piece of paper appeared in his hand. He carefully unfolded it. It was a quarter-sized A4 paper sketch, with edges cut very neatly. The paper appeared to be a simple drawing made with a pencil. The drawing was divided by clear cross-coordinate axes, with the regional center marked in the upper right corner. His current position was marked as a prominent black dot in the lower left of the regional center in the third quadrant. Surrounding this were 5 slightly smaller dots scattered around. Each small dot was labeled with a simple number. In the vast area of the third quadrant, there were a total of 164 points, including his own. These papers, along with the previous stationery, were all gifts from a member of the information team during their first arrival. Chen Zhiye's message continued. Currently, this is a precious non-renewable resource. Losing one is losing one. Be sure to keep it safe to avoid seawater damage. Understood, leader. I will remember, Chen Zhiye replied. Chen Zhiye paused and added, I am located in the first quadrant, very far from you. In your third quadrant, there is currently only one committee member from the medical team, Leader Wang Hai. And according to the positioning, he is also far from your location, making it difficult to converge in a short time. Therefore, in your area, you need to form a core by yourselves. He carefully examined the map for the 5 companions who would soon intersect with him, marked as B37, C12, D85, E04, and F61. Just as he had initially digested the information on the map and carefully folded it away, another new private message popped up. The sender was Zhang Yun from the Personnel Coordination Team. Hello, Comrade Chen Zhiye. According to the branch's resolution and regional positioning data, you are officially confirmed as the person in charge of the remote weapon platform in the third quadrant. Your team is tentatively composed of 1 double-hulled boat and 1 small boat. Please quickly coordinate with the 5 comrades around you to establish effective contact and form collaboration. Once you complete the initial convergence, the branch will allocate the necessary materials for upgrading your vehicles based on the actual situation. So please report your progress in a timely manner. This news made Chen Zhiye's heart tighten. He was no longer acting alone, nor was he just a special weapon holder within the safety group. He had been assigned the responsibility of leading a small team. Received, Comrade Zhang Yun, Chen Zhiye replied. He no longer delayed, and, based on the numbers on the map and the roster of the area previously sent by the information team, he searched for and added these 5 companions as friends one by one. While waiting for replies, he placed the precious map in a corner of his storage space. Soon, 5 friend requests were successively approved. Chen Zhiye did not rush to create a group. He first communicated simply with each person to understand their basic situation. Hello, I am Chen Zhiye from the safety group, tasked with coordinating our 6-person convergence. The other party responded quickly, their tone straightforward. Hello, Brother Chen. I am Wang Hu, originally from Liaison Group 9. I've finally received your message. I only have a spear here, but I have strength, and my gift is strength enhancement. I should be able to row well. Just tell me what to do next. The first member, a strength enhancer, seemed straightforward. Chen Zhiye noted this and replied, Okay. Wang Hu, conserve your strength and be ready to row to converge. Wait for my notification. Next was number C12. Hello, Comrade Chen Zhiye. I am Sun Xiao. From Group 5. The reply from the other party seemed calm. My gift is vision enhancement. I can see farther and clearer during the day. And I also have some night vision capability. Vision enhancement, a great scouting talent. Chen Zhiye responded, Received, Sun Xiao. Your ability is very important after gathering. I will need your vigilance and scouting. The third was number D85, a member of the technical team. Hello, person in charge. I am Li Kangwen. Previously involved in material processing. His tone carried a bit of enthusiasm typical of a technician. My gift is 2 pieces of flint and some steamed buns. I've eaten the buns already, and now I only have these 2 pieces of flint left. But I think the quality of this flint is good. It should be useful for starting a fire or making tools in the future. I'm also good at making things. A technical talent, plus a critical source of fire for the future. The fourth was E04. Hello, Brother Chen. I am Lu Fong. Through the text. Chen Zhiye sensed she was a bit shy. My gift is a leather water pouch. The pouch is still here, but the water is all gone. I'm not very skilled at rowing, but I will try my best to learn. I will do anything I can. A seemingly ordinary, possibly somewhat inexperienced female survivor. It's okay, safety first. Rowing can be practiced slowly, and once we gather, there will be a division of labor, and everyone can play a role. Finally, it's F61. Is Chen Zhiye the leader? I am Zhou. The last reply was short and direct. My gift is a dozen sheets of paper. I've used a few, and still have plenty left. This stuff seems to be of little use now. The only weapon is a long spear. After preliminary communication with the 5 people, Chen Zhiye felt reassured. 3 males and 2 females. 1 with strength enhancement, 1 with vision enhancement, 1 technician with flint, and 2 ordinary survivors. This configuration is enough to form a viable small collective. He created a new group and added Wang Hu, Sun Xiao, Li Kangwen, Lu Fong, and Zhou. Hello comrades, I am Chen Zhiye, belonging to the branch's security team. According to the latest instructions from the branch and regional positioning data, the 6 of us have been designated as a group, and I am the leader of this group. Our core task is to complete our gathering within 4 days and initially form cooperative combat capabilities to respond to the new crisis that the branch predicts may arise on the 20th day. Our team's configuration has been tentatively set as a double-hulled boat, for which I am responsible, serving as a future long-range support platform, along with a small boat for maneuvering and assistance. The branch promises to provide the materials needed to upgrade our vehicles after we complete our initial gathering. Now we need to rely on ourselves to move towards the gathering point. He paused for a moment to let everyone digest the information. Based on preliminary understanding, Comrade Wang, who has strength enhancement and is the main force for close combat and rowing. Comrade Sun Xiao has vision enhancement and is responsible for observation and early warning. Comrade Li Kangwen is a technician and is skilled in crafting, which can serve as a living force for maintenance in the future. Comrades Lu Fong and Zhou are also versatile in work and life. We will be a collective, needing to trust each other and play to our strengths. Now I am issuing the first task for the group. Everyone should gather at my current coordinates as a preliminary meeting point. Please immediately converge according to the planned route sent to you by the coordination team. Be sure to maintain a stable course. Safety is our top priority as we start moving towards me. We will keep group communication open. Report any anomalies immediately. A few seconds later, Wang, who was the first to respond. Understood. Brother Chen, I will head towards you at full speed. Sun Xiao followed closely. Received. I will report any situation at any time. Li Kangwen. Received. Lu Fong. Okay, Brother Chen, I will start rowing now. Zhou understood. Chapter 26. Rules. The gathering process was far longer than Chen Zhiye had imagined. On the vast sea, even with relatively accurate coordinates and directional guidance, relying on human power to row a canoe over long distances remained a daunting task. The first day after the group was established was spent in frequent communication and mutual encouragement. Chen Zhiye continuously received status reports from the other 5 in the group. Wang, who was undoubtedly the fastest in progress. The strength enhancement gift played a huge role at this moment, as his rowing frequency and power far exceeded that of an average person. The canoe sliced through the water, moving steadily towards Chen Zhiye's coordinates. His messages in the group were always infused with an energetic enthusiasm. Brother Chen, everything is normal on my side. Speed is steady. At this pace, I should be able to arrive by tomorrow afternoon. I saw a school of fish and almost speared one, huh? Sun Xiao fully utilized her vision enhancement advantage. While she rowed vigorously, she often described the unusual cloud formations she saw in the group. There are piled clouds at the horizon at 10 o'clock, a bit thick, with 4 spiraled shapes on the upper part of the clouds. Check if anyone sees the same. Li Kangwen occasionally shared some crafting tips in the group, while Lu Fong and Zhou were progressing relatively slowly. Lu Fong was evidently still not quite adapted to rowing and life at sea, and her stamina was slightly lacking. But she was always trying hard. Everyone in the group could see her perseverance. Zhou was much quieter, only reporting his status on time. appearing somewhat socially anxious. Chen Zhiye closely monitored everyone's status, knowing that maintaining a sense of team identity during this monotonous journey was crucial. He sometimes shared the latest information just issued by the branch in the group or preliminary discussion points about cold weapon cooperation within the security team. Meanwhile, a deeper discussion was intensifying within the regional channel. After the excitement of the exploration team's successful small-scale gathering, real issues began to surface. Although the vast majority managed to maintain restraint and cooperation based on moral lines and the collective identity rebuilt over the past few days after losing the constraints of order, some signs of friction had already surfaced through reports from team leaders and the concerns of involved parties in the channel. Some female members expressed discomfort in the channel regarding what they felt was overly enthusiastic attention from others after the gathering. The verbal probes in the channel and private chats over the past few days were also frequently mentioned. Next came the issue of division of labor. How to allocate tasks such as rowing, guarding, collecting fresh water, and processing food after gathering. Relying solely on self-awareness and temporary discussions is bound to lead to complaints about who does more and who does less. Similarly, these issues did not only arise after gathering. There had been prior reports from team leaders indicating that a member with rapid healing abilities was expected to take on more underwater work, which triggered resistance from other members. Furthermore, there was the issue of resource allocation. After gathering, should personal food, fresh water, tools, and other resources be shared? How should they be shared? Should it be based on need or based on labor? Some groups had experienced minor disputes over the distribution ratio of catches. Although these frictions were mostly quelled under the coordination of leaders due to previous limitations of panel communication, the problems exposed were not to be ignored. Over time, relying solely on morality without clear rules might lead to order disintegrating from within. The voices in the channel were growing louder. Let's get the unpleasant words out in the open. It will be easier to get along later. No rules means no boundaries. It's fine now with fewer people. But when there are more later, it will definitely be chaotic without a plan. First, let's draw the bottom line. What can be done and what absolutely cannot be done. The branch clearly recognized the urgency of the problem. Soon, a temporary management code for Area 293478, drafted by the committee, in collaboration with the Information, Safety, and Personnel Coordination teams, was released to the regional channel and all groups for discussion among all members. This code was formulated based on the moral and legal experiences of the old world, combined with the current extreme marine environment. The code outlined the rights of members to survival and development, emphasizing the maintenance of basic order. The content covered several fundamental aspects. It clarified that all members have the basic rights to obtain essential survival supplies, have their personal safety protected, have their dignity respected, and participate in discussions of collective affairs. At the same time, they are obligated to comply with reasonable collective allocation, participate in collective labor, maintain collective interests, and assist each other. Any form of intentional harm, murder, or sexual assault is strictly prohibited. Theft, robbery, fraud, and other property violations are strictly prohibited. Deliberately harming others or collective interests in the face of common danger is strictly prohibited. Spreading panic rumors, dividing the collective, and inciting confrontation is strictly prohibited. The code established the basic principle of combining distribution based on need and labor. This means that, as long as the collective is capable, the basic survival supplies should prioritize meeting the fundamental needs of all members. Non-essential survival supplies, skill services, weapons, and tools may be distributed and exchanged more based on contribution and labor input. Finally, regarding dispute resolution, it will first be mediated within the mutual aid team. And if mediation fails, it will be reported step by step to the liaison team and the committee. Major controversies or violations are adjudicated by the committee after hearings by conveners. Disciplinary measures have been added to the existing interim measures for rewards and punishments, which include criticism, warnings, and demerits, with the addition of labor education. Collective labor may be imposed as needed to create value for the group. In the channel, various opinions clash intensely. Some feel it is too harsh. We're already in this situation. Why impose so many rules? Others counter. Precisely because we're in this situation, rules are even more necessary. Otherwise, how can we survive better? There are supporters of the labor education clause, while others worry about how the amount of labor will be determined. Who will judge if someone is being passive or lazy? Will it be abused? A consensus is gradually forming regarding the division of duties for night watch and dangerous tasks based on abilities. There is also an emphasis that individual physical capabilities should be fully considered when assigning tasks, without demanding absolute equality, but ensuring fairness and reasonableness. Personnel from the branch and information group actively guide discussions in the channel and explain the original intention of the clauses. After a half-day of thorough discussion, the branch collected opinions from various parties and made some revisions to the regulations. For example, in the labor education clause, a supervision procedure was added requiring confirmation and filing by both the team leader and the liaison group leader. The principles of resource allocation further emphasized encouraging more work for more rewards, under the premise of ensuring basic survival. In the evening, the revised temporary management regulations for Area 293478 were released. Also released was another message from Zhang Yun of the Personnel Coordination Group. It was an explanation regarding the completion of temporary adjustments for personnel across the entire area and subsequent coordination principles. The announcement stated that the overall personnel grouping adjustment based on location data had been basically completed. The new group divisions are primarily based on proximity for quick assembly, as a temporary measure to respond to potential crises, except for specialized teams directly under the branch, which maintain a stable composition due to their special functions. All other ordinary survivors can return to their original mutual aid teams or liaison groups based on personal willingness after achieving overall assembly. The purpose of this approach is clearly to maintain the connections and trust established over the past 10 days while addressing the current urgent threats. It aims to avoid the collapse of familiar social relationships due to temporary adjustments, which is beneficial for the stability of the larger collective after assembly. This addition reassured many members who felt uneasy about being scattered and reorganized. After all, there were familiar faces in the original teams and liaison groups who had encouraged each other in survival for the past 10 days. This emotional bond is quite valuable in an unfamiliar environment. Chapter 27. Heavy responsibility after completing preliminary communications with the 5 team members and confirming that they had temporarily stopped paddling to rest. Chen Zhiye let out a sigh of relief. The mental tension eased slightly, but another heavier matter immediately pressed down on his shoulders. He was no longer just a lone wanderer managing his own small piece of land. As the leader of this group, he needed to be responsible for the safety and future combat effectiveness of these 5 people. A wave of pressure cooled the slight excitement he had just felt from initially forming the team. Chen rubbed his slightly swollen temples, forcing himself to pull together. Forming a team for the remote support platform was the designation given to him by the branch and team leader Chen Zhiye. So where would the weapons come from? How would they be allocated? Would the team members be able to use them skillfully? The ideas gradually became clearer. He recalled the earlier instructions from Chen Zhiye. If there was a need, he could contact Engineer Zhang from the technical group and Sister Qi from the logistics group, both of whom were actual leaders in their respective fields. He first opened the private chat interface with Engineer Zhang from the technical group. Chen Zhiye had mentioned that Engineer Zhang, originally named Zheng Guodong, was an experienced handicraft enthusiast before the arrival. He has experience in making traditional bows, crossbows, and cold weapons, and is now a pillar of remote weapon development in the technical group, where everyone is used to calling him Engineer Zhang. Good evening, Engineer Zhang. This is Chen Zhiye from the safety group, currently responsible for the establishment of the remote weapon platform in the 3rd quadrant. I would like to inquire about the current progress of remote weapon research and development. Chen Zhiye spoke respectfully, as he was indeed asking for help. After a while, Engineer Zhang's reply came. Comrade Chen Zhiye, old Chen mentioned you before. When it comes to remote weapons, bows and arrows are definitely representative. However, we are currently stuck on material and bowstring performance. The Haiju material meets the toughness standard, but directly manufacturing longbows tends to become soft and break, requiring repeated adjustments, which is inefficient, and we currently lack the processing conditions. The mainstream opinion is to prioritize developing short bows, trading length for stability and production speed, while sacrificing some power and range to first address the existence issue. Chen Zhiye carefully noted these key points. A short bow seems to be the most likely remote weapon to obtain in the near future. What about slingshots? He asked. Slingshots? The structure has been simplified to the extreme. Using Haiju for the frame, with rubber bands and a leather pouch, the ammunition is made from gray shark teeth. The physical limits are there, with little room for optimization. It's just a matter of skill. The logistics group should have already arranged for small-scale production. You just need to contact them directly. Got it. Thank you very much. After finishing communication with the technical group, Chen Zhiye immediately reached out to Sister Qi from the logistics group responsible for weapon production coordination. Good evening, Sister Qi. I'm Chen Zhiye, responsible for the construction of the remote weapon platform. Engineer Zheng mentioned that the slingshot has been finalized, and I would like to understand the specific weapon configuration plan and application process. Soon, Sister Qi's reply came. The configuration guidelines for your platform have just been released. I will send you the preliminary weapon options and descriptions. Currently, there are 4 types of remote weapons available for selection at this stage: bows and arrows, slingshots, spear throwers, and slings. Each weapon has a detailed analysis of advantages and disadvantages, current logistics supply status, and a concise safety operation process. In summary, the short bow is still in trial production, limited in quantity and power, with a long training cycle. The slingshot has been finalized and can be supplied in small batches. Easy to use, with a fast shooting speed and easily obtainable ammunition, but one must be cautious of the rubber band limits and try to recover ammunition. The spear thrower can be mass-produced, but the production capacity for accompanying short spears is limited. It is effective against large targets, but difficult to control accuracy, requiring skill to prevent it from slipping out of hand during operation. The sling is made from easily obtainable materials and is simple to make. But accuracy is hard to grasp and the training cycle is long, requiring a lot of practice to feel comfortable. Chen Zhiye browsed through the 4 weapon descriptions repeatedly, frowning slightly. The situation was more complex than he had thought. Each of these 4 weapons has its strengths, but they also have obvious shortcomings. Moreover, aside from the slingshot, the other options seem not fully mature or unsuitable for the current environment. Sister Chi's subsequent comments quickly confirmed his judgment. Currently, the only weapon that can be reliably supplied and form immediate combat capability is the slingshot. The short bow is still in sample testing and process solidification, and the production capacity for the accompanying short spears of the spear thrower is limited. As for the sling, I personally do not recommend wasting any time on it. Understood. Can we first apply for a sample slingshot for our group? No problem. I will arrange that right away. A few minutes later, the transaction with the logistics group service personnel was completed. Chen Zhiye now had a primitive-looking slingshot in his storage space, along with the provided usage steps. He took the slingshot in his hand and examined it closely. The bow body is made of haiju, with a fiber wrap at the grip to prevent slipping. The power source comes from 2 highly elastic clothing elastic bands, and the pouch is a small piece of tanned gray shark skin. The accompanying demonstration ammunition is indeed gray shark teeth. Chen Zhiye attempted to stretch the rubber band, feeling the force of contraction. This item looks simple, but hitting a target accurately will likely be far from easy. He simulated the process of loading, aiming, and firing according to the instructions, trying to feel that elusive touch while aiming at the sea from the swaying bow. Time quietly passed during this repeated communication and familiarization with the weapon. When he felt his eyes becoming a bit sore, he realized that the coolness of the sea breeze had deepened. It was already late at night. Coordination, inquiry, judgment, decision-making. Communicating with professionals like Engineer Zheng and Sister Chi requires a quick understanding of their logic and clear expression of one's own needs. This mental exhaustion far exceeds the level he experienced during his previous solo training. It turns out that even as a small leader, there are so many things to worry about. Chen Zhiye recalled his days of practicing alone, lurking and peeping. At that time, he only needed to be responsible for himself, and his biggest worry was just various practice schedules. Now, he carries the expectations of 5 people on his shoulders. The interaction with Engineer Zheng and Sister Chi made him truly feel the sensation of integrating into a large organizational operation system. This pressure felt heavy, but it also subtly gave rise to an unprecedented motivation. Chen Zhiye put away his slingshot and forced himself to stop thinking and quickly fall asleep. He needed rest. There were more things waiting for him tomorrow. The next day, Chen Zhiye woke up on time due to his biological clock. Although the quality of sleep was not high, he quickly splashed his face with clean water to dispel the lingering drowsiness. After pulling out a slingshot again, he opened the group chat to send a message. Good morning, everyone. How did you all rest? Is the surrounding environment safe? Wang, who was still the first to reply, Good morning, Brother Chen. Slept well. There is nothing around. Just waiting to regroup. Li Kangwen. Good morning, Manager Chen. I'm in good condition. All right. Next we need to clarify the future positioning of our platform. He summarized the information he received from Sister Chi and Engineer Zheng yesterday, combining it with his understanding and elaborated it in detail in the group. According to the branch's plan, we will serve as a relatively stable firepower output point after the regrouping. Our main task is to provide suppression and precise strikes when encountering medium to long-range threats. Chen Zhiye emphasized the 4 types of alternative weapons, particularly stressing the current weapon supply status. Therefore, we need to preliminarily determine a weapon selection intention based on each person's physical strength and talents. This relates to our future training direction and logistical applications. We cannot equip everyone with all weapons. There must be a focus and division of labor. Everyone, please consider which one suits you best. There was a moment of silence in the group. Clearly everyone was digesting the information and weighing their own situations. Wang Hu broke the silence first. Brother Chen, I'm straightforward and can't handle too much detail. That spear thrower sounds good. The more strength, the more power. But if there aren't many short spears, the slingshot will do. Give me one of those. His choice aligned with his position as a strength enhancer, leaning towards simple and brute weapons. Sun Xiao then spoke. My eyesight is better, so I might be more suited for weapons that require precision. Between the bow and arrow and the slingshot, I prefer the bow and arrow. Although Engineer Zheng said the short bow is still in testing, I can start practicing with the slingshot. Once the bow and arrow are ready, I should be able to pick it up faster. After a short pause, Li Kangwen replied, my manual skills are okay, and I'm quite interested in the material processing mentioned by Engineer Zheng. I can also try the bow and arrow. Maybe I can even participate in maintenance or improvement later. I can also help process the short spears needed for the spear thrower. Lu Fang seemed a bit hesitant. I'm not strong, so the spear thrower is definitely out. I'm afraid I can't pull back the bow and arrow. But the slingshot seems lighter. Can I give it a try? Zhou Yi's reply was brief. I also want to try the slingshot. The intentions were basically clear. Wang Hu chose the spear thrower as the main weapon and the slingshot as a secondary option. Sun Xiao opted for the slingshot first, and then the bow and arrow. Li Kangwen chose the bow and arrow, and both Lu Fang and Zhou Yi selected the slingshot. Chen Zhiye quickly organized the information and continued. This is just a preliminary attempt. Adjustments will be made later based on actual training results and the availability of weapons. Now, everyone continue to converge towards me as planned. Pay attention to conserving your strength. Safety first. Understood. Received. After ending the group chat, Chen Zhiye sent the organized weapon configuration intentions to the logistics team, Sister Qi. After doing all this, he finally felt a bit relieved and picked up the piece of fish meat beside him to chew on for breakfast. Chapter 28. Catamaran. Before Chen Zhiye could swallow the fish meat in his mouth, the coordination team sent over a background profile and past evaluations of the 5 members in the group. Chen Zhiye scrolled down to see Wang Hu's information first. The registration information showed that he came from an industrial city in the north, and his previous profession was a construction worker. The initial gift confirmed was strength enhancement. Below were evaluations from his former leader in the 9th liaison group and several team members. Comrade Wang, who has a straightforward personality, works hard, never slacks off, and showed bravery during the Gray Shark crisis. Tiger is reliable, though sometimes he can be a bit slow to understand and stubborn, but he always completes what he promises. A trustworthy comrade, just has a bigger appetite. Chen Zhiye looked at this and couldn't help but smile slightly. It matched perfectly with his impression from their interactions. A reliable and pure combat force. Next was Sun Xiao. The profile indicated she was once a freelance photographer, with a gift for vision enhancement. The evaluation from the former leader of the 5th group stated, Comrade Sun Xiao has keen observation skills, is calm and detail-oriented, and is good at learning. She has repeatedly discovered small schools of fish and is a well-known fishing expert in the group, making significant contributions to the group's survival. She has a slightly introverted personality, but is logical and always completes assigned tasks efficiently. The evaluations from teammates also focused on her being reliable and not very talkative, but well-informed. Li Kangwen was originally a technician at a machinery factory, with a gift of 2 flintstones. The evaluations were filled with words like skilled, diligent, and meticulous. The technical group leader added a note. Comrade Li Kangwen has an intuitive understanding of material properties. It is recommended to rely on him more for tool making and vehicle improvement. Lu Fang's profile was much simpler. She was an ordinary office worker. Her gift was a leather water pouch. The evaluations mostly focused on her gentle personality, being a bit timid, but having a serious learning attitude and striving to adapt to her environment. Her former team leader specifically mentioned that Comrade Lu Fang was unable to cooperate effectively due to fear during the early stages of the Gray Shark crisis. But she was able to complete basic night watch and resource organization work after later guidance and encouragement. Chen Zhiye noted in his mind that he would need to be more patient with Lu Fang in the future. Zhou Yi's profile indicated he was a university student, with a gift of a dozen sheets of paper. His evaluation was the most vague, mostly stating he communicated little, could complete tasks as required but lacked initiative and seemed somewhat detached from the current situation. His former group leader commented that Comrade Zhou Yi did not show obvious resistance, but also lacked enthusiasm for integrating into the group and needed positive guidance. Closing the profiles, Chen Zhiye's mental image of the 5 group members became clearer and more three-dimensional. This information corroborated with his brief impressions from interactions, giving him a better grasp of how to lead this group. He was secretly relieved that, at least for now, there didn't seem to be any problematic individuals within the group, and their personalities and abilities could form a complementarity. The morning's navigation passed peacefully. As noon approached, Sun Xiao sent another message in the group. I see roll clouds in the sky to my left. The edges exhibit a certain fibrous structure. Soon, Wang Hu chimed in, hey, I see it too. Is the edge a bit fluffy? Sun Xiao replied affirmatively. Yes, that's the kind of cloud. Li Kangwen added, I think I see it too. Is there only that one cloud around? Lu Fang and Zhou Yi also reported seeing similar cloud conditions one after another. This shared observation and confirmation made everyone realize they were not far apart, adding a bit of motivation to their rowing. In the afternoon, based on the estimated sailing speed, Chen Zhiye judged that the regrouping would happen in the afternoon or evening. He took out his Type 92 pistol, carefully checked its condition, and repeated the gun practice he had already mastered. He intentionally let the soon-to-be gathered group members see this weapon. His information about holding a firearm was limited to the safety team and a small number of people. A limited display of strength could better enhance confidence after the regrouping. The first person to appear at the edge of Chen Zhiye's vision was indeed Wang Hu. The speed of his canoe slicing through the water was clearly faster than that of an ordinary person, like a darting swordfish. As the distance closed, Chen Zhiye could see Wang Hu's sturdy figure straining to paddle. Chen Ge. Wang Hu's booming voice pierced through the sea breeze from over 100 meters away. Filled with uncontrollable excitement, Chen Zhiye stood up and waved to him. Wang Hu paddled even harder, his canoe almost arriving at sprinting speed. With a light clank, the bow gently bumped against the side of Chen Zhiye's boat. Wang Hu grabbed the edge of Chen Zhiye's boat to steady himself. His bronze face glowed red from excitement and effort, sweat trickling down his forehead. He wiped it off carelessly, revealing 2 rows of teeth as he smiled widely. Finally made it. Chen Ge. This paddle was really exhausting. His gaze briefly scanned the gun in Chen Zhiye's hand, and his pupils contracted slightly, flashing a hint of surprise. However, he didn't ask too many questions, just a bit more assurance in his smile. You've worked hard, Wang Hu. Chen Zhiye reached out and patted his solid shoulder, feeling the firm muscle beneath. Let's take a break and have some water. We'll wait for the others. All right, Wang Hu replied readily, pulling out his water pouch and taking a few big gulps. Next to arrive was Sun Xiao. As she approached, she first observed Chen Zhiye and Wang Hu's condition and the relative positions of the 2 boats, then carefully brought her boat close. Her gaze also quickly darted over the gun in Chen Zhiye's hand, showing a barely noticeable surprise before she regained her composure, lightly nodding at Chen Zhiye. Chen Zhiye. Wang Hu. Li Kangwen was the third to arrive, his boat piled with scraps of sea bamboo and a few bone semi-finished products, indicating that he had not stopped researching during the journey. Zhou Yi was fourth, his canoe approaching at a leisurely pace. He simply nodded to everyone as a greeting. By the time Lu Fang arrived, the sun was setting, painting the sky and sea a warm orange-red. She looked exhausted, her face pale, and her hands gripping the paddle were slightly trembling. But her eyes were filled with joy and relaxation at having reached their destination. Big brother Chen, brother Wang Hu, sister Sun Xiao, brother Li, she called out to each of them, her voice somewhat weak but tinged with a tearful smile. 6 people, 6 rough canoes, finally gathered successfully in this unknown sea. After a brief moment of excitement, Chen Zhiye led everyone to tally the upgrade materials they had on hand. The 5 of them had a total of 18 pieces of 5-section sea bamboo, exceeding the requirement for upgrading 1 small sailboat and 1 catamaran, with even some to spare. However, they only had 6 canoes, and the catamaran required 6 canoes, so they were short by 2. As for 10-section sea bamboo, they had none. We need 2 more hulls and 8 pieces of 10-section sea bamboo, Chen Zhiye summarized, the situation being as expected. I will report immediately to the branch for coordination. He promptly contacted Chen Weigua, detailing the successful gathering of the group and the shortage of materials. 2 trade requests came in succession. The logistics team provided 2 rough canoe hulls and 8 pieces of over 20-meter-long 10-section sea bamboo. Materials complete. Chen Zhiye felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He also registered a few spare pieces of 5-section sea bamboo from himself and the team with the logistics team for future needs or exchanges with other teams. The upgrade officially began. According to the panel prompt, the first step was to upgrade to a small sailboat. Chen Zhiye designated Sun Xiao's canoe as the base. After letting Sun Xiao board Lu Fang's boat, he handed over the materials for upgrading the small sailboat to her. The next moment, a marvelous scene occurred. The 2 selected canoes and 2 pieces of 5-section sea bamboo were drawn closer by an invisible force, emitting a soft white light. Within the light, the wood and sea bamboo seemed to come alive, disassembling and reassembling on their own. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes. As the light faded, a brand new boat appeared before everyone. It was about 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, no longer the spindle shape of a canoe, but with a flatter bottom and a slightly raised bow. The stability was visibly improved. A low but sturdy roof was built in the middle of the boat, framed with sea bamboo and covered with glossy, reflective fiber mats. Although simple, it truly provided a shelter from wind and rain. Wow! Lu Feng couldn't help but let out a low exclamation. Wang Hu jumped onto the deck and stomped it, making a thudding sound. Solid enough. Zhou Yi also stepped forward to feel the material of the roof. Under this roof, 3 people should be able to squeeze in for sleeping, Chen Zhiye assessed, filled with emotion. From being able to curl up in a canoe to having a sheltered space with a canopy, this was undoubtedly a leap in quality of survival. Everyone, filled with curiosity and excitement, boarded the newly born small sailboat. Although it felt a bit cramped, the sense of having indoor space gave everyone an indescribable sense of security. Next was the upgrade to the catamaran. Standing on the small sailboat, Chen Zhiye selected the vehicle upgrade option. The soft white light shone again, enveloping all the selected materials. Within the light, the reorganization of materials was even more complex than before, accompanied by a low humming sound, indicating the reshaping of matter. This time, the upgrade lasted 30 minutes. When the light finally dissipated, the catamaran appeared before everyone. Its overall length exceeded 6 meters, and its width reached 4 meters. Its structure was not a single hull, but rather consisted of 2 elongated, streamlined floats arranged in parallel, tightly connected in the middle to form a wide and stable deck platform. This was the catamaran, and on the spacious deck, instead of just a low roof like the small sailboat, a fully structured shelter was built. The shelter nearly covered the entire deck, presenting an elongated shape, clearly divided into 4 independent compartments. Each compartment had a door and curtain made of sea bamboo. The top of the shelter was also covered with treated sea bamboo and waterproof mats, with several small windows that could be opened or closed on both sides. Chen Zhiye suppressed his excitement and was the first to step onto the flagship belonging to their group. The deck was flat and solid, and walking on it felt almost stable, a stark contrast to the swaying of the previous canoe. He lifted the curtain of the first compartment. The space inside was not large, but enough for one person to lie down with a little room to move. There were also simple hooks on the cabin wall. The 4 compartments were quite similar, 2 on each side, with a low but passable aisle in the middle. Amazing. This boat is stable. Wang Hu was a bit excited. The others also showed moved expressions, carefully examining every detail of the shelter. Chapter 29. Settling in after the shock and excitement. Chen Zhiye led the 5 to familiarize themselves with these hard-earned vessels. Everyone lined up, almost with a pilgrim-like spirit, to tour the catamaran. Although the compartments were not large, if they squeezed in, 2 people could lie down in each compartment. Chen Zhiye stomped on the wooden planks beneath his feet. These compartments were not solid underneath, but divided into spaces. He signaled to Li Kangwen to help him lift a partition, revealing a dark space below. Everyone leaned over to look, their faces showing surprise. Although the storage space was magical, it was only 5 cubic meters, making it inconvenient to store a large amount of daily supplies. Stepping out of the shelter and moving to the back of the boat, the rear deck was relatively narrow, with 2 fixed wooden paddles installed on either side, large-bladed. The main paddle of the catamaran looked like it required 2 people to operate simultaneously, likely making it much faster than a canoe. After visiting the catamaran, everyone returned to the nearby small skiff. It was smaller and more agile, serving as the main vessel for reconnaissance and resource gathering. Although the space under the canopy could only squeeze in 2 or 3 people for sleeping, it provided shelter from the wind and rain. Once everyone was seated again on the front deck of the catamaran, Chen Zhiye felt it was time to delve deeper into the situation and clarify the upcoming arrangements. Now we have a decent home, and maintaining this home relies on everyone's efforts. Before determining the future division of labor for our group, I would like to first understand what everyone mainly did in the previous small team. How were resources allocated? He hoped to gain a deeper understanding of everyone's previous living conditions and also provide a chance for the team members to share and transition. Upon hearing this question, several people exchanged glances, and finally, Sun Xiao, who had previously served as the main catcher, spoke up first. Our team is a standard 10-person mutual aid group, and basically, our daytime hours were filled with fixed production activities and skill learning. She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts. In our team, including myself, there were 2 full-time fishermen with nets, responsible for the main food source. 4 members were responsible for gathering light blue seaweed and processing freshwater to ensure our drinking water supply. 1 member was responsible for the initial processing of the catch, such as scaling, gutting, cutting, and drying. There were also 2 members responsible for salt production. And finally, the team leader coordinated the entire team's work and also handled the daily maintenance of tools and weapons. Wang Hu added from the side that rules are dead, but people are alive. In our team, the best fisherman often completed the quotas ahead of time and would help with processing the catch when he had free time. Lu Fong softly agreed. Yes, when I'm gathering water, if I see a school of fish nearby, I will also try to catch some. Every little bit helps in storing food. Regarding resource allocation, our team also maintained each person's basic resource reserves. Initially, we could only store food and water for 1 or 2 days, but as our skills improved, the reserves gradually increased. The branch had already required each member to keep at least 7 days' worth of basic food and drinking water in their storage space. Other resources were registered with the logistics team, and the branch coordinated to distribute them to direct professional groups or support teams with resource shortages. Chen Zhiye listened attentively, nodding occasionally and raising some detailed questions. Through this QA, he gained a more vivid understanding of the production and living patterns of ordinary survivors. According to the branch's latest decision and the already published temporary management regulations, the original mutual aid team's composition and resource coordination would be temporarily frozen until we completed the assembly of the new collective. He noticed a thoughtful expression on the faces of several people and continued to explain. This means that from now on, until the branch has new notifications, our group's production will be directly responsible for ourselves. The basic resource allocation for direct groups like ours should be guaranteed by the branch in the future. But until the supply relationship is adjusted, we still need to be self-sufficient. Although he had a basic understanding of the 5 members passed from the materials provided by the coordination team, Chen Zhiye still decided to ask again personally. He scanned the group and said, I want to understand what each of you was mainly responsible for in the previous small team. Sun Xiao answered first. As I mentioned before, I was mainly responsible for fishing with nets. Wang Hu patted his chest. I'm mainly responsible for gathering water. I'm strong and have also dived to collect sea bamboo a few times. Lu Fong quietly said, I also gather water and help process the catch. Li Kangwen adjusted his non-existent glasses. I was primarily responsible for developing gray shark products in the technical team, such as tanning shark skin and extracting fish liver oil. Zhou Yi finally spoke up, tool maintenance. All right, now I will arrange the division of labor for our group going forward. If there are any unsuitable areas, please feel free to discuss them. Everyone immediately sat up straight, focusing their attention on him. First, our core task is to quickly form combat capability. Therefore, the catamaran, as our main weapon platform and base, must be prioritized for familiarization and use. Sun Xiao, Wang Hu, Lu Fong. The 4 of us will take turns driving the skiff for half a day during the day to carry out basic resource gathering in the surrounding waters. Sun Xiao, with her experience, will take the lead, focusing primarily on fishing to stockpile as much food as possible. Wang Hu and Lu Fong, you are responsible for maintaining the seaweed we have on the gathering boat to ensure our drinking water supply. Lu Fong will assist Sun Xiao in processing the catch and will be responsible for organizing and safeguarding the gathered resources. The 3 named nodded. As for Li Kangwen and Zhou Yi, Chen Zhiye turned to the other 2. Considering that currently, Wang Hu is the only strength enhancer, and the catamaran requires 2 people to row, it is more suitable for Li Kangwen and Zhou Yi, who have similar strength, to operate it. Li Kangwen's task is to quickly familiarize himself with the structure of the boat. As our group's technical representative, all future maintenance of weapons and vehicles will require your attention. Li Kangwen nodded seriously. Understood, I will figure it out as soon as possible. Zhou Yi, you will assist Li Kangwen while also familiarizing yourself with the operation of the catamaran, especially the 2 oars at the back. Additionally, you will be mainly responsible for the daily cleaning and basic maintenance of the boat. Zhou Yi nodded and didn't say much. Finally, regarding accommodation arrangements, Chen Zhiye made a decision considering practicality and privacy. For accommodation, my idea is to assign the skiff to Sun Xiao and Lu Fong for their residence. The remaining 4 of us will stay in the 4 compartments of the catamaran. This arrangement is reasonable, and everyone had no objections. Sun Xiao slightly nodded. Seemingly in agreement with this decision, Lu Fong also breathed a sigh of relief. Having a relatively private space was undoubtedly a great comfort for her. All right, since everyone has no objections, let's settle on this for now. Chen Zhiye stood up. Today everyone is very tired, so let's rest well, get familiar with our new rooms. And starting tomorrow, we will each perform our duties according to the division of labor, making our group truly operational. Chapter 30. Adjustment. The night wrapped the 2 tightly moored boats like heavy satin. The silhouette cast by the catamaran on the sea rippled gently with the light waves. In the 4 compartments of the catamaran's canopy, Chen Zhiye, Wang Hu, Li Kangwen, and Zhou Yi were browsing the myriad of information on their panels. Although they were on the same boat, the communication at this moment was more through an invisible network. Chen Zhiye could hear occasional suppressed clicking sounds from Wang Hu's compartment next door, presumably because he had seen something new. Li Kongwen's side was unusually quiet, and Zhou Yi's compartment was even more silent. His mind was mainly immersed in matters of resource coordination. Communicating with logistics personnel, Xiao Wu made him realize a practical issue. His remote support team is currently nominally under the security group, but in reality, he is the only member of the security group. Therefore, in the branch's logistics system, Xiao Wu could only allocate resources for him alone at this time. Comrade Chen Zhiye, I understand the situation, but currently, coordination and logistics are prioritizing the allocation of weapon resources. Xiao Wu's message carried a sense of helplessness. With the 20-day mark approaching, we can only discuss it after these few days. The daily consumption of the other 5 comrades still needs your group to resolve on its own. If shortages occur, you can apply for temporary assistance from the group. Chen Zhiye rubbed his brow. This was somewhat expected. The branch's resources come from a stable system, and in the current structural reorganization of personnel, being able to concentrate forces to ensure weapon distribution is already not easy. This further solidified his idea that the group must quickly develop self-sufficiency. In contrast, the news from logistics personnel Chen Zhiye was uplifting. The long-range weapons he had previously applied for were all ready. Xiao Chun, your group's weapons have been approved. 2 short bows, 1 spear thrower, and 3 slingshots. The matching short spears and arrows currently have limited production capacity, so we can only provide 10 of each for now. Use them sparingly and try to recover them. The ammunition for the slingshots is ample. The items have been sent to you. Please check them. Chen Zhiye took a look at the items. The 2 short bows had a simple design, with the bow body made of multiple pieces of sea bamboo, wrapped with reinforced fiber ropes. The spear thrower was about half a meter long, with a groove and hook at the front. The 3 slingshots resembled the samples he had received before. The short spears and arrows were solidly made, with spearheads crafted from polished shark teeth. He did not immediately take out these weapons, planning to officially distribute and start training tomorrow morning. Then, he communicated with the personnel coordination team, mainly to confirm the current affiliations of Wang Hu and the other 4. The response was clear. The established principle was internal coordination within the group, self-sufficiency. In other words, until the large gathering is completed and a new stable collective structure is formed, these temporary groups need to solve most of their daily consumption themselves. After closing the private chat with the coordinators, Chen Zhiye rubbed his slightly swollen temples and habitually opened the regional channel. The information flow inside was larger and more active than in the previous days. The screen was filled with joy over the successful gathering and admiration for the new boats. Upon a rough glance, the groups that had completed the gathering ranged from 3 to 8 or 9 members. The boat configurations generally followed a double boat formation model. In addition to small tents that could accommodate 2 or 3 people, there was also a type of tent that could be upgraded with for canoes and sea bamboo. Boats with a capacity of 6 or 7 people became the main vessels for many medium to large groups. The entire region seemed to have transitioned overnight from the era of scattered canoes to a fleet era based on tents. The experiences shared in the channel showcased various life situations. Some waved and shouted desperately from hundreds of meters away, and upon getting closer, were so excited they could barely speak. Others who had been arguing in the channel smiled at each other upon meeting in person. Overall, after the life and death test of the gray shark crisis and the adjustment during these days of collective survival, the atmosphere was positive and stable. As someone in the region remarked, those who have managed to survive until now and complete the gathering are either too foolish to have perished long ago or have learned to see clearly through reality. And those who are truly bad are not so foolish as to jump out and cause trouble just when a large gathering is about to unite everyone against risks, right? A mixed feeling of anticipation for the future and concern about crises lingered in the regional channel. Everyone understood that the temporary stability might hide even more severe challenges. As night deepened, the speed of information scrolling in the regional channel slowed down. Chen Zhiye also felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After checking the mooring ropes one last time, he lay down in the relatively spacious and comfortable compartment, listening to the faint sound of Wang Hu's snoring as he fell into a deep sleep. After a simple wash-up, the 6 gathered on the front deck of the catamaran and had breakfast with sashimi soaked in seaweed juice. Sun Xiao. Chen Zhiye swallowed the last bite of fish and instructed, "You drive the small tent boat first, scout around a bit, focusing on the distribution of fish schools, and observe for any abnormalities. Be careful and keep in touch." Understood, Sun Xiao replied briskly, picking up her spear and nimbly jumping onto the nearby small tent boat. She untied the mooring rope and paddled away towards the distance, the paddles slicing through the calm sea. Her enhanced vision would be most effective for this scouting task. After Sun Xiao left, Chen Zhiye looked over the remaining 4 and cleared his throat. "All right, now it's our turn." With a thought, He took out the weapons stored in the storage space one by one and neatly arranged them on the deck. All eyes were drawn toward them. Wang Hu's eyes widened as he stared at the uniquely structured spear thrower and the short bow beside it. Li Kangwen quickly stepped forward and carefully picked up one of the short bows, feeling the joints of the bow body and the material of the bowstring. These are the long-range weapons allocated to our group, Chen Zhiye said steadily. 2 short bows, 1 spear thrower, and 3 slingshots. For now, there are only 10 arrows and short spears each, so we need to use them wisely. The slingshot ammunition mainly consists of shark teeth of this size. He demonstrated a few shark teeth. Now, let's proceed with the allocation as we discussed earlier. Chen Zhiye began calling names. Sun Xiao. You'll get 1 short bow to pick up when you return. Li Kangwen, the other short bow is for you to use and study. Li Kangwen nodded seriously, gripping the short bow tightly. Wang Hu, this spear thrower is yours. Haha, I've been waiting for this. Wang Hu excitedly grabbed the spear thrower, fondling it with delight. The remaining 3 slingshots. Chen Zhiye looked at Lu Feng and Zhou Yi. Lu Feng, Zhou Yi, you each get 1. Wang Hu, you'll start familiarizing yourself with the slingshot first. Lu Feng cautiously picked up one of the slingshots and pulled back the rubber band, feeling the force. Her small face showing a mix of nervousness and curiosity. Zhou Yi silently picked up his own, checking the rubber band and pouch for any damage. With the weapons allocated, it was time for training. Chen Zhiye had already considered the initial training venue. The practice will take place on our catamaran. Kangwen, you get familiar with the short bow and the corridor of the shed. The corridor was about 5 meters long and half a meter wide. Although the space was limited, it was stable and arrows could be retrieved. He hung several fish skulls of varying sizes as makeshift targets at the end of the corridor near the back of the boat. The initial training would focus on familiarizing with the weapon characteristics, mastering safety operation principles, and practicing aiming. Chen Zhiye emphasized. The number of arrows is limited and must be used wisely. As for the slingshots, you can practice freely. He distributed several bamboo pieces the size of books as floating targets. The training officially began. The catamaran immediately became lively and busy. Li Kangwen repeatedly practiced the grip position and force control of the short bow, trying to find the most suitable way to exert force. He often paused to carefully compare with the panel displaying short bow usage and maintenance points. The others, holding slingshots, first pulled the rubber bands back, adjusting their stances and arm angles, seemingly calculating the trajectory and drop. The slingshot was indeed the quickest to get the hang of. Before long, Lu Feng loaded a small shark tooth, pulled the rubber band tight, closed one eye to aim for a long time, and suddenly released it. Puff! A faint sound echoed as a shark tooth accurately hit the bamboo piece a few meters away. Not bad. Chen Zhiye couldn't help but praise. Lu Feng's face clearly showed excitement as she prepared for her next shot. The training continued amidst some clumsiness and stumbles. Although the start was tough, no one complained. Chapter 31. Training. After practicing for a while, the atmosphere on the deck gradually shifted from initial novelty to focus. Chen Zhiye did not interfere too much with their self-exploration. As the training reached a good rhythm, Sun Xiao, responsible for scouting, returned driving the small tent boat. She skillfully moored the small boat beside the catamaran and nimbly jumped onto the deck. I took a look around the surrounding waters, Sun Xiao reported to Chen Zhiye. The size of the fish schools is decent. Their distribution is somewhat scattered, but more than enough to meet our daily needs. I didn't find any signs of other biological activities, and the sea surface is calm. Good job, Chen Zhiye nodded. The news Sun Xiao brought was reassuring. He handed her the short bow he had allocated to her. Sun Xiao took the short bow, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. She gently stroked the bow body and pulled it a few times to test the strength before looking at Li Kangwen. Li Kangwen happened to have some questions he wanted to discuss, and the two quickly moved aside to exchange ideas in low voices. However, in the early stage, the establishment of such a field largely relies on personal experience. Chen Zhiye observed and noted down the questions raised by Wang Hu and Lu Feng regarding the choice of slingshot aiming points, as well as Li Kangwen's feelings about the short bow. He organized these representative questions and sent them to a few experienced cold weapon experts in the safety group through private messages. He didn't aim too high. He simply sought to gain some basic practical tips for beginners. Soon, the guidance from several veterans came back in written form. A group member skilled in archery advised him to convey to Li Kangwen that beginners should first feel the rhythm of the bowstring's rebound. Find the balance point of the force from both hands, and focus on the target rather than the bow body when aiming. As for the slingshot, the suggestions emphasized the consistency of the rubber band stretch. Chen Zhiye shared these condensed insights filled with experience within the group. Wang Hu listened attentively, unable to wait to pick up the slingshot again, murmuring to himself. Li Kangwen adjusted his stance and grip on the bow, carefully experiencing that sense of balance. As everyone's stamina began to wane, Chen Zhiye clapped his hands at the right moment, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, we need to build our combat capability while ensuring the continuous acquisition of basic supplies. He glanced over the group, assuring that at least 2 people would be responsible for production and material collection, while the others focused on weapon training. In the morning, Sun Xiao and Lu Fang, you two will drive the small boat to fish and collect water. Sun Xiao will lead the fishing, while Lu Fang will collect water and assist in handling the catch. In the afternoon, Sun Xiao and Lu Fang will switch to join the training, while Wang Hu and I will continue. Li Kangwen and Zhou Yi, you will train in the morning, and in the afternoon, Li Kangwen can take time to continue developing the tech group, while Zhou Yi will be responsible for the daily cleaning and inspection of the catamaran. This arrangement ensured a stable acquisition of food and fresh water, while also allowing everyone ample time to invest in their combat training. Under the current circumstances, it was a relatively reasonable arrangement. There were no objections from anyone, and soon they began to act according to the new division of labor. Wang Hu and Chen Zhiye boarded the small boat and headed towards the nearby sea area to start their afternoon work. Meanwhile, Sun Xiao and the others continued their training on the catamaran. For a moment, the only sounds on the catamaran were the gentle tremors of the bowstring and the whistling of projectiles flying through the air. Practice was not without its challenges. When Li Kangwen drew the bow again, a carefully crafted shark-tooth arrow struck the target with a loud crack and broke, leaving him heartbroken. Time quietly passed amidst this busy and fulfilling alternation. As the sunset painted the sea and sky red once more, the small boat returned home full of catches. Li Kangwen and Zhou Yi's training also proved effective. Li Kangwen was already able to shoot arrows relatively steadily within the 5-meter range of the target. Zhou Yi's slingshot also showed good accuracy at a distance of 5 to 6 meters. Chen Zhiye roughly estimated the day's losses. Nearly 100 shark teeth were consumed during slingshot practice, which was an inevitable expense as those shark teeth were shot into the sea. 1 arrow was lost. Dinner continued to be raw fish with seaweed juice. Since there was currently no one in the group responsible for salt production, everyone was still consuming the supplies previously saved or allocated by the branch. After dinner, Chen Zhiye arranged the night watch schedule. Tonight, we will resume night watch. 2 people will guard for 2 hours in shifts. He divided the 6 people into 3 shifts based on their stamina and condition. Himself and Wang Hu would take the first shift, Sun Xiao and Li Kangwen the second, and Lu Fang and Zhou Yi the third. During the watch, remain vigilant and pay close attention to movements on the sea and panel information. Wake everyone immediately if there is any abnormality, Chen Zhiye instructed. Everyone agreed. As night fell, the sea breeze brought a chill. Chen Zhiye and Wang Hu sat on opposite ends of the relatively open fore and aft decks of the catamaran, scanning the dark sea. The discussions in the panel area channel, compared to the bustling activity during the day, took on a heavier and more anxious tone at night. What would the second disaster be? The gray sharks were already a tough challenge. Who could withstand another wave? Speculating was pointless. We'll face whatever comes. Now we have boats and people. What is there to fear? That said, there was still uncertainty in their hearts. Let us pray it's not an uncontrollable natural disaster. A tense feeling, like the impending arrival of a mountain storm, silently spread among the survivors through the cold text. Chen Zhiye turned off the channel, refusing to let these speculations affect his mood. The next day arrived peacefully. Work and training proceeded according to the previous day's arrangements. Sun Xiao and Lu Fang went out on the boat and had a good harvest again. Zhou Yi, while training, began organizing the cabin, sorting supplies into categories. Li Kangwen attempted to repair the damaged arrow and tied 6 or 7 meters of rope to the ends of 2 arrows to serve as training arrows. Chen Zhiye practiced while frequently checking information in the branch group and the safety group. Various preparations for battle were clearly accelerating. The logistics group reported the latest progress on weapon production and distribution, urging each group to report their needs as soon as possible. The tech group released a simple reinforcement plan for the catamaran, suggesting that sea bamboo be tied to critical parts of each boat to increase impact resistance. The safety group reiterated the importance of team cooperative defense and began promoting simple 2-person or 3-person tactics that could be easily implemented on the catamaran. The entire area felt like a bow gradually being pulled taut, silently accumulating strength, waiting for the fate arrow that would be shot at an unknown time. In the afternoon, with the sun shining and a gentle sea breeze, Chen Zhiye felt it was time to test the training results from the past 2 days. Tomorrow would be the 20th day, and he wanted to stabilize emotions with visible progress. He gathered all the team members and announced this decision. The purpose of this test was mainly to familiarize everyone with the rhythm of real combat, assess training effectiveness, and have a sense of security. Chen Zhiye looked at the 5 people in front of him, each with different expressions. Don't feel pressured, just perform steadily. The testing location was on the foredeck of the catamaran. The targets were a few fish skulls tied to a 10-meter-long rope and bamboo boards marked with simple circles, set at distances of 5 and 8 meters respectively. The slingshot test was conducted first. Wang Hu, Lu Feng, and Zhou Yi took turns, perhaps due to the atmosphere. All 3 appeared somewhat nervous. Wang Hu, being the strongest, launched the projectiles with great power. However, he could only ensure that he wouldn't miss the 5-meter target. And his accuracy was lacking. At 8 meters, the impact point was even more scattered. Lu Feng took a deep breath, trying to recall the feeling from practice, carefully aimed, and fired. Crack! The 5-meter target was hit. She showed a smile, and even grazed the 8-meter target. Zhou Yi completed a series of shots in silence, his movement steady. He hit the 5-meter target easily, and had over 50% accuracy on the 8-meter target, performing the most consistently. Chen Zhiye nodded inwardly. The slingshot had already formed a certain deterrent effect at short distances. Next was the bow and arrow. Sun Xiao and Li Kangwen stepped forward with their short bows and training arrows. Sun Xiao focused intently, knocked an arrow, drew the bow, aimed, and released. The movements were much smoother. Whoosh, whoosh. The practice arrows tied with ropes flew out sequentially, passing through the 5-meter target and plunging into the water. The arrows flew steadily without significant deviation or wobbling, which was commendable for a novice. Li Kangwen was slightly cautious, drawing the bow with a smaller amplitude. But he also successfully hit the 5-meter target. Good, Chen Zhiye encouraged. Such progress in just 2 days. Everyone has worked hard. Finally, Chen Zhiye walked to the center of the foredeck, facing the floating bamboo board, and grasped the handgun, skillfully checking the firearm, loading it. He maintained stability with both hands despite the slight rocking of the boat. Bang! The crisp gunshot shattered the tranquility of the sea, causing a slight ringing in the ears. The wooden target sank into the sea with a splash. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots followed, and the other 2 wooden targets shattered. The obvious power left Wang Hu and the others wide-eyed, while Lu Feng instinctively covered her mouth. Chen Zhiye put away his gun and checked the magazine. The power of firearms is indeed considerable, but their ammunition is limited. They can only be one of our last trump cards. The demonstration of live ammunition had an immediate effect. The vague anxiety that had lingered in the group due to the unknown disaster was largely dispelled by the gunfire, replaced by a more solid confidence. Wang Hu's eyes were particularly fiery. After the test, Chen Zhiye did not immediately dismiss everyone, but organized a simple discussion. The crisis might come tomorrow. Before it arrives, let us get to know each other's combat experiences. How did everyone deal with the last Gray Shark crisis? He hoped that sharing real combat experiences would further strengthen their confidence. Wang Hu was the first to speak. Well, when it came, I had no weapon in hand. It bit onto the boat, and I knocked it out with my fists, then hit it hard on the head. I used a bit too much strength and almost capsized the boat. His vivid description lightened the seriousness of the topic. Sun Xiao added, when I encountered the gray shark, the fishing net had just been cast. It hit my boat, and I tried to stab it with a spear, but it broke free. Later, I calmed down and waited for it to hit again, then stabbed it in the gills from the side. It struggled for a while and then stopped moving. Lu Feng's voice was very soft, tinged with a bit of fear. I was terrified at that time, holding the spear with trembling hands. When it charged at me, I stabbed forward randomly. It seemed like I hit near its mouth. Later, the captain taught me, and it took a long time to deal with it. Everyone's experiences were different. Some faced it head-on, while others used calm strategies. But without exception, they all survived and contributed their strength during that crisis. Listening to each other's narratives, a sense of recognition quietly flowed within the group. Even when we were lacking supplies and weak, we survived the Gray Shark crisis. The upcoming new crisis may be different, but now we have better boats, more weapons, and partners who can cooperate with each other. Chen Zhiye looked at everyone. We have nothing to fear now. Night fell again. The atmosphere in the 293478 area was completely different from the previous day. There was less confusion and more calmness. The storm might be just around the corner, but the 293478 area was already prepared to face the impact. Chapter 32. Calm before the storm. A steady night passed slowly under high alert. When the first light of dawn on the 20th day spilled onto the broad deck of the catamaran, Chen Zhiye could almost hear the taut string in his heart groaning. The anticipated disaster had not appeared. The sea surface remained calm, with only tiny ripples. It was as if the oppressive feeling from the previous night's channel was merely an illusion. There was no need for him to give too many instructions. The group, having built up confidence from the tests and discussion the day before, displayed good discipline. Wang Hu sat at the bow of the catamaran with a spear, scanning the horizon. Nearby, on a tethered small boat, Sun Xiao and Lu Feng each guarded one end. Sun Zhao's enhanced vision could see the scales of small fish jumping out of the water 100 meters away. Chen Zhiye and Li Kangwen did not participate in external vigilance, but focused their energy on the panels. Chen Zhiye mainly monitored the branch notification group and the safety team internal channels. Li Kangwen was responsible for monitoring the area channel and several large group chats, sifting through the chaotic information for any possible signs of crisis. Time passed second by second in a strange calm. In the channels, there was initially a deathly silence, as if everyone was holding their breath in anticipation. As the sun gradually rose, various voices began to emerge cautiously, like thawing streams. It's calm here, nothing at all. Same here, not even a big fish. Could it be a mistake? Or has the disaster been delayed? Don't be careless. What if it comes at night? Could it be one of those invisible, intangible disasters? Like a plague? Some proposed more terrifying hypotheses. Panic often stems from the unknown. When the enemy is clear, there is always a way to deal with it, no matter how strong they may be. But like now, when the disaster has not shown itself, all that is left for people are endless speculation and self-intimidation. This mental torment can sometimes be more exhausting than physical blows. Chen Zhiye noticed that at the branch level, apart from reiterating the need to remain vigilant in the morning, no new announcements were made. This silence itself conveyed a message. The higher-ups were also observing and assessing. At lunchtime, everyone quickly took turns eating some fish meat. The afternoon continued in the same manner. The wind speed, perceived temperature, and cloud cover, all observable environmental parameters, showed no abnormal fluctuations. Schools of fish still swam nearby, and the flow of the light blue seaweed juice remained stable as usual. From feedback from several groups that had approached the edge of the area, the thunderstorm cloud wall separating the region was also quietly stretched across the horizon. There was no expansion or abnormal electrical discharges. As the sun set again, painting the sky and sea a tragic orange-red, the anticipated 20th day passed completely in this calm waiting. Nothing happened. Stand down from alert. Take turns to rest. Chen Zhiye's voice carried a hint of unmistakable fatigue. Not just physical, but also mental. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but after the tension was released, what surged in their hearts was not complete relief, but a sense of confusion and absurdity. They stood ready, yet the enemy never showed its face. The next morning, the branch announced a temporary lift of the area's danger warning. The assumption of a crisis occurring every 10 days was proven wrong, but it emphasized that this did not mean the danger had disappeared or that the rules had changed. It might just mean that the triggering mechanism of the disaster was more complex or the cycles different, requiring vigilance to remain high while restoring normal production and progress activities. There were no cheers in the channel. Instead, a sense of heaviness permeated. What was that about? We were on edge for 2 days for nothing. Could it be a bug in the panel? I always feel it's not that simple. Maybe something bigger is brewing. 10 days ISNT right. How long could it be? 15 days? A month? No one was in the mood to elaborate on complaints or analyses in the channel. An invisible urgency urged everyone on. There was no time left to waste on pointless waiting and guessing. Almost simultaneously with the lifting of the danger warning, another temporarily shelved plan was brought back to the agenda. The Central Convergence Plan. Attention all groups. The ocean currents are clearly directed, and the conditions for convergence are already in place. To avoid potential regional disasters in the future, concentrating our forces at the regional center to build a larger and more stable survival community is the optimal and necessary choice. All groups are to immediately start planning to head to the center point, ensuring to collect and store resources from their respective areas as much as possible before departure. Long-distance sailing, maintenance and reinforcement of vessels, and subsequent upgrades all require substantial resources as strategic reserves. The announcement also provided specific action suggestions to shorten the convergence time. Groups that are able should row in shifts day and night, allowing the crew to rest while the boat keeps moving. Make sure to plan shifts carefully to ensure crew rest. Chen Zhiye gathered the group members on the foredeck of the catamaran. We are about 2,000 kilometers from the center point. Chen Zhiye unfolded the precious regional map, pointing to the black dot representing their location. We have 2 boats, and at least 3 people are needed to operate them simultaneously. The 6 of us can divide into 2 shifts, working 6 hours and resting 6 hours. His gaze swept over everyone. Wang Hu and Sun Xiao, you will take turns driving the small boat. Wang Hu is responsible for the afternoon and late night. Sun Xiao is responsible for the morning and early night, while also overseeing route adjustments and reconnaissance ahead. Wang Hu patted his chest, indicating there was no problem. Sun Xiao nodded. The rear paddles of the catamaran require two people to work together, with Li Kangwen and Lu Feng in one group, and I and Zhou Yi in another. This arrangement was mainly considered by Chen Zhiye for physical compatibility and complementary personalities. Li Kangwen is steady and can encourage the somewhat timid Lu Feng, while Zhou Yi has good execution ability and can effectively cooperate with Chen Zhiye. To maintain stable sailing speed and avoid falling behind, Kangwen's group will paddle while Sun Xiao drives the small canopy boat, and I and Zhou Yi will paddle while Wang Hu drives the small canopy boat, forming a fixed pairing that makes it easier to develop synergy. He paused and estimated. If the journey goes smoothly, maintaining an average speed of about 6 to 7 kilometers per hour, we would need approximately 13 to 14 days to reach the center point. This duration is not short, especially for high-intensity, uninterrupted sailing on the vast ocean, which poses a significant test of will and physical strength for everyone. As everyone prepared to start the preliminary plan for inventory and bamboo collection, a subtle emotion began to spread within some groups and regional channels. Since successfully achieving group convergence, it has only been a few days. However, in these few days, the rapid changes and frequent adjustments to plans have left everyone somewhat overwhelmed, even feeling mentally exhausted. First, there was intense training and preparation to cope with the unknown 20-day crisis. Just as the crisis was postponed and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they were immediately asked to embark on a long-distance expedition. Plans seemed to change almost daily, with arrangements made the day before potentially overturned by a new announcement the next day. This uncertainty greatly drained people's energy. In the regional channel, this emotion was even more apparent. Those groups that were already close to the center point and could converge after a few days of paddling naturally had few complaints about the plan, even expressing welcome. However, groups like Chen Zhiye's, which needed a long journey of half a month to reach the regional boundary, began to voice complaints and doubts. Are we going again? We just settled down for a couple of days. It's several thousand kilometers. What if we encounter disasters on the way? Can this boat withstand so much turmoil? We are doing fine now, with food, drink, and weapons. Why do we have to go through all this hardship to reach that so-called center point? Who knows what the situation at the center point is? What if resources are even scarcer there? Is the branch too impatient? Can't we observe a bit longer? I feel like we are living well in this small group, free and easy. This sense of complacency and fear of the unknown intertwined, forming a significant resistance. People had just adapted to the collaborative mode of the small collective. They had tasted the sweetness of having relatively independent space and decision-making power. They instinctively felt a bit of resistance and doubt toward a larger collective. They feared encountering unpredictable accidents during a long voyage, worried that after enduring hardships, they might find the situation worse than now, and afraid of losing the hard-earned, barely stable life they currently had. Chen Zhiye understood the complex expressions occasionally showing on the faces of group members. The plan was good, but to make it truly dynamic, these invisible resistances needed to be resolved. I know everyone is tired and uncertain. They feel that things are fine as they are and don't want to go through more turmoil. Chen Zhiye looked calmly at Wang Hu, Lu Feng, and the indifferent Zhou Yi. But isn't the lesson from the gray shark deep enough? We were all alone in our boats, thinking we could survive. What happened? If we hadn't organized, hadn't supported each other, and hadn't made weapons later, how many of us could have truly survived under the gray shark's sharp teeth? The current small group is much stronger than the original canoe. But who can guarantee that the next disaster will be something we six can handle? What if it's not just a few gray sharks, but a swarm of piranhas, or a storm that can create huge waves, or a plague that makes the seawater foul? These possibilities have been mentioned in previous channel discussions. The convergence is meant to concentrate all our strength and wisdom. Only then can we hope to preserve the spark of civilization and each of our lives in the face of truly terrifying disasters. The risks on the road do exist, but the risks of staying put also exist, and they may be risks we cannot bear alone. I don't care about those who are farther away than us. I am only responsible for us few. After Chen Zhiye finished speaking, the deck fell silent. Sun Xiao was the first to speak. I agree with Chen's view. The survival capacity of the two boats has its limits. Convergence is the inevitable choice. Li Kangwen said softly, from a technical and resource integration perspective. A large-scale collective can indeed accomplish things our small group cannot, such as larger boats and more complex tools. Wang Hu scratched his head and said in a muffled voice, "What Chen Zhiye said makes sense. We can't just look at this bit of stability. I will follow the arrangements." Lu Feng looked at everyone and said softly but firmly, "I also feel safer with everyone, and I am willing to go." Zhou Yi also chimed in with a few words. "I'll follow." The opinions were unified. Good. He stood up. Then we will act according to the plan. Today we will collect bamboo from the surrounding area with all our strength. Lu Feng, you are in charge of watching over the house. The rest of you come with me into the water. Chapter 33. Silence. What permeated the invisible network in the 293478 area was a heaviness more suffocating than the anticipation of disaster before. This was an anxiety stemming from the uncertainty of the future. The regional channel and various small groups had never been as active as they were at this moment. The speed of information rolling in was astonishing, with new comments pushing previous discussions down every second. But this activity was tinged with a disquieting restlessness and chaos. It was more like a nationwide debate without a host, with many voices clamoring and lacking a clear central axis. The core issue was, of course, the large convergence. However, unlike the previous day's discussions, where everyone focused more on sailing techniques and material preparations after the branch announced the necessity of convergence, today's discussions had clearly shifted direction. What truly weighed heavily on Chen Zhiye's heart was the silence from above. The branch committee and the leaders of its various professional groups had collectively fallen silent since the announcement reiterating the necessity of convergence was made yesterday. There were no new guiding directions, no attempts to steer or explain the increasingly heated discussions in the channel. And not a single committee member or group leader had appeared in the public channel to support the convergence plan. This silence contrasted sharply with the volcanic-like discussions in the channel. Chen Zhiye privately contacted the safety group leader, Chen Zhiye, but this usually quick and decisive veteran also did not respond. This is not normal. The operational efficiency of the branch has always been very high, especially when facing major decisions, where a unified opinion is often formed quickly and implemented through the organizational network. It is unprecedented to let things run wild after a clear direction has already been established, especially in the face of significant controversy during execution. There must be some issues within the committee. Chen Zhiye leaned against the hull of the catamaran, watching the panel refresh with various emotional comments in the channel. His brows furrowed. This situation is likely linear and represents a fundamental divergence concerning the future direction of the entire collective. The discussions in the channel are no longer merely about whether to converge. This question was already answered when Chen Zhiye mobilized the group internally yesterday. For survival, convergence is necessary. Now the focus of the debate has risen to another level. If we view this world as a game that must be completed, then where exactly is the direction to complete it? What kind of collective do we need to build to lead us to the finish line? Some attentive individuals have begun to synthesize all the information from the past 20 days, trying to deduce the rules and intentions of this world in reverse. Think about it. What does each of us need to upgrade our individual canoes? More canoes. Isn't this a clear indication that we need to converge and integrate the scattered resources of individuals? And then there are the ocean currents. The currents pointing towards the center are like a well-paved route, guiding us towards unity. From the discovery of sustainable water extraction methods, to the successful weaving of fishing nets, and to overcoming challenges during the gray shark crisis, hasn't every breakthrough relied on the integration of collective wisdom and strength? Therefore, collective cooperation is undoubtedly the right path. It is a way to advance. This conclusion is gaining recognition from more and more people. Past experiences are like irrefutable evidence, laid out before everyone. Going solo may allow for survival in the short term, but it is impossible to go far in this crisis-ridden ocean. Having recognized the need for a collective, a more complex question arises for everyone. What kind of collective do we want to form? Fairness, efficiency, equality, freedom, order. These concepts that have entangled human society for thousands of years are once again at the core of debate in this extreme environment, stripped of legal and moral constraints. Since it is a collective, there must be a strong leadership core. Just like the previous branch, there should be strict orders and unified resource allocation to maximize survival efficiency. Indeed, in times of crisis, squabbling only wastes precious time. We need a center that can make quick decisions. How will resources be allocated? Based on need? Or based on labor? How do we measure the contributions of those with rare abilities versus those without? Should those who put in more labor receive more resources? In the future collective, how will the power of speech be distributed? By groups or per individual? For small groups like ours on the margins, will we lose our voice and become vassals upon reaching the center because we joined last? Each question is like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. Various viewpoints collide fiercely in the channel, quoting and debating, with no one able to persuade anyone else. Amidst this chaotic debate, a very influential voice emerged. The speaker is a group leader from the fourth quadrant named Gao Chong. He publicly issued a lengthy proposal in the regional channel. The core idea of the proposal is that, given the vast area and the varying distances of each group from the center, It is unrealistic and high risk to force all groups to immediately and unconditionally converge on the center, especially for groups like theirs located in the marginal areas. There are too many variables on the way. Therefore, he proposed that it would be better to first form several relatively stable fleets of around dozens of people, using quadrants or even smaller units. These fleets would first complete integration within their respective areas, stockpiling supplies and training teams. Then, with these fleets that have certain self-preservation and navigation capabilities, they would head toward the center. They could even wait until the next cycle, such as after the assumed crisis on the 30th day, to decide whether to proceed with the final convergence. Gao Chang wrote in his proposal that this way, we can avoid the huge risks of long-distance sailing and form multiple stable support points at the regional level, avoiding putting all our eggs in one basket. This plan to form small collective alliances first, then seek a larger convergence, immediately resonated with many, especially garnering support from groups on the margins who were fearful of long journeys. Gao Chang is right. We've come too far. What if something happens on the way? Support. Let us manage our own areas well first, and then we can talk about convergence. Multiple centers are safer than one. I support the fleet. In no time, Gao Chang's proposal had garnered a large number of supporters in the channel. The already chaotic public opinion became even more divided. Chen Zhiye silently watched all of this. Deep in thought, a private message notification pinged on his panel. He opened it to find a stranger's ID, noted as a member of the security group, named Zhao Xing. Chen Zhiye had almost no impression of him. They had never communicated before. Zhao Xing's message was very direct. Hello, Chen Zhiye. Sorry to disturb you. But what are your thoughts on the current convergence debate in the region? Chen Zhiye's expression tightened. At this sensitive moment, an unfamiliar group member privately asked him about his views on the convergence route, which was intriguing. Was it simple personal curiosity? Or was it a representative of some force probing the direction? He pondered for a moment and replied very cautiously, Hello, Zhao Xing. Our group is ready with supplies and will be setting off soon. After a moment of silence, Zhao Xing replied, Understood. I wish you a smooth journey. The conversation ended there. This brief exchange felt more like a test. Chen Zhiye was almost certain that at this moment, behind the unseen network, similar private communications were intensively happening at various levels. The prolonged silence of the committee was certainly not without reason. On the contrary, beneath this silence lay irreconcilable differences and games of power. Should they insist on a centralized approach prioritizing efficiency and strength, or adopt a more flexible fleet system that might lead to a dispersion of power? This was not just a dispute over routes. It also concerned the future power structure of the collective, the model of resource allocation, and the survival methods of each individual. In the afternoon, another voice joined this chaotic battle, bringing more tangible data. A survivor, who claimed to have previously joined a calculation group and was currently also in the marginal area, spoke up in the channel. He no longer planned to set off and stated his reasons with numbers. My team and I only have 2 people and a small canoe. His words were filled with a sense of helplessness. I've calculated that even if we row in shifts without sleeping at the current speed, it would take over 40 days to reach the center. This doesn't even account for physical limits, directional deviations, or harsh sea conditions. This is completely a task without hope. His tone carried a plea to consider the realistic factors and formulate a more reasonable strategy. What we need is a plan that can take into account the actual difficulties and stages of different group situations. This statement was like a cold shower on many who were only focused on debating ideals. It revealed the brutality of the central convergence plan for marginal groups. Not all groups have multiple people to take shifts. For those with only 2 or 3 members, facing journeys of dozens of days, what else can they feel but despair? Chen Zhiye closed the panel, feeling a deep fatigue wash over him. Li Kangwen and Wang, who were reinforcing the last few pieces of sea bamboo they had collected with ropes on the side of the catamaran, adding extra buoyancy and protection. Sun Xiao was checking the mooring ropes and paddles of the small canoe, while Lu Feng was counting the fish, meat, and fresh water in the storage space. Everyone was preparing for the upcoming voyage, but the future of the region was shrouded in thick fog. The committee's silence, the division in the channel, and the despair of the marginalized. All of these were like surging undercurrents beneath the surface of the sea. Chapter 34, Support Points in the Evening. A lengthy article captured everyone's attention. The opening of the article affirmed all the efforts made by everyone for collective survival. To all comrades in the 293478 region, over the past 20 days and nights, we have collectively experienced the initial panic and have worked together to establish order. We successfully defended against the gray sharks and are actively exploring the path for our future. Every instance of information sharing, every act of mutual assistance with resources, and every brave confrontation with crises has been our effort to survive until now. The temporary branch committee hereby extends its highest respect and sincere gratitude to every compatriot who has maintained courage, rationality, and kindness in the face of adversity. This text flows like a gentle stream, quietly nourishing many hearts that have become dry due to disputes. People quiet down and begin to read this evidently thoughtful response. Immediately following, the long article elaborates on the detailed considerations that led to the previous decision for everyone to converge at the center. The decision to rapidly gather everyone at the center was based on two judgments. First, we anticipated that the disaster pattern based on a 10-day cycle might fail. But the next crisis may not be far off, necessitating a swift concentration of forces to face potentially more severe challenges. Second, and more crucially, the logistics and technical team discovered a more challenging path while organizing the vessels. We found an upgrade path for multi-oar sailboats. The materials required include but are not limited to 50 canoes or equivalent vessels, a large amount of gray shark skin, and an astonishing quantity of sea bamboo. 50 canoes. This is no longer something that simple group cooperation can achieve. It requires the collective strength of a region. Comrades. The tone of the article carries an uncontrollable excitement and longing. What does this mean? It means we may be able to build ships that can truly conquer these seas. Faster speeds, greater load capacity, stronger resistance to wind and waves, and even the possibility of exploring unknown worlds beyond our region. This is the fundamental reason we are eager to push for everyone to converge. We see the dawn leading everyone towards a broader future, and we long to turn this dawn into reality as soon as possible. People suddenly realized that the committee's previous urgency stemmed from a tremendous possibility that could change everyone's fate. The article does not shy away from issues. However, we also made mistakes. Chen Zhiye conducted a profound self-reflection. We focused too much on that grand goal without fully considering the real difficulties and risks faced by compatriots in different locations on the way to the goal. We were eager to push forward but did not provide sufficient explanation, failing to clearly communicate the reasons behind it to every comrade, resulting in unnecessary misunderstandings and panic. Here, on behalf of the branch committee, I sincerely apologize to everyone. Our working method has deviated, and the responsibility lies with me. This frank self-criticism alleviated the rebellious emotions many felt due to the orders. Subsequently, the article announced adjustments to the convergence plan, based on the above reflections and the reality. After thorough discussion and resolution by the branch committee, the central convergence plan will be revised. The overall goal remains unchanged. The regional forces will concentrate at the center, and the strategic direction of building a stronger survival community remains unchanged. The construction of multi-oar sailboats and other large vessels, the exploration of regional boundaries, and the search for a final way out are our unwavering long-term pursuits. We will implement a path adjustment, adopting a layered and gradual strategy. Currently, 16 groups closest to the center point, with an estimated sailing time of less than 10 days, will converge at full speed towards the center point. These 16 groups will serve as advance forces responsible for the preliminary construction in the central area. Other groups will no longer be required to undertake long-distance sailing with high risks directly. Several key groups will be selected based on geographical location, personnel composition, and resource endowments within the region. Each key group will be responsible for integrating and incorporating other groups within a certain range around them, forming a fleet of key vessels. Each key fleet will prioritize achieving self-sufficiency in basic supplies in the short term. Meanwhile, the branch encourages each fleet to form specialized development directions based on the strengths and resource characteristics of their members. All fleets will operate under the unified coordination system of the branch committee. The branch will strive to build a market-oriented material circulation system based on contributions. Each fleet can exchange its surplus materials or specialized services with other fleets through panel trading functions. We believe this new path can not only avoid the enormous risks of long-distance sailing, respect the real situations of each fleet, but also enhance the overall resource utilization efficiency and risk resistance capability of the entire region through division of labor and the market. After a brief silence, the regional channel generated a large number of inquiries about specific issues, and the atmosphere became renewed. In extreme environments, people who have undergone compulsory education have become extremely pragmatic. As long as the rules are genuinely beneficial for survival, people are willing to abide by them. It was at this moment that Chen Zhiye's private message alert rang. It was Chen Zhiye. Chen Zhiye, have you read the announcement? Just finished reading, Chen Zhiye replied. What do you think? Chen Zhiye paused for a moment. Very pragmatic. Especially the multi-oar sailboat, although it was expected that there would be larger ships. Well, Chen Zhiye got to the point, based on the new plan. And considering your group's position and your abilities, Your group can serve as one of the key groups in the third quadrant, and you will be the leader of that key fleet. Despite some foreboding, Chen Zhiye was still taken aback. You will need to incorporate 6 surrounding groups to form a fleet together. Chen Zhiye continued, then sent over a simple roster. This is the basic information and list of leaders of the 6 groups. Among them are members from the original calculation group, key personnel from the logistics group, and a doctor. You should contact them as soon as possible to complete the preliminary integration. Your items are unique, and only the large collective can maximize your role. So after forming the fleet, you must hurry to the center point. The scale at the center point is over 100. The committee will not be satisfied with just one 50-block multi-oar sailboat. Chen Zhiye received the roster and quickly skimmed through it. 6 groups, with member counts ranging from 2 to 4, totaling 18 people. Adding their group of 6, the soon-to-be formed autonomous fleet will have a total of 24 members. Sun Xiao, Wang Hu, and others had already finished their tasks and gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity. Clearly, they had also seen the lengthy article from the committee. Chen Zhiye looked around at everyone. The new plan from the committee has arrived. Our sailing plan has changed. We are too far away for now, so we won't head directly to the center. The new task is to serve as a key group and integrate the 6 surrounding groups to form our own key fleet. I have been appointed as the leader of the fleet. As soon as the news came out, the reactions varied. Wang Hu's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands together. That's great, Brother Chen. Serving as a key group, we can finally claim our territory. Lu Feng appeared a bit nervous and quietly asked, so do we still have to row for a long time? Long-distance rowing is temporarily on hold. We will talk about it after forming the fleet. Chen Zhiye answered Lu Feng's question, providing some reassurance. Chapter 35, Fleet. Chen Zhiye did not need to mobilize too much. The new goal revitalized the group with a sense of action. Wang Hu, Li Kangwen, Sun Xiao. You are responsible for checking the sea bamboo reinforcements on the catamarans and small tents to ensure the structure is flawless. Zhou Yi Lu Feng. Clean the inside and outside of the vessels. Everyone responded in unison and immediately dispersed to get busy. This small team had developed initial execution capabilities after a few days of adjustment. After arranging the internal affairs of the group, Chen Zhiye prepared to fulfill his primary responsibility as the key group leader, to establish contact with the 6 groups that needed to be integrated. The roster sent by team leader Chen Zhiye was quite simple, listing the numbers of the 6 groups, the number of members, the names of the leaders, and their outstanding characteristics or resources. Group H05, 2 members, leader Qian Xiaoying, a key member of the logistics group, skilled in material management and distribution. Group L09, 2 members, leader Han Lei, skilled in fish skin tanning and processing. Group G11, 3 members, leader Zhao Deming, a former member of the calculation group, skilled in data analysis and navigation planning. Group 14, 3 members, leader Feng Lily, specialized in salt production. Group I-22, 4 members, leader Wu Jianjun, with a community doctor. Zhou 1 in the group. Group J38, consisting of 4 members, is led by Zheng Tao. The group's overall physical fitness is quite good, and they excel in diving and collecting sea bamboo. Their skills in calculation, collection, medical assistance, salt production, and processing almost cover all the key aspects needed for the normal operation of a small collective. The committee has clearly put a lot of thought into selecting the subgroups, allowing each fleet to quickly develop internal circulation capabilities. Chen Zhiye added 6 group leaders as friends one by one based on the information on the roster. While waiting for replies, Chen Zhiye kept himself busy, devising a preliminary integration plan and meeting point. Soon, the 6 friend requests were successively accepted. After a brief chat with each leader, he created a new group named Third Quadrant Second Point Fleet, adding all 6 leaders at once. Good evening, everyone. I am Chen Zhiye, a member of the committee's safety group. I have been appointed as the fleet leader and tasked with temporarily coordinating and integrating initial matters according to the committee's latest resolution. I am pleased to work alongside all of you. I believe you have all carefully read the lengthy planning document from the committee. We gather here with a common goal: to weather difficulties and seek development. Our fleet has 24 compatriots, the largest in the third quadrant. To achieve efficient integration, I propose we immediately begin our first step. Please each state your group's vehicle situation, personnel health status, and any special skills in order. I will compile your information, with the assistance of Comrade Zhao Deming from the original calculation group, to jointly determine the optimal meeting point. In principle, we hope the meeting point is located near the geometric center of all groups to minimize travel distance and is in the downstream direction towards the regional center to avoid upstream navigation. Once the meeting point is confirmed, each group will set off. Maintain open communication in the group during the journey, promptly reporting locations and any abnormalities. After arriving at the meeting point, we will hold a face-to-face meeting to discuss the fleet's charter, division of labor, resource integration, and other specifics. Are there any objections or additions to the above arrangements? After a moment, replies began to come in. The first to respond was Zhao Deming from G11. Received. Listening to Chen's arrangements. Chen Zhiye from H05 replied, agree with team leader Chen's plan. Our vehicle is a small raft, and our members are in good health. Wu Jianjun from I-22 said, received. Our group has 2 small rafts. Dr. Zhou Wen is in good condition and can handle common diseases and injuries. Other group leaders also gradually responded, agreeing to the plan and providing the necessary information. The atmosphere showed a good cooperative attitude from the start. Chen Zhiye compiled the coordinates and vehicle information sent by each group while closely monitoring Zhao Deming's calculation progress. About half an hour later, Zhao Deming sent his calculation results in the group and marked a point on the map of the 3rd quadrant that Chen Zhiye had given him. After calculations, using the current locations of each group as nodes and considering the downstream direction, he suggested setting the meeting point here. This point is roughly located northeast of Chen Zhiye's current position, and based on the combined estimates of current speed and rowing speed. The farthest group will take about 8 days to reach, while the closest group will take about 2 days. All groups will be traveling downstream or side downstream, effectively saving physical strength, and it is expected that all groups can gather within 8 days. Chen Zhiye carefully reviewed Zhao Deming's calculation process, admiring his professionalism. Thank you, Comrade Zhao Deming, for your professional calculations. Then we will confirm the meeting point at this coordinate. Please each leader start preparing immediately and head towards this point as soon as possible. Safety must be the top priority during the journey, and maintain communication. Received. Understood. Set off. Each leader responded, their tones filled with anticipation. The first step of integration had been taken. Chen Zhiye informed Sun Xiao and others of the confirmed meeting coordinates and estimated time, keeping everyone informed. At this moment, Chen Weigu's private message came in again. How's it going? Have you made contact? Chen Weigu asked. Already made contact. Preliminary communication went smoothly. And the meeting point has been confirmed by the calculation group S. Zhao Deming. We expect to complete the gathering within 8 days. Good. Efficiency is commendable, Chen Weigu praised. Then turned serious. Now to discuss another matter regarding your arrangements. The Type 92 weapon you possess is currently the only known hot weapon in the region, representing a strategic deterrent. The committee cannot and will not make regular arrangements for your protection. Chen Zhiye nodded silently, having been aware of this. More importantly, this incident is not entirely a matter of ideological conflict or fear of difficulty. Both the safety group and the information group have detected some signs of discord. Chen Zhiye's heart skipped a beat. Artificial? The suspects are uncertain, but the rhythm and guidance of certain comments seem a bit deliberate. Chen Weigu did not state it outright, but the implication was clear. Someone is trying to exploit the information gap and panic to delay the great assembly, or to delay the formation of a strong core. The purpose is unclear, but it warrants vigilance. Chen Zhiye immediately thought of Zhao Xing, who had tested him privately, and several active IDs in the regional channel. Considering that your weapon is already not a secret within a certain range, it is now in the open. The committee and the safety group are considering that after you arrive at the central meeting point, you should not stay on the big ship. Chen Zhiye was taken aback. This decision was somewhat unexpected. With many people gathering at the central point in the future, a big ship with a mixed crew means your gun will still have a deterrent effect in that environment, but it will no longer be absolute. If someone with ill intention strikes, or if a mass incident occurs, relying solely on a pistol may not control the situation, and could even lead to unpredictable dangers due to its possession. Chen Zhiye pondered Chen Weigu's judgment. In a chaotic crowd, how many people can a pistol kill? But the one holding it will inevitably become the focus, even a target. Chen Weigu stated the final arrangement. Therefore, after your fleet completes integration, maintain a certain distance and patrol around the central point. On one hand, your fleet, which has a complete industrial chain and self-defense capability, itself is a stable point that can radiate to the surroundings. On the other hand, you and your gun, in a relatively independent and controllable small fleet environment, can exert absolute dominance and stability. This is both a protection for you and a way to retain a trump card for the region. However, it is more likely that the situation will become clear before you reach the central point, as the safety group and information group have already eliminated potential hazards. Chen Weigu's tone carried a sense of admonition, but no one can predict the future. Until then, stabilizing your fleet and ensuring safety is your most important task. In the future, if there are matters, you can contact Wang Hai from the 3rd quadrant more. He is trustworthy. Chen Zhiye absorbed the news, feeling waves in his heart. He had originally thought that becoming a point would lead to a quicker integration into the mainstream, but unexpectedly, he was assigned a more independent role. I understand, team leader. Chen Zhiye replied, I will lead the fleet to develop steadily. Good. Stay vigilant and maintain contact. Chen Weiguo ended the call. Chen Zhiye leaned against the cabin wall, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. The situation before him was more complex than he had imagined. Not only must they survive in the natural environment, but they also had to guard against hidden currents from their own kind. 2 days passed in rowing and communication. After confirming the meeting point, Chen Zhiye's group set off towards it, just like the other groups. According to Zhao Deming's updated information, they expected to meet up with Han Lei's group, who would arrive first at the meeting point that very morning. After sailing for over an hour, Sun Xiao on the small raft suddenly said, I see a boat at 1 o'clock. A small raft with 2 people aboard, fitting the description of Han Lei's group. After a while, Kong Wen also spotted the small raft, and the people on board seemed to have noticed them, waving to signal. The 2 boats slowly approached. 2 men stood on the other boat. One in front appeared to be in his 30s, with dark skin and a sturdy build, wearing a smile on his face. The younger one behind him seemed a bit shy. Are you Captain Chen Zhiye? The older man asked loudly, his voice booming. That's me. Are you Comrade Han Lei? Chen Zhiye stood up to respond. Yes. I'm Han Lei, and this is Zhang Hao from our team. Han Lei introduced enthusiastically, skillfully maneuvering their small boat to stabilize it alongside Chen Zhiye's. He quickly extended his hand to shake Chen Zhiye's firmly. His palm was rough and strong. Clearly someone used to hard work. Finally, we've found you. We've been looking forward to meeting up since we paddled over. Han Lei's smile was infectious as he looked over Chen Zhiye and his boat, praising, Captain Chen, your boat is really well organized. So is yours. Chen Zhiye replied with a smile, glancing over their vessel. Though simple, it was also neat and orderly, with several processed fish skins drying on the boat's side. Our team only has 2 people. We don't have many skills, but we do deal with fish skins and seaweed a lot. Han Lei patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder, saying, Zhang is skilled with fish skins, making water bags and air bladders. As for me, I'm strong enough. I can dive and collect water without any problem. Chen Zhiye nodded, recognizing the traits marked on the roster. That's great. Our fleet needs talents like you. Fish skin products are an important resource, and everyone relies on water bags and air bladders. Chapter 36. The Fleet, Part 2. The next morning, Chen Zhiye's draw for the day was another slingshot. After the draw, he was stretching on the front deck of the catamaran when a notification from the panel interrupted his focus. It was a private message from committee member Wang Hai, the highest coordinator in the entire quadrant. Comrade Chen Zhiye, good morning. I have an important discovery to inform you. Chen Zhiye perked up and replied, please go ahead. Committee member Wang. It was confirmed that the panel had a team function, triggered when any group of 10 or more survivors gathered in space. The panel would display the team function. Team function. Chen Zhiye's heart raced. This was undoubtedly an important discovery about the panel's rules, which would greatly affect future organizational forms. Wang Hai continued to explain. Once a team is formed, it will have several core functions. First, it will generate a public storage space for the team, the size of which will be the sum of the personal spaces contributed by each member. Second, team permission classifications can be set, which will relate to public space access, internal material circulation, and vehicle facilities. Third, team members can cooperate more efficiently through the panel. Most importantly, the team itself will be recognized by the panel as an independent unit. The committee speculates this may relate to future vehicle upgrades and even qualifications for regional event participation. Chen Zhiye quickly absorbed this information. Public space, permission management. Your second fleet currently has the most members. Once triggered, please complete the team formation as soon as possible and stabilize the internal structure. This will not only improve your own efficiency, but also provide valuable experience for other fleets. Wang Hai said, understood. Thank you for the timely notification, Committee Member Wang. Chen Zhiye replied solemnly. This news came at just the right time, right before the fleet was about to converge on a large scale. No need to be polite. The stability and development of the third quadrant depend on the efforts of every leader. Keep in touch, and let me know if there are any anomalies or difficulties. Wang Hai concluded the communication. Time passed in anticipation. On the morning of the 26th day of the arrival, the second fleet, where Chen Zhiye was located, gathered 11 members. In addition to their original 6-man team and the 2 from Han Lei's group who had arrived first, Zhao Deming from the calculation team had successfully reached the designated meeting point with his 2 team members after several days of sailing. Just as Zhao Deming's boat docked alongside Chen Zhiye's catamaran, and the personnel on both decks greeted each other, all 11 survivors' panels emitted a soft and continuous blue light, accompanied by a clear vibration notification. Would you like to create a team? The prompt floated clearly on everyone's panels. Here it comes. Chen Zhiye suppressed his excitement and looked around at the surprised and excited faces on the boat. Everyone, this is the team function I mentioned earlier. Let's confirm it together. Without needing many words, everyone understood what this meant. Led by Chen Zhiye, all 11 people almost simultaneously confirmed yes with their minds. The panel's light flowed and a new interface unfolded, starting with naming the team. Everyone agreed to continue using the designation of the third quadrant second support fleet. Next was the permissions setting. There was no suspense. 11 pairs of eyes all turned towards Chen Zhiye. Zhao Deming was the first to speak. Captain Chen Zhiye is the team leader appointed by the branch and the overall coordinator for this meeting. In terms of ability and communication channels with superiors, he is the most suitable candidate for the captain. Han Lei's loud voice followed. Needless to say, it's definitely Captain Chen. Naturally, Sun Xiao, Wang Hu, and others had no objections. Agreed. We support Brother Chen. Faced with the unreserved trust of everyone, Chen Zhiye felt a warmth rise in his heart. Thank you all for your trust. I promise to lead our fleet safely to the center point. He confirmed the first permission with his mind. Team Third Quadrant Second Support Fleet established. A series of system prompts flashed across all members' panels. Next came the setup for the public storage space. The panel indicated that each member needed to contribute part of their personal storage space to collectively form the Team's public space. The contribution amount could be set by each individual. On this point, everyone had already agreed. Each of the 11 would contribute 2 cubic meters. Instantly, a team public storage space of 22 cubic meters was created. This space would be managed by Captain Chen Zhiye, who could set the usage and access rules for other members. It existed independently from each person's private storage space, solving the long-standing problem of bulk material storage and quick allocation that had troubled everyone. The excitement of the team function opening spread among the 11 gathered. Chen Zhiye decisively used the newly opened team communication channel to incorporate the arriving members and issued the first team directive to conduct basic material collection and vigilance centered around the meeting point while waiting for subsequent groups to arrive. The efficient communication and public space greatly improved the operational efficiency of the initially integrated fleet. Time continued to pass. On the 28th day of arrival, the last logistical backbone of Chen Zhiye's fleet, Chen Zhiye, successfully arrived at the meeting point with her small tent boat. By now, all 24 compatriots of the Third Quadrant Second Support Fleet had gathered. 9 small tent boats surrounded Chen Zhiye's catamaran like stars surrounding the moon. 24 weathered faces gathered on the front deck of the catamaran and on the connected small boats. In that moment, a heartfelt joy spread among the crowd. It was unclear who first took out coarse salt for everyone to dip their fish meat in, while others brought out seaweed juice stored in bamboo tubes. There was no wine or gourmet food, but this moment of reunion surpassed any feast. They shared their experiences with one another. Laughter and conversation echoed so vividly over the sea, dispelling the loneliness and tension of drifting for many days. Chen Zhiye also participated in this celebration. This emotional exchange and sense of collective identity was beneficial for the newly formed fleet. After the celebration, it was time to integrate the fleet. With 24 people, 9 small tent boats, and 1 catamaran, the structure was loose, making command inconvenient and resource allocation seemed cumbersome. The next day, after discussing with the heads of various groups, Chen Zhiye called all members together to announce the fleet structure adjustment plan, under the watchful eyes of everyone. For small sailboats from the Wu Jianjun and Zhengtao groups were combined into 2 larger ones. At this point, the fleet's vessels consisted of 1 catamaran, 2 standard sailboats, and 5 small sailboats. After streamlining the vessels, Chen Zhiye promptly reorganized the personnel structure. He completely dismantled the original group-based composition and established 3 core teams based entirely on functional needs. The collection team, composed of members skilled in gathering, with Zhengtao and Wang Hu as leaders. They were primarily responsible for obtaining the 4 essential resources: fish, freshwater, salt, and sea bamboo. This was the lifeline of the fleet. The reconnaissance team was made up of members with good foundational and physical qualities and quick reflexes. Chen Zhiye also served as the team leader, with Sun Xiao as the deputy leader. They were responsible for the fleet's nightly patrols, perimeter security, resource exploration, and training all members in combat skills. This was the fleet's eyes, ears, and fists. The logistics team consisted of original logistics backbones and technical personnel, led by Qian Xiuying and Li Kangwen. They handled the materials brought back by the collection team, such as cutting fish, tanning fish skins, refining oils, maintaining and repairing all tools and vessels, managing the team's public storage space, and distributing materials. Additionally, Dr. Zhou was part of this team, responsible for the medical support of the entire fleet. This was the heart and logistical support of the fleet. Each team had clear responsibilities, and members were assigned according to their strengths and willingness. Lu Fang was assigned to the logistics team to assist Zhou and handle material details, while Zhou Yi was incorporated into the reconnaissance team due to his execution ability. The new structure was clear, efficient, and with well-defined responsibilities. It broke the previous small circles, allowing everyone to find their place, and the cohesion of the fleet increased. During these busy days of integration, Chen Zhiye's contact with committee member Wang Hai became more frequent. Through Wang Hai, Chen Zhiye gained a more intuitive understanding of the situation in the third quadrant and even the entire 293,478 area. Currently, there are 8 support fleets like theirs in the third quadrant, totaling 127 people. During the integration process, 3 newcomers joined different fleets. They claimed to be survivors who had been living alone. The branch is taking a cautious observation approach regarding this and has notified the heads of each fleet to pay attention. On the broader regional level, the construction of the advanced team at the center point is in full swing. However, undercurrents still exist. Discussions about routes and power have not completely subsided due to the emergence of team functions, but have merely shifted to a deeper level. Chapter 37. New discoveries on the day Chen Zhiye's fleet completed its internal integration. A message from committee member Wang Hai also reached the panels of the 7 fleet leaders in the third quadrant. The content of the message was brief. All fleets in the third quadrant had preliminarily completed their assembly and were scheduled to hold a third quadrant fleet meeting that evening. As night fell, the sea breeze brought a chill to the closely gathered fleet. Chen Zhiye sat inside the compartment of the catamaran. A group named Third Quadrant Fleet Meeting had been established, and 9 people, including Wang Hai and the committee's recording personnel, joined in succession. Good evening, everyone. He began as the meeting host and the highest coordinator of the quadrant. First of all, congratulations to all 8 fleets in the third quadrant for completing their preliminary integration. This is an important step for us to face future challenges. After a brief opening, Wang Hai got straight to the point and reported on the situation at the center point. According to the latest report from the Center Point Committee, the assembly and construction progress in the central area is rapid. Currently, a mixed fleet with a certain scale and function has been successfully formed, centered around the branch's advanced forces. This fleet includes 1 completed multi-oar sailboat, several small fishing boats, and sailboats. Although Chen Zhiye had already learned about this plan from Chen Weiguo, hearing it become a reality still shook him. This signifies a qualitative leap in the region's ability to conquer the ocean. Wang Hai continued, more importantly, discoveries have come from underwater. The center point has successfully organized several deep diving explorations. It has now been confirmed that the seabed directly below the center point is about 20 meters deep. Divers have reached the seabed and have initially discovered new types of resources like sand and rocks. Undersea resources. The report mentioned that survivors with underwater breathing capabilities are continuing preliminary explorations of the seabed, which may bring more surprises in the future. After introducing the encouraging progress of the center point, Wang Hai shifted to convey the branch's resolution regarding the organizational structure of the center point fleet. Comrades, as personnel gather at the center point, the original fleet structure can no longer meet management needs. First, the temporary branch committee structure remains unchanged and continues to serve as the highest decision-making core for the region, responsible for grasping the overall direction and coordinating interquadrant affairs. Second, a general assembly has successfully convened in the central area, which has achieved large-scale assembly. An autonomous committee for the 293,478 area center point has been elected. This committee consists of 1 director and 6 deputy directors. The Center Point Autonomous Committee will be specifically responsible for daily management, production construction, resource allocation, and public services in the central area under the leadership of the branch committee. Wang Hai emphasized that this means our management system is moving towards formalization. Finally, Wang Hai conveyed a request. Based on the current communication situation and management needs in the region, the branch committee requests that all fleets and teams try to keep daily communications within their internal channels. Unless necessary, minimize speaking in the public regional channels. He explained that this is because many matters can be resolved internally without occupying public channel resources. On the other hand, some significant decisions, resource allocations, or crisis alerts that involve the entire region must be uniformly published through the regional channel to ensure smooth communication and avoid being drowned out by daily chatter. After a slight pause, Wang Hai's tone became more serious. At the same time, this is also due to confidentiality needs. We are in an unknown environment, and any leakage of key information could bring unnecessary risks, even being exploited by those with ulterior motives. Please understand and strictly implement this. After the meeting concluded, Chen Zhiye left the group chat. The rapid development of the center point was exhilarating, but the requirements regarding communication and confidentiality felt like an invisible veil. He did not delay and immediately conveyed the main content and latest requirements reported by committee member Wang Hai in the team channel of the 2nd Support Fleet of the 3rd Quadrant. When the team heard about the completion of the multi-oar sailboat and the discovery of undersea resources, excited discussions erupted within the team. People seemed to have opened a new window of imagination for the future. Comrades, the achievements of the center point belong to all of us, proving the powerful strength of unity. To protect this hard-earned result and ensure that our entire region can move forward more steadily, starting today. Unless there is important information related to the region, all internal communications within our fleet will be conducted in the team channel and groups. This is our responsibility for our own safety. Everyone replied that they understood and received the message. After experiencing so much, they had already realized that caution is a fundamental quality for survival in this world. In the following day, the fleet continued to operate efficiently according to the established division of labor. The collection team kept replenishing food and freshwater supplies. The logistics team was busy handling materials and maintaining tools, and the reconnaissance team strengthened patrols and training. A subtle atmosphere lingered in the air, waiting for another critical time node to arrive. The 30th day, the Gray Shark crisis erupted on the 10th day, although the 20th day was calm. Breaking the speculation of a 10-day cycle, the decision to form the fleet was partly based on concerns about the 30th day as a whole number. People were very cautious. Life is only given once. With previous experiences, this time's vigilance seemed much more organized. All vessels were tightly moored together, forming a stable floating platform at sea. This approach not only prevents confusion, but also concentrates efforts on defense. The reconnaissance team arranged double the manpower for 24-hour shifts of vigilance. They kept an eye not only on the sea surface, but also on the sky and any movements on the panels. The tension still existed. But compared to the unknown panic of the 20th day, this time people felt more of a calm vigilance. They were no longer as helpless as at the beginning. Instead, they silently checked their weapons and fulfilled their duties while waiting. Time passed second by second, and the sea remained calm. As the date on the panel quietly changed, dawn arrived once more, and when the golden sunlight spilled over the closely connected fleet, nothing happened. The 30th day passed midnight in a heightened state of alert. After storing the drawn wooden shield, Chen Zhiye stayed alone in his compartment and opened a private chat interface with Chen Zhiye. Team leader, the 30th day has passed, and everything is normal. Yes, the same here. The feedback from the center and other quadrants shows no abnormalities. Chen Zhiye's reply came quickly, but this did not mean they could let their guard down. The calmer it was, the more likely something was brewing. Some things preferred to act when people relaxed. Chen Zhiye understood that he was referring not only to potential natural disasters or monsters, but also to those hidden currents among the crowd. Is there any new progress regarding those people mentioned earlier? Chen Zhiye asked. The information team is still sorting through the historical records of the regional channels and the contact networks of certain individuals. We have indeed identified some noteworthy nodes. Their methods are very covert, mainly guiding and amplifying negative emotions. Can we identify the people behind this? Chen Zhiye inquired. It will take more time. The communication in the channels was very chaotic at that time, but we are narrowing the scope. Chen Zhiye paused. Your fleet is relatively clean. Keep an eye out and contact me if you find anything. After ending the communication with Chen Zhiye, Chen Zhiye leaned against the cabin wall, frowning slightly. Potential internal enemies were harder to deal with than the visible monsters. He thought of the steel giant in his warehouse. No, better to think about that heavy machine gun above, which could easily tear apart any carbon-based life form. If the situation truly spiraled out of control, and if those hidden currents threatened the stability or even survival of the entire area, a thought uncontrollably rose in his mind. Thanks to the contributions of military enthusiasts and veterans in the knowledge retention program, he had systematically learned the operational principles, maintenance points, and even basic tactics of various heavy weapons, including machine guns and artillery, during this time. Although it was only theoretical, combined with his increasingly improved physical condition, he was confident that as long as the environment allowed, taking out the heavy machine gun and unleashing its basic power was not impossible. This power was enough to crush any known threat and to deter anyone with ulterior motives. However, Chen Zhiye's gaze became unfocused. The general trend still stood with the committee. The construction of the center was effective, the organizational structure was widely recognized, and the vast majority of people yearned for order and development rather than chaos. The hidden currents currently detected were still within a controllable range, far from the level that required the use of such force. Moreover, The situation was not urgent enough to reach that point. It was merely some guided remarks and suspected connections, with unclear targets. Recklessly revealing the trump card could not only alarm the snake, but also trigger unnecessary panic. Before having the capability to drain the lake, fishing, as a technical skill, was a good method. Lastly, and most importantly, relying on violence too early could hinder the formation of a healthy and stable governance system. The reason a trump card is a trump card is that it is hidden deep down. One must think carefully about the benefits of moving it before acting. Let those who should act take action. Chapter 38. Wind, Fire, Thunder, and Lightning. After safely passing the 30th day, the second fleet led by Chen Zhiye adjusted its course and began sailing directly towards the center. According to calculations by Zhao Deming and others, considering the ocean currents and rowing speed, this leg of the journey was expected to take more than 20 days. For a fleet with 24 people and multiple vessels, navigation considerations were no longer just about speed. With the fleet largely self-sufficient in basic supplies, daily resource acquisition, processing, and maintenance occupied at least a quarter of the day. Crew members took turns rowing, and everything was orderly. What was encouraging was that during this journey towards collective unity, everyone's standard of living had quietly risen along with the overall technological progress of the region. The most significant change occurred on the 35th day. That day, the regional channel and trading market were simultaneously ignited by a blockbuster announcement. The Central Fleet successfully manufactured the stove. According to the subsequent press release, this crucial breakthrough stemmed from the utilization of new resources from the seabed. The technicians at the center successfully created a simple furnace body that could withstand high temperatures using sand and rocks that had been dredged. Inside the furnace chamber, carefully polished stone pieces were laid. The appearance of the stove was as significant as humanity mastering fire in ancient times. The Central Fleet quickly pushed this towards the nascent panel trading market. They exchanged a certain quantity of sea bamboo and processed fish for the first batch of finished stoves. This became the first truly marketable commodity in the 293478 region. Naturally, Chen Zhiye's fleet was the first to trade for their own stove. Immediately alongside the stove's spread was bamboo charcoal. After the center's technicians conducted multiple experiments to find suitable temperatures, a large quantity of sea bamboo was calcined in a sealed kiln, resulting in bamboo charcoal that burned at a higher temperature, lasted longer, and produced less smoke. They traded 4 units of sea bamboo for a unit of bamboo charcoal in bulk on the market. This price seemed high, but a kiln of bamboo could only produce 1/3 of the charcoal. Chen Zhiye's fleet immediately exchanged for a batch of bamboo charcoal and a stove. The combination of fire and charcoal ignited not only the furnace chamber, but also the flame of civilization's revival. Cooked food became the most direct and universal blessing. The aroma of grilled fish and the steaming seaweed soup, these long-lost flavors, not only greatly satisfied the taste buds, but also significantly reduced gastrointestinal discomfort caused by raw food, improving nutritional absorption efficiency. Everyone's spirits were lifted. The changes brought by high temperatures went beyond this. Pottery began to appear, initially just rough bowls, basins, and clay pots for steaming and cooking. They solved the problem of containers for food storage and processing. Animal glues, such as fish bladder glue, were simmered at controllable temperatures. With high bonding strength, they were quickly applied in tool and weapon manufacturing. Even simple devices for heating seawater with flames and collecting distilled water through condensation were designed. Productivity thus experienced a leap in efficiency. The committee keenly seized the window of opportunity brought by the technological breakthrough and gradually initiated upgrade actions across the region. First was the spear replacement plan. By utilizing better adhesives and spearhead designs, wooden spears were eliminated and sharper, stronger stone spears were fully equipped. The basic combat power of all fleets was enhanced. Subsequently, after the quantity and quality of salt production significantly increased due to large-scale production and the use of fire, the possibility of pickling salted fish emerged, freeing up some precious storage space. When the date on the panel jumped to the 40th day, a bittersweet collective sentiment spread across the regional channel. It was unclear who first jokingly suggested calling today a 10-day festival to commemorate another milestone in their struggle for survival in this ocean. This notion unexpectedly gained widespread recognition and dissemination. While still maintaining necessary vigilance, a more or less relaxed atmosphere emerged within each fleet. People shared their food and exchanged experiences, as if they were truly celebrating a simple yet precious festival. On the evening filled with the aroma of grilled fish, Chen Zhiye's fleet held a small-scale celebration to ease the fatigue from days of sailing. However, what needed to come would eventually arrive. After calmly passing the 4th decadal festival, as the midnight of the 50th day quietly passed, change finally arrived in an undeniable manner. At this moment, Chen Zhiye's fleet was very close to the center point, and it was expected that in 2 more days of sailing, they would reach the waters that gathered most of the regional power and hope. The first sensation was the cold. A distinct chill suddenly swept over everyone without warning. The sea breeze turned fierce, bringing a chill to their skin. At the same time, everyone could clearly feel the speed of the ship increasing, not because of rowing, but because the current carrying the vessel had suddenly accelerated, pushing the ship forward. No, something was wrong. Almost immediately after the anomaly occurred, Chen Zhiye burst out of the compartment. At the same time, alarm messages from the branch committee flooded the regional channels and all important groups like an avalanche. Emergency alert. Global currents accelerating, temperature dropping sharply, wind strength increasing. Suspected disaster triggered. Execute storm resistance plan for now. All ships immediately cease sailing. Repeat, immediately cease sailing. Fleet members take a strategy of clustering together, tightly connecting ships with all available ropes to form a whole. Secure personnel and avoid falling overboard. Check weapons to respond to potential threats. The commands were clear and urgent. Chen Zhiye's fleet halted its advance. Attention all. Emergency assembly. Execute the storm resistance plan. Chen Zhiye's voice echoed through the team channel and roared across the entire fleet. In an instant, the originally silent fleet erupted with activity. Everyone who had been asleep was awakened, and the logistics team brought out the ropes and spare lines that had long been prepared. No one panicked. The training and drills from before came into play at this moment. On the increasingly tumultuous sea surface, a race against time to connect the vessels was underway. The catamaran served as the core, with 2 larger boats tightly nestled on either side, and 5 smaller boats securely moored around the perimeter. Ropes crisscrossed, tightly linking the vessels into an interdependent floating platform. Everyone found a secure point to hold on to, gripping their spears tightly while nervously watching the pitch-black sea. This night was spent in trembling bumps and bone-chilling cold. The waves began to turn unfriendly, repeatedly crashing against the hull and splashing icy seawater. Everyone was on high alert, straining to maintain their balance and the stability of the vessel amid the swaying. When the faint light of dawn struggled to penetrate the leaden clouds, the wind did not relent. In fact, it seemed to intensify. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, a message from a distant sea made everyone's hearts sink. It was from the farthest fleet from the center point, filled with despair. This is the 5th team of Quadrant 1. We see black clouds. All black clouds. They're lightning. It's the kind of black clouds that isolate the area. They're coming for us. This news struck like a death knell in everyone's hearts. The thunderstorm cloud wall of the isolation area was actually moving inward. More detailed information arrived, still from that fleet. Contact, heavy rain, giant waves. 1 small boat has capsized. The larger boats are holding steady, but we haven't seen any monsters. The channel fell into eerie silence, leaving only the sound of wind and rain and the rapid beating of hearts. All hands, hold tight. The storm is coming. Chen Zhiye's voice cut through the wind and rain, carrying an undeniable firmness. Not long after, on the horizon behind the fleet, a suffocating scene appeared. It was as if a black cloud that swallowed all light was rushing towards them at a visible speed, like an endless tide. The clouds hung low, with pale lightning slithering within like a giant python, and a thunderous roar rolled in, shaking their chests. The black clouds pressed down like a city about to be crushed. The strong sense of oppression made the air feel as if it had solidified. Everyone subconsciously grabbed onto anything they could to secure themselves, knuckles turning white from the effort. The next moment, the storm hit head-on. It felt as if they had collided with an invisible wall. The entire floating platform made up of the vessels jolted violently. The severe turbulence nearly threw people off. The deafening thunder exploded overhead, sounding like cannon fire. The fierce wind whipped the torrential rain, striking their faces and bodies like countless icy whips, making it impossible to open their eyes. The waves were no longer just crashing. They tossed the fleet up and slammed them down into the troughs. Steady, watch the ropes. Chen Zhiye and several team leaders shouted hoarsely amidst the wind and thunder. Everyone did their utmost to maintain the integrity of their home amidst nature's fury. This was a pure contest of strength and will. Time became blurred in extreme tension. It was unclear how long had passed, but the most intense shockwave seemed to have passed. The turbulence remained, but it was no longer as violent. The thunder gradually faded, although the rain continued to pour. When it was confirmed that the most dangerous phase seemed to have passed, a complex emotion of survival erupted among the crowd. A team member couldn't help but shout at the gray sky, releasing the pent-up fear and pressure. Several others from the collection team suddenly tore off their soaked shirts, allowing the rain to wash over their bodies, letting out cries of exhilaration. Chen Zhiye did not stop them. He understood that this emotion needed to be released. But he did not let his guard down. After allowing everyone to vent for a few minutes, he raised his voice over the sound of the rain and shouted, "Quickly put your clothes back on. Be careful not to lose heat. Check the water accumulation on each ship and clear it in a timely manner. The reconnaissance team, stay alert and observe the surrounding sea." His orders brought everyone back to reality. The storm had not completely ended. The heavy rain continued. And danger was not yet far away. People checked each other's conditions and cleared the water from the cabins. Chapter 39. Silence. The rain curtain turned day into night. When the faint light once again pierced through the clouds, the rain began to weaken. Although it remained damp and chilly, at least visibility had returned. The sea around the fleet revealed a turbulent appearance under the daylight. The people on the ship washed their bodies with collected rainwater, wrung out their clothes, and changed into skirts made of fish skin. The logistics team set up a simple drying rack next to the catamaran stove, spreading out the soaked clothing. The thin warmth emanating from the bamboo charcoal in the stove felt particularly precious at this time. Chen Zhiye had limited the use of charcoal over the past few days, but it was clearly no longer a normal situation now. The latest report from the center point came through the panel. Center Fleet report. The storm's core has reached this area and will dissipate after about 10 minutes. No casualties have occurred, and rain clouds still cover the area. Please all peripheral fleets continue to maintain protection and be alert for a possible second wave of impact. The news gave Chen Zhiye a slight sense of relief. The center point, being the largest fleet, clearly had a disaster resistance capability far exceeding that of the peripheral fleets. It seemed that the large ship was indeed stable. With us tied together like this, we're swaying so much, they probably passed through in 10 minutes without any issues, Wang Hu remarked, wringing out the water from his shirt. Li Kangwen, who was checking the wear on the connecting ropes, looked up and said, "The stability and load capacity of the center point's large ship far exceed ours. Perhaps even their fishing boat is bigger than our vessel. I really want to see it soon," Lu Feng murmured softly, her eyes filled with longing. At 10 o'clock at night, the second wave alert arrived. The information quickly spread across all channels. The intensity of the second wave of black clouds is lower than that of the first wave. Please related fleets prepare for impact resistance. All hands ready. Repeat connection checks. Chen Zhiye's orders were swiftly issued. This time, people moved more skillfully, with less confusion than during their first encounter. People quickly stabilized themselves. Having experienced the first wave of the storm, everyone knew what to do. The dark clouds arrived as expected. The distant horizon was once again stained black, and lightning rolled through the clouds. However, this wave of dark clouds seemed much gentler, if gentle could be used to describe a thunderstorm. When the dark clouds pressed down, the rain intensified suddenly, and the winds became turbulent again. The thunder was deafening, and lightning streaked across the sky, but the duration was shorter. A few minutes later, the suffocating dark clouds passed. "It's over," someone shouted, their voice filled with obvious relief. "Stay alert. Don't let your guard down." Chen Zhiye's voice rang out. In disasters, the most dangerous time is often not when the disaster occurs, but when people think it has already ended. The rain continued, shifting from heavy to light, and then to a nearly invisible drizzle. People took turns resting, while the reconnaissance team maintained dual post vigilance. The sea remained restless, waves jostling the fleet. But that violent force had disappeared. As the date on the panel quietly flipped to the 0 hour of the 51st day, another change occurred. It was a moment that could almost be perceived by people. In 1 second, fine raindrops were still brushing against the boat canopy and the sea surface. In the next second, the rain stopped. It wasn't a gradual easing, it was an abrupt halt. Almost simultaneously, the heavy rain clouds that had shrouded the sky for days began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace. As if the curtain on a stage was being pulled back quickly, the starry sky unfolded unreservedly over the pitch-black curtain that had lasted the whole day. The wind also ceased. The sea surface calmed down at an astonishing speed. The waves became smaller and smaller, leaving only barely perceptible ripples around the fleet. The whole world fell into silence. "This is too strange," Wang Hu whispered, as if afraid to break the silence. Sun Xiao stood at the bow, gazing at the starry sky. "The clouds have completely dispersed. And do you feel it?" The boat isn't rocking. The catamaran and all the connected boats were now floating steadily on the sea surface. If it weren't for the occasional slight swaying, one might almost think they were docked on land. In the panel's area channel, everyone sensed this anomaly. "The rain has stopped. The clouds have dispersed. We're the same here. It's calm. Something's not right. This calm is a bit frightening. Where are the waves? Why is there not a single wave? The ocean current is gone. Our boat isn't drifting forward at all." Messages from all quadrants confirmed that this was not a localized phenomenon. The entire 293478 area entered this bizarre state of absolute calm simultaneously after the 0 hour of the 51st day. Chen Zhiye immediately contacted Zhao Deming and Zheng Tao to measure if the ocean current had really stopped. Soon, the news came back. After the standard line was put into the water, the wooden piece was nearly motionless. The ocean current that guided them toward the center point had disappeared. Schedule normal night shifts. Others should take the opportunity to rest, Chen Zhiye ordered. Whatever this calm means, adequate rest is the foundation for responding to any changes. That night, many people found it hard to sleep. The overly quiet environment and various emotions intertwined. But exhaustion ultimately overcame anxiety, and by the latter half of the night, most of the fleet fell into a deep sleep. Chen Zhiye woke up before dawn. He stepped out of the compartment onto the foredeck, and the sight before him left him stunned. The sea surface was completely calm, a literal mirror. The sunlight spilled onto the sea, creating a straight path of light. With no waves breaking this perfect reflection, the fleet quietly rested on this mirror. He looked at the panel. Discussions in the area channel had continued all night. All fleets encountered the same situation. This meant that not only had the ocean current stopped, but there was also no sea breeze. This contradicted their understanding of physical laws. Brother Chun, this isn't right, Wang Hu said, rubbing his eyes as he stepped out. Is this even the sea? Clearly, it's not the sea we know. Sun Zhao's voice came from beside him. She had been up for a while, observing the surroundings. This sea is like it's dead. The most troublesome issue was navigation. Without the ocean current, they had lost their reference for direction during the night, and without the assistance of the current, they could only rely on paddling to reach the center point. Li Kangwen said. Breakfast consisted of dried fish and seaweed soup roasted the night before. People ate in silence, their gazes occasionally drifting to the unusually calm sea surface, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Around 8 in the morning, the comprehensive report from the branch committee was released. It was a thorough summary of the disaster over the past 24 hours and a statement of the current situation. All compatriots regarding the disaster incident on the 50th day and subsequent changes. The branch committee reports as follows. The panel confirms that this storm has unfortunately claimed the lives of 20 compatriots, as verified by reports from various fleets, of which 13 were members already organized. A total of 5 small sailboats and 1 large sailboat were lost. This incident is confirmed as a climate disaster, with its triggering mechanism strongly related to time nodes. Its manifestation was thunderstorm dark clouds sweeping inward from the regional boundary, accompanied by heavy rainfall, huge waves, and a sharp drop in temperature. 2 waves of impact have been observed, with an interval of about 12 hours. The storm core had a short duration but strong destructive power, while the subsequent coverage of rain clouds lasted long and affected a wide area. The calm state following the disaster is an important component of this incident. Preliminary confirmation shows that the ocean current pointing toward the center has completely disappeared, and the sea surface is in a calm state. The duration of this state is unknown and may become a new normal for the region. The sun-based daytime navigation method remains effective. The star-based night navigation method is being expedited for development and is expected to provide a simple solution within 3 days. Before the plan is released, it is recommended that all fleets avoid night navigation as much as possible. The absolute calm state may conceal unknown risks. Continue to remain vigilant, especially for underwater observations. As of the release of this report, the center point has gathered 12 fleets, totaling 388 compatriots. A large, comprehensive fleet centered around large vessels and multi-paddle sailboats, supplemented by various small sailboats and fishing boats, has been formed. Basic living facilities have been preliminarily established. The report was lengthy but contained a wealth of information. If the star navigation was not developed, they would have to stop the boat at night. But the more troublesome issue was rowing. Zheng Tao patted his arms, which had become sore and numb from rowing for days. The distance that could be covered in a day with the current might now take an extra half a day. Chen Zhiye calculated that the supplies of food and fresh water were sufficient, but the consumption of bamboo charcoal might increase. Chen Zhiye listened to the discussions of everyone, his gaze falling on the last part of the report. 12 fleets, 388 people. That was a true community, a human stronghold established in the vast ocean. Our plan remains unchanged, Chen Zhiye finally said. Continue to head for the center point. Zhao Deming recalculated the route and time needed, while Chen Zhiye checked the supplies to prepare for another 2 to 3 days of sailing. Others inspected the boats and weapons. They could not let their guard down in this calm. Over the next 3 days, the fleet sailed on this still sea. There were no waves, and the sea surface was unervingly flat. Paddling became strenuous. Without the assistance of the current, each stroke required real muscle strength to push the water forward. The boat's speed clearly decreased. The silence was so profound that even the usual sound of waves had vanished, leaving only the sound of people's breathing. Some people's status bars on the panel began to show slight anxiety, feeling uncomfortable with this supernatural calm. On the evening of the second day after the storm, a simple star navigation plan was released. It was a guide with illustrations, marking the azimuth of several bright stars in the night sky at different times, and how to use them to determine basic directions. Finally, we don't have to be blind. Wang Hu muttered as he and other reconnaissance team members compared the star chart on the panel, searching for those guiding bright stars in the night sky. On the third day, the day they were expected to reach the central point, the atmosphere of the fleet was noticeably different from early morning. People got up earlier than usual, having meals and organizing personal belongings. Everything exuded a sense of ritual. Even the usually silent Zhou, he checked his equipment multiple times, wiping his stone spear and slingshot again and again. They should be arriving today. During breakfast, Lu Fang quietly said to Sun Xiao, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sun Xiao nodded, her gaze fixed on the direction the fleet was heading. With her excellent eyesight, she was naturally the first to hope to see the Central Point fleet. The journey continued. On the calm sea, the formation of 8 boats moved forward. The sound of the oars was synchronized after losing the ocean current. Improving the coordination of rowing was a good way to maintain sailing efficiency. As the clock ticked past 9, 10, and 11 in the morning, time passed little by little. Did we miscalculate the distance? Someone muttered softly. Patience. Chen Zhiye said only one sentence, but his eyes were also glued to the front. At noon, the sun reached its highest point. The fleet stopped briefly to rest. People ate a simple lunch, but their gazes drifted far away. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Sun Xiao suddenly stood up straight, one hand on her forehead, staring ahead. What's wrong? Wang Hu noticed her unusual behavior. Sun Xiao did not answer immediately. She looked carefully for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. I see many massed ships. The entire fleet instantly fell silent. Where? What direction? Chen Zhiye immediately asked. Directly ahead to the left, still far away, but I can see the outline. Sun Xiao's voice grew more certain. It's the outline of large ships, more than one. There are also a few small boats moving around them, but very slowly. Discovering the large fleet could very well be the central point. Chen Zhiye's voice rang out. Adjust the course, move towards the direction indicated by Sun Xiao. Get ready to converge. In an instant, an indescribable emotion spread throughout the fleet. After more than 20 days of sailing and having weathered storms, they were finally about to reach the end of their journey, or rather, the starting point of a new life. The fleet adjusted its course, and the frequency of rowing unconsciously quickened. As time passed, more and more people could see the distant outlines with the naked eye. At first, there were just a few vague black dots on the horizon, but as the distance closed, those dots gradually revealed the shapes of ships. The highest outline became clearer and clearer. It was a multi-layered building ship. Next to it was a streamlined hull, likely a multi-oar sailboat. Surrounding these large ships were numerous medium and small boats that moved around like satellites. The building ship was magnificent. It was not the traditional wooden building ship, but a multi-layered structure made of sea bamboo. It appeared to have 4 layers, with a lookout tower on the top level. More than a dozen oars extended from one side of the hull. Although they were motionless at the moment, one could imagine the spectacular scene when it sailed. The multi-oar sailboat had an even longer hull, and the sails on the mast were rolled up. The oar windows along both sides of the hull were neatly arranged. This was a ship truly designed for long voyages. Surrounding these large ships were various types of canopy boats, small fishing boats, and a few vessels similar to their catamaran structure. All the boats were orderly, some anchored, some moving slowly, maintaining a safe distance from each other. My God! Wang Hu exclaimed, his mouth agape. Lu Fang clutched the side of the boat tightly, her eyes a bit moist. Chen Zhiye said nothing. Their small fleet was finally about to merge into this larger ocean. Slow down, send out identification signals, Chen Zhiye ordered. The fleet slowed down. According to the pre-agreed instructions, they waved their identification flags. From the distant large fleet, a canopy boat broke away from the formation and headed towards them. Standing at the bow was a person holding a similar flag. Chapter 40. Meeting the fleet led by Chen Zhiye sailed into the territory that humanity had carved out in the ocean, guided by the boats sent from the central point. The closer they got, the more details of the scene formed by the building ships and multi-oar sailboats became apparent. The building ship was about 30 meters long and 10 meters wide, and the texture of the sea bamboo was visible. The 4-layer structure was clear, with densely packed or windows lining both sides of the bottom layer. The upper 3 layers had many windows, and the top layer had an open deck with a lookout tower. Extra buoys and collision protection structures were tied to the outside of the hull, giving an overall feeling of sturdiness. The multi-oar sailboat presented another kind of aesthetic. It was longer and had smooth lines, measuring more than 30 meters in length, but only about 6 or 7 meters in width. The single mast stood tall, and the hanging sails appeared to be made of gray shark skin, reflecting a matte dark gray under the sunlight. There was a row of or windows on each side of the hull, and at that moment, the oars were neatly retracted into the cabin. Its bow had a distinct wave-breaking design. Surrounding these two giant ships was a maritime community composed of vessels of various shapes. There were catamaran canopy boats similar to Chen Zhiye's fleet, as well as a greater number of canopy boats and fishing boats. Among the panel boats, the fishing boats represented another upgraded direction, a dual-oar single-mast boat with large-capacity fish holds and fishing nets produced by the panels. Most of the vessels were moored or anchored, forming a relatively orderly circular array around the two large ships. The guiding boat brought them to the outer edge of the array. According to the instructions sent from the central point via the panel, the fleet maintained a safe distance from the neighboring vessels while mooring. Chen Zhiye arranged for Sun Xiao and Wang Hu to temporarily manage the fleet and boarded the guiding boat, heading towards the building ship. Chen Weiguo was waiting for him. The bridge leading to the building ship was a securely tied sea bamboo raft, and walking on it felt the elasticity of the structure beneath. Upon reaching the main deck, the view opened up. The area of the front deck was almost equivalent to the total area of their entire fleet's deck combined. It was orderly, with fish catches and seaweed drying, and groups of people repairing fishing nets and tools. The interior of the building ship appeared more complex than it looked from the outside. The passages were narrow but tidy, with cabins separated by bamboo curtains on both sides. The air was filled with the scent of the sea, the smell of smoke, and an indescribable sense of humanity. It was the aroma produced by many people living together for a long time. Chen Zhiye was led to the outside of a cabin on the third floor. This cabin was relatively independent, with a safety group bamboo plaque hanging at the door. The guide knocked on the door. "Please come in." Chen Zhiye pushed the door open. The cabin was small, about 8 or 9 square meters, with extremely simple furnishings. A bed made of sea bamboo and rope, a table of the same material, and 2 chairs, with a map of the area made of fish skin and some objects resembling maintenance tools hanging on the wall. Chen Weiguo, about 30 years old, had a bronze complexion from long exposure to wind and sun. There were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, but his eyes were sharp and spirited, with a hint of bloodshot, revealing fatigue. He was not particularly tall, but stood upright with broad shoulders, exuding a calm and capable aura. He wore a dark training suit, somewhat faded but clean and tidy. "Comrade Chen Zhiye, you've worked hard." Chen Weiguo extended his hand first, a smile on his face. "It hasn't been easy coming all this way. Please sit." As their hands clasped, Chen Zhiye could feel the roughness and strength of the other's palm. "Hello, team leader Chen." Chen Zhiye sat down opposite him, noticing that aside from some leather paper and bamboo boards on the table, there were also several bamboo cups and a small clay pot. Chen Weiguo picked up the clay pot and poured water into the 2 bamboo cups. The distilled seawater had no taste. He took a big sip first, letting out a sigh of relief, as if this sip of water could wash away a lot of his fatigue. "How was the journey? Was it smooth?" Simple small talk began with the sailing and the storms. Chen Zhiye briefly reported on the situation of the fleet, and Chen Weiguo listened attentively, occasionally nodding without interrupting. "You all did well." After listening, Chen Weiguo commented, "The contingency plan was executed well, and the personnel were well trained, especially in that storm. The response was steadier than some other fleets, showing the effort put in during normal times." After discussing these matters, the atmosphere in the cabin eased a bit. Chen Zhiye knew it was time to get to the point. "Team leader Chen," he hesitated before speaking, "is there a conclusion regarding the disharmonious voices in the previous regional channel?" This was one of the questions that had been lingering in his mind. Chen Weiguo relaxed slightly at the mention, leaning back in his chair. "We've clarified the situation. It's not a grand conspiracy, more like a farce," he said calmly. "Do you remember the small group in the region that refused to join the branch system, claiming religious beliefs? There were about 20 people before the Gray Shark crisis." Chen Weiguo began to recount. Chen Zhiye nodded. He recalled seeing this information in previous reports. They suffered significant losses during the Gray Shark crisis. Their leader died, and only 13 people were left. Among the survivors was a young man named Yang Qiong, probably around 25 or 26 years old, whose gift was lightning affinity. Lightning affinity? Chen Zhiye's heart stirred. This ability sounded quite extraordinary in a marine environment, especially in a world known to have thunderstorm boundaries. The ability specifically manifested as a strong resistance to electric currents, and he could even somewhat guide or attract weak currents. After the Gray Shark crisis, Their small group became more isolated, but also faced greater difficulties. Yang Qiong learned about the thunderstorm boundary from the channel and found he was close to it. Using his ability to enter the marginal area and retrieve fish that had been electrocuted, Chen Zhiye immediately understood. While their group was still struggling for food, being able to consistently obtain a source of protein was undoubtedly a huge asset. Relying on these fish, Yang Qiong quickly became the de facto new leader of that small group. He often used fish to support the people in the group, while continuously promoting the idea that the only way to safely cross the thunderstorm boundary in the future was to rely on his ability. He was elevated to a sort of, crowned king within the group. Then we began to push for a grand convergence, during which some of our people encountered two members from their group. Those two disguised themselves as lone wanderers and joined the two fleets that were forming at the time. They acted well, quickly blending in and gaining a basic understanding of our organizational structure, operational methods, and some not-so-core plans. Chen Weiguo took a sip of water. Chen Zhiye frowned. What was their purpose? Yang Qiong's ambition is greater than his ability, Chen Weiguo stated bluntly. After realizing the authority of the committee and the scale of the central point, he chose not to join. He wants to persuade or unite a few fleet leaders with certain strengths to support him in forming a third-party force centered around himself, striving for a voice, or even leadership in future negotiations with the central point. He believes his ability to cross the thunderstorm is an irreplaceable bargaining chip. So, the ones stirring up the channel, advocating for fleet autonomy, questioning the necessity of central convergence, were they? Chen Zhiye asked. Mainly those two who infiltrated, under Yang Qiong's direction, guiding and amplifying the benefits of independence during their interactions within and across fleets, hinting that the central point might absorb small fleets, diluting their power and resources. Chen Weiguo nodded. They are quite intelligent. They never directly attack the branch, but constantly propose alternatives, stimulating people's conservatism and doubts. Many key points of debate in the channel during that period had them fanning the flames behind the scenes. Did it have any effect? A little, but not much. Chen Weiguo revealed a complex smile. The two fleet leaders we successfully contacted and tried to persuade had some thoughts. After hearing Yang Qiong's blueprint of relying on him to explore the boundary for exclusive resources and share power, they didn't immediately agree but also didn't refuse. Nor did they report it. They chose to wait and tacitly allowed others to cooperate to some extent, wanting to see which way the wind blows and if they could gain some benefits from it. Chen Zhiye remained silent. The turning point was this storm on the 50th day. Chen Weiguo's tone turned cold. Most of Yang Qiong's small group still operated single-handedly. Faced with such a large-scale natural disaster, lightning affinity could only save Yang Qiong. Suddenly, 5 out of 13 people were lost. It said that Yang Qiong himself was also injured, and the harsh reality shattered their illusions. After the storm, perhaps realizing Yang Qiong was unreliable, or fearing exposure would leave them unable to stand in the region, the two observing fleet leaders took the initiative to approach the committee, laying everything bare. They disclosed the 3 infiltrators and provided records of their communications with Yang Qiong. Chen Weiguo shook his head. Now, that small group, including the injured Yang Qiong, has only 2 or 3 people left. The others have expressed their willingness to join us through various channels. As for the 2 leaders, they received warnings, and their fleets were taken over by their deputies. This matter has come to a close. After hearing this, Chen Zhiye felt little stirring in his heart. He did not mention the person who had previously inquired about his opinions from the safety team. Since Chen Weiguo hadn't brought it up, there was no need to ask. This was a farce based on ambition and misjudgment, dissipated before the forces of nature. It seems the trend is ultimately irreversible. The will of the people, the necessities of survival, is the greatest trend, Chen Weiguo said, then shifted the topic, his expression becoming serious. However, Chen Zhiye, what is most important for you now is not these past interludes, but yourself and what you represent. Chen Zhiye knew the focus was coming, sitting up straight. Chen Weiguo stood up, walked to the small porthole in the cabin, and pointed outside. Do you see that multi-oared sailboat? Chen Zhiye nodded. It's not just a boat. The ship we stand on is also a crucial attempt by the committee towards upgrading paths and the advancement of the times, achieved with a substantial amount of resources. Chen Weiguo's voice was clear. More importantly, through them, we initially grasped some rules of this world. He turned back, looking intently at Chen Zhiye. According to the initial panel description, after certain milestone moments, abilities will improve, and those whose gifts are items will obtain more or better things. The owner of the multi-oared sailboat is named Lu Quan, and her initial gift is wind affinity. The ability manifests as sensitivity to airflow, allowing her to influence wind direction in a small area, giving her a natural advantage in sailing. After her vessel upgraded from a fishing boat to a multi-oared sailboat, her ability noticeably improved. The range of her airflow perception expanded, and the precision of her influence increased. Chen Zhiye's expression sharpened. And the ship? Chen Weiguo continued, tapping on the nearby wall. It's comrade Chen Kueishu's vessel. His gift is some food. However, after the vessel upgraded to a ship, he did not obtain a new item again. Chen Zhiye quickly grasped the key, the difference between the two. Lu Quan's multi-oared sailboat, while still primarily powered by rowing, should be able to sail using the wind alone. Chen Shu's ship, on the other hand, relies entirely on a large amount of human power for rowing as its power source. Exactly. Chen Weiguo nodded. Our preliminary conclusion is that the upgrade of vessels, or what the panel recognizes as a key standard for the upgrade of the era, likely lies in the fundamental change in the source of power and the size of the hull. And it is limited to the changes in vessels recognized by the panel's upgrade path. Also regarding the hull, Lu Quan's sailboat specifications should be the threshold specifications recognized by the panel for vessel era upgrades. He walked to the table. Transitioning from human-powered rowing to utilizing sails is a qualitative change. Therefore, Lu Quan's ability gained enhancement with the upgrade of the vessel era. Meanwhile, although the ship is larger and more complex, its power still relies on human rowing, essentially remaining within the human-powered category, which is why Comrade Chen did not obtain a new item. Chen Zhiye's mind raced. If this inference holds, it would be crucial for understanding the upgrade system of this world. So that sailboat represents our region stepping into the era of sails, while the ship might just be the pinnacle creation of the rowing era. Chen Zhiye said slowly. That is one way to understand it. Chen Weiguo sat back in his chair, his expression serious. Although it was only a preliminary conclusion, it had already indicated the direction we needed to take. We need more vehicles centered around new power sources. Chen Zhiye felt his heartbeat quickening. Chapter 41. The choice outside the window. The multi-oared sailboat stood tall on the calm sea. The phrase age of sails weighed heavily on his heart. We need more vehicles centered around new power sources. Chen Weiguo's voice pulled him back to reality. But resources are limited. The cabin fell silent for a moment. Only the distant murmur of voices and the slight creaking of the bamboo structure could be heard. Chen Weiguo returned to his chair, intertwining his fingers on the table. His gaze deep. Chen Zhiye, we have seen your performance throughout this journey. As part of the safety team, or rather, the person with the most advanced weapons in the entire area, your abilities have been recognized, and gaining support within the group will not be a problem for you. He paused, his tone taking on a hint of gravity. However, the reality facing the committee is that with all the resources currently gathered at the center point, this batch can only support the advancement of 3 vehicles. 3 slots. Chen Zhiye repeated in a low voice. There are not many candidates on the list. They are all key figures in various fields, including those with technological breakthroughs, labor models who have contributed a lot of materials, and potential candidates like you. Chen Weiguo looked directly into Chen Zhiye's eyes, but even so, 3 slots still seemed inadequate. Resources must be allocated in the direction that can most effectively promote overall progress in the area. Chen Zhiye did not respond immediately. He understood this logic, under survival pressure. Collective resources must be maximized. This is not just a matter of fairness, but a matter of life and death. So, Chen Weiguo leaned forward slightly. I need to know your thoughts. Do you want to fight for one of the slots? Chen Zhiye remained silent, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the rough edge of the bamboo cup. The water in the cup had already cooled, reflecting the blurred light and shadow of the cabin ceiling. He was deep in thought. 3 slots. While there were not many candidates, each had strong competitiveness. Those with technological breakthroughs could bring direct progress to the area, while labor models had a broad mass base. Although Chen Zhiye had performed outstandingly, he was ultimately just one of the outstanding performers. In such a resource-scarce situation, the committee's choice would be very pragmatic. Who can bring the most direct benefits? He was uncertain. Chen Zhiye raised his head to meet Chen Weiguo's gaze. If I want to fight for it, what do I need to do? His voice was steady, and he began to formulate another plan in his mind. You need to gather enough resources to account for the equivalent of 50 canoe vehicles. 50? Chen Zhiye raised an eyebrow. This is a requirement for the panel upgrade path. It was mentioned earlier that the multi-oared sailboat panel requires 50 canoes as basic materials. Chen Weiguo explained that the committee could provide other resources, but the materials for those 50 canoes must be gathered by you. He paused slightly and added, it can be through trade, persuading other fleets to support you, or any other means that do not break the rules and regulations. In this regard, the group can offer you some assistance, but the core resource gathering must be led by you. Chen Zhiye nodded slowly. He understood this approach. In a resource-limited situation, the collective cannot spoon-feed individuals. Requiring candidates to gather these resources serves to assess their capabilities and reputation while also rallying public support. allowing the promoted individuals to gain a broader foundation of recognition, collective support, but individuals must prove themselves worthy of that support. Very fair and very realistic. The cabin fell silent again. Chen Weiguo did not urge him, simply waiting quietly, his gaze fixed on the nautical chart on the wall, where marked routes, resource points, and fleet positions formed a complex survival network. Chen Zhiye's thoughts were racing. 50 canoes. This was equivalent to gathering resources for 50 basic vehicles. It also meant needing to persuade many people to contribute their valuable resources to support him. Every vehicle was a mobile home. Gathering so many resources was undoubtedly challenging. Trade? Although the trading market in the area was taking shape, it mainly circulated food, tools, and daily necessities. What kind of leverage and goodwill would he need to gain support from other fleets for his advancement? Even with support from the group, the difficulty was immense. And time was pressing. Other candidates would not wait. Chen Zhiye's fingers lightly tapped on the table. Chen Weiguo watched as Chen Zhiye fell into contemplation without urging him. He understood the weight of this decision. After a long while, Chen Zhiye raised his head, his gaze gradually focusing. For him, there was actually another path. A path that had been buried deep in his warehouse since the day he arrived. Chen Zhiye's mind flashed with images of weapons in the warehouse. Wooden spears, bone clubs, daggers, round shields. These were not one-time gifts. They were a continuous output. Chen Weiguo noticed the change in Chen Zhiye's expression and did not speak, just quietly waited. Chen Zhiye did not directly answer the question about the 50 canoes, but slowly said, Team Leader Chen, I have another idea. Chen Weiguo's gaze sharpened. Go on. Chen Zhiye's thoughts shifted, and his right hand grasped the air. A wooden spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. The spear was nearly 2 meters long, made of dense wood, with the tip deliberately sharpened and carbonized, presenting a deep black color. The craftsmanship of the spear was clearly different from the stone spears currently made in the area. Chen Weiguo's gaze fell on the spear, and he remained silent. This is my ability. Chen Zhiye emphasized the last two words. He paused, observing Chen Weiguo's reaction. Chen Weiguo's gaze remained on the spear, his brows slightly furrowing. As an experienced safety officer, he instinctively felt familiar with the spear that Chen Zhiye produced. Chen Zhiye continued, This is the first one. He laid the wooden spear horizontally on the table and then reached out again. The second wooden spear appeared, which Chen Zhiye leaned against the wall. The third, the fourth. 4 wooden spears, all with the same style and craftsmanship, stood side by side. Chen Weiguo's breathing subtly slowed. He picked up the first spear, carefully inspecting the carbonized tip and checking the quality of the spear shaft. All of these are your abilities? Yes. Chen Zhiye produced another dagger that appeared on the table. The blade was over 20 centimeters long, with obvious forging marks on the blade. Stone dagger, Chen Zhiye said. Next was a stout bone club, thick at one end and thin at the other, with noticeable wear on one end. Finally, there was a round shield, with a covering on its surface. Chen Weiguo was now standing upright. He set down the wooden spear, his gaze sweeping over the dagger, bone club, and the round shield and long spear leaning against the wall. Chen Weiguo's voice was somewhat hoarse. It seemed that during the Gray Shark crisis, those special spears were released by you. Yes, Chen Zhiye replied calmly. He paused, watching as Chen Weiguo's gaze shifted the topic. I believe these weapons are linked to the age of vehicles. The cabin was silent. Chen Weiguo slowly sat back down, his gaze drifting over the weapons, his mind racing. An ability to continuously produce high-quality weapons. That is a production line. In a world facing gray sharks and unknown threats, weapons are also the foundation of survival. Moreover, according to Chen Zhiye, this is a continuous output. This means that as time goes on, the value of this ability will increase. If these weapons can be obtained now, what about the future? Will there be iron weapons? Even firearms? Chen Zhiye did not mention the situation regarding that handgun, and Chen Weiguo wisely did not inquire. Chen Weiguo raised his head, a decisive glint in his eyes. Chen Zhiye, his voice returning to its usual steadiness, now carried a sense of solemnity. You don't need to worry about the slots. Chen Zhiye felt a sense of relief in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. I will talk to the committee about it. Your value deserves direct support for your promotion. Chen Weiguo spoke decisively, arranging for your vehicle upgrade within 3 days. He stood up and walked in front of Chen Zhiye, his gaze deep. But Chen Zhiye, there is one thing I must clarify. Chen Zhiye listened earnestly. The committee supports you because your abilities add value to the collective. Chen Weiguo's words were straightforward. Chen Zhiye nodded. I understand. Therefore, Chen Weiguo patted Chen Zhiye's shoulder and said, You don't need to worry about resources. The committee will handle it. But you need to manage people's hearts yourself. Weapons ultimately need to be wielded by people, and you are the one who controls the source of this weapon. Chen Zhiye nodded solemnly. I will handle it well. Good. Chen Zhiye withdrew his hand. And you should return to the fleet and make arrangements. Wait for my news. Yes. Chen Zhiye left those weapons behind, saying, I'll leave these with you. Chen Zhiye nodded without decline. He also needed these samples to persuade other members of the committee. Chen Zhiye deserved it. Leaving the secure group cabin, he walked through the narrow corridor to the deck. Chen Zhiye stood at the edge of the deck and took a deep breath. What the committee values is his ability to continuously produce weaponry. He exchanged this value for resources and support. Quite fair. His palm gently pressed against the railing. The rough texture of bamboo transmitted through his hand. He looked towards his fleet, silently calculating in his heart. Chapter 42. Reorganization. The guiding ship created ripples on the sea. The sound of the oars entering the water was clear and rhythmic. On the way back to his fleet from the tower ship, Chen Zhiye thought about many things. He sat at the bow, his gaze sweeping over the scattered ships around, landing on the familiar fleet in the distance. 8 ships tightly moored together. His fingertips grazed the rough surface of the ship's edge. What he was about to face was his own team. The guiding ship gradually approached. Sun Xiao was on the front deck of the catamaran, polishing the spearhead of a stone spear. Wang Hu was checking the ropes connecting the ships, moving carefully. Lu Feng and others were organizing the dried seaweed. While others were either resting or busy, everything was in order. This was his team. From the initial 6 to now 24. The guiding ship drew closer, and a bamboo raft was placed on the side of the catamaran. Chen Zhiye stood up to thank the crew of the guiding ship, and then stepped onto the deck of his fleet. Brother Chen. Wang Hu put down the rope in his hand, and quickly walked over. How is it? What's the situation over by the center point? Sun Xiao also put down the stone spear and approached, while Lu Feng and several other team members gathered around. Everyone's gaze was focused on Chen Zhiye. Filled with anticipation and a hint of tension, Chen Zhiye looked around. These people had fought side by side in the storm, and kept watch together in the deep night. First, gather everyone, Chen Zhiye said calmly. Gather on the front deck of the catamaran. I have something to announce. Those who were resting in the cabin or organizing items came out, and the reconnaissance team members on guard also temporarily withdrew. 23 people surrounded the front deck of the catamaran, while people on the nearby tent ship stood by. Chen Zhiye stood in front of them. His gaze slowly swept over each face. They had all been part of this team for more than 20 days. Comrades, he began. His voice not loud, but clear enough to hear. First of all, everyone has worked hard. After more than 20 days of sailing, we have reached the center point. We have experienced storms. We all persevered, and today we have finally arrived at the core of this area, a maritime home established through everyone's joint efforts. This is our victory, he said. It is a victory for each and every one of us. A chorus of agreement rose from the crowd. Some nodded gently. Recalling the nights of gripping ropes in the storm, those days of paddling hard under the scorching sun, and the moments of gazing at the starry sky. Chen Zhiye continued. According to the initial plan, the original team relationships are frozen. This team was temporarily assembled to safely reach the center point, to support each other during the journey. Now that this goal has been achieved, he paused, noticing some people's expressions change slightly. So according to policy, if anyone wants to return to their original mutual aid team or has other arrangements, you can bring it up now. Chen Zhiye's voice was calm, devoid of any coercion or retention. I will do my best to help coordinate. This is everyone's right, and it is also what we agreed upon at the beginning. The deck fell silent for a moment. The first to speak was Zhao Deming, the man who had been responsible for navigation calculations. His voice was somewhat hesitant. Captain Chen, my original team leader saved our lives. During those early days, he was the one who supported us. If it weren't for him, I might not have survived. I want to go back and be with them. Chen Zhiye nodded. All right. I will help you coordinate your return. With the first one speaking up, several others expressed similar thoughts. Chen Zhiye patiently listened and noted them down one by one. After this group finished speaking, there were still 18 people on the deck who had not expressed their opinions. Chen Zhiye looked at them and slowly spoke. Next, I want to talk about my own plans. Everyone's gaze focused on him. I am preparing to strive for a vehicle upgrade, Chen Zhiye stated directly. From the catamaran to the next era level. Wang Hu's eyes brightened, and Lu Feng tightened her grip on the seaweed. He stepped forward. The positioning of the upgraded vehicle will be combat. Comprehensive military management will be implemented, with stricter training, clearer discipline, and higher combat requirements. Combat means danger. Chen Zhiye's voice was calm. It means potentially facing monsters more terrifying than gray sharks, possibly getting caught up in more brutal conflicts, meaning defending this area at the forefront. And it also means gaining greater power. He did not hide the pros and cons, laying the facts before everyone. So, Chen Zhiye finally said, if anyone is willing to continue following me on this path, I welcome you. If anyone wants to choose a more stable life, I completely understand. After speaking, he paused to give everyone space to think. The Centerpoint fleet had already begun to form a developing society where everyone could find their place. The deck was quiet for about a minute. Then, Wang Hu was the first to stand up. This sturdy man didn't think much. He just smiled widely. Brother Chen, I'm with you. Following him was Sun Xiao. She said nothing but stepped forward to stand beside Wang Hu, her eyes firm. Then it was Lu Feng, the usually quiet young woman, who also stepped forward. I want to try. I want to become stronger. After a brief pause, 6 more people gradually stood up. There was Chen Zhiye from the logistics team. I've calculated. Following you has prospects. There were Han Lei and Zhang Hao, along with 2 reconnaissance team members and the team doctor, Zhou Wen. In the end, there were 11 people standing with Chen Zhiye. The remaining few indicated that they still wanted to return to their original team or pursue other work. He looked at everyone and nodded. Thank you all for your efforts along the way. I will help you coordinate as soon as possible, arranging for your return or transfer. After the handover is complete, the shares of the team warehouse will be released to you individually. I will first handle the vehicle reorganization. When it comes to arrival, the number of vehicles is strictly tied to the number of personnel. Each personnel naturally enjoys 1 standard vehicle unit, which is 1 canoe. Taking Chen Zhiye's fleet as an example, originally 24 people had 24 vehicle units. Among them, Chen Zhiye initially received support for 2 vehicle units from the committee, and later Zhao Deming and Feng Lily each submitted 1 vehicle unit. This part of the entry and exit is listed separately. The actual vehicles are 8. With the catamaran valued at 6 units, 2 tent boats valued at 8 units, and 5 small tent boats valued at 10 units, totaling 24 units. There have been personnel changes, with 12 people leaving the team. The vehicle units they were entitled to will be transferred with them. However, this transfer will not be directly handled by Chen Zhiye, who will not physically transfer the vessels to them, but rather the equivalent value will be deducted from the total value of the fleet. The logistics team will allocate equivalent vehicles from the inventory to the squads receiving them. Chen Zhiye brought Wang Hu and Chen Zhiye to the logistics team's office. It was a designated area in a large cabin on the 2nd floor of the ship, furnished with several bamboo tables and chairs. There were already 3 or 4 people in line, indicating that more than just their team was undergoing reorganization. The person in charge of registration was a woman in her 30s with her hair tied back in a neat ponytail. In front of her was a table spread with several thick registration books made of bamboo strips, filled with dense records written in charcoal. Next, the woman's voice was somewhat tired but clear. Chen Zhiye stepped forward. The second team of the 3rd quadrant is applying for vehicle reorganization registration. The woman squinted and raised her hand to swipe in the air, clearly searching for records on her panel. Chen Zhiye's team, originally consisting of 24 people with 8 vessels, 1 catamaran, 2 barges, and 5 small barges. Confirm? Confirmed, Chen Zhiye nodded. Now there has been a personnel change. 12 people remain in the team, and 12 are applying to leave. The woman quickly recorded this and then asked, what are the specific names of the 12 remaining team members? Chen Zhiye reported the names. The woman checked them one by one. Okay, she looked at Chen Zhiye. You have 12 remaining members, among whom Captain Chen has 2 additional support units. Of the 12 leaving, 2 have submitted their vehicle registrations. After adjustments, there are 14 units. And you need to release 10 vehicle units. Please evaluate your current vessels and decide which ones to keep. Chen Zhiye exchanged a glance with Chen Zhiye, who immediately spoke up. We would like to keep the catamaran and the 2 barges. The rest can all be released. Okay, the woman recorded this quickly. The value of your team's current vessels is adjusted to 14 units. Next came the tedious registration procedures. Every personnel change had to be recorded, and each vehicle transfer had to be confirmed. Chen Zhiye carefully checked every number. By the time the registration was completed, it was already noon. The registrar handed Chen Zhiye a bamboo plaque, which was proof of the team's composition. The plaque was engraved with complex symbols and numbers. Take this, the registrar said. There will be my colleagues outside who will accompany you to issue vehicle certificates to the comrades preparing to leave. Thank you. Chen Zhiye took the plaque. Back at the fleet, Chen Zhiye immediately gathered everyone to announce the reorganization plan. All small barges will be handed over to the logistics team, he said. The other vessels will be retained. The 12 comrades leaving will have their vehicle units transferred with them, and this logistics colleague will issue named vehicle certificates to you. The 12 who were leaving nodded and followed the logistics staff to the temporary accommodations on the ship. In the afternoon, the transfer of vehicles began. The logistics team sent 6 staff members. Chen Zhiye's fleet's 5 vessels were untied one by one, inspected, registered, and then taken away by the logistics team. This process was somewhat sentimental. These ships had accompanied them for over 20 days, shielding them from storms and carrying their hopes during the journey. Lu Fang stood on the deck watching the last small barge being taken away. Chen Zhiye patted her shoulder. Out with the old, in with the new. After the transfer was completed, Chen Zhiye's fleet was left with only 3 vessels. The sky was nearing dusk, and the setting sun cast a golden-red hue over the entire central fleet. The outlines of the ship and the paddle sail boats appeared particularly majestic in the sunset. This would be his new starting point. As night fell, the central fleet lit up with scattered lights. The glow from the stoves filtered through the leather curtains. The sound of Wang Hu's snoring could be heard from the next cabin, and he could faintly hear Sun Xiao and Lu Fang talking softly, which made him feel grounded. Chapter 43. Overview of the central point. As dawn broke, Chen Zhiye woke up. He slept soundly on the first night at the central point, and upon waking, he could feel the atmosphere of hundreds of people living together around him. Chen Zhiye went back to the upper deck of the ship. The morning patrol personnel were walking around the deck, and in the distance, there were faint sounds of paddles, as if someone was also striking bamboo, with a clear rhythm. The passageways of the ship were already bustling with activity. Several early rising crew members were carrying bamboo tubes to fetch water, quietly chatting about something. Some were heading to the deck with repaired fishing nets, while others carried baskets of fresh seaweed, indicating that the collection team had already started working. The air was filled with the smell of cooking, coming from the lower cabins, which should be the communal kitchen. Chen Zhiye walked along the passage towards the stairs. The bamboo steps had a slight bounce, but were very sturdy. He ascended to the second floor, where there were more cabins, each with wooden signs hanging on the doors. Logistics team, technical room 2, medical room, tool room, like a small maritime town. Comrade Chen Zhiye, a voice came from behind him. Chen Zhiye turned around to see Chen Weiguo walking out of one of the cabins. He looked like he hadn't slept well the night before, with bloodshot eyes. But he appeared to be in good spirits. He was holding a roll of fish skin covered with dense drawings and writings. Team leader Chen Zhiye nodded in greeting. Up so early? Chen Weiguo approached. Just right. Today I'll arrange for you to learn about the situation at the central point. And then we can discuss the specifics of the ship upgrades. Shall we start now? First, let's have breakfast. Chen Weiguo smiled, then added. I'll take you to meet Director Sun Boming. He is the Deputy Director of the Production Department of the Central Point Autonomy Committee and knows the situation of the entire Central Point well. Breakfast was in the communal dining area on the lower deck of the ship, which had several long tables and benches. Some people were already eating, mostly key members of various groups and those on the early shift. The food was simple, the usual grilled fish pieces and seaweed soup, served in generous portions and steaming hot. Chen Zhiye took a serving and found an empty table to sit with Chen Weiguo. Chen Zhiye took a bite of the fish, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a moderate level of saltiness. How is the situation with the Autonomy Committee? He asked. It's running more smoothly than expected, Chen Weiguo replied in a low voice. Major decisions are made by the branch committee, while daily affairs are handled by the Autonomy Committee, and the efficiency is quite good. Just then, a middle-aged man carrying a tray walked over. He looked to be around 30, with thinning hair and a gentle smile. He wore a neatly arranged fish skin outfit. Comrade Chen, this is Comrade Chen Zhiye, right? The man said as he sat down at the table. Director Sun. Chen Weiguo nodded. This is Chen Zhiye. Chen Zhiye, this is Deputy Director Sun Boming, responsible for production at the Autonomy Committee. Chen Zhiye stood up. Hello, Director Sunday. Please. Sit. Sun Boming waved his hand, signaling for him not to be polite. Comrade, Chen told me about your team's situation. It hasn't been easy for you on your journey. The 3 of them chatted while eating. Sun Boming spoke clearly and at a moderate pace, with every piece of information being very accurate. He seemed to be a person sensitive to numbers and details. Perhaps Qian Xiuying would get along well with him. After finishing breakfast, Sun Boming invited Chen Zhiye. Let us go. I'll show you around. Seeing the situation at the central point with your own eyes will be more impactful than just hearing me talk about it. They first ascended to the observation deck on the top level of the ship. This was a 3-meter-high platform built of bamboo and rope, with a sunshade on top and open on all sides, providing an excellent view. From here, the entire layout of the Central Point fleet was in full view. The morning sunlight spilled over the sea, gilding the territory that humanity had carved out in the vast ocean. The upper deck and paddle sailboats were at the center of the array, surrounded by dozens of ships of various sizes forming an organic whole. Further out was the calm sea, the eerie stillness lingering after the storm. That direction was the absolute center point of the region. Sun Boming pointed towards the northeastern waters. Before the storm, there was a wave-free area with a radius of 50 meters there. Sun Boming explained, the ocean current calms down there, and the wind and waves also weaken. At that time, we judged that this might be the regional center. What about after the thunderstorm? Chen Zhiye asked. The changes became more obvious. During the thunderstorm, that area was unaffected, like the eye of a typhoon. After the thunderstorm, the water depth at the absolute center became extremely shallow, with the shallowest places only 1 or 2 meters. We then grounded a few damaged paddy boats there as fixed work platforms. He unfolded a fish skin paper in his hand, which had a detailed map drawn on it. Now, based on those grounded paddy boats, we will start building a bamboo platform and walkways, planning to establish a sea base for docking ships and unloading supplies. Chen Zhiye examined the map closely. The center is a circular platform with a diameter of 30 meters, framed with thick bamboo and bamboo rafts laid on top. Several walkways extend from the platform in all directions, and a lookout tower and shed are planned for the center of the platform. The engineering volume is not small, Chen Zhiye said. Indeed, Sun Boming nodded. But it's worth it. With this fixed base, people can rest steadily, and the encouragement for morale is immeasurable. Chen Zhiye leaned on the railing, his gaze shifting from the blueprint to the distant sea surface. He saw patches of dark areas. Those are the bamboo forests. Sun Boming followed his gaze and said, within a 5-kilometer range extending from the absolute center, there is a dense bamboo forest growing on the seabed. Before the thunderstorm, we mainly relied on divers to cut down bamboo, and after the thunderstorm, he paused, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Many bamboos were broken and floated up. Now, we send out collection teams every day to salvage the broken bamboo in that sea area. If we can steadily obtain a large amount of material every day, the construction speed of the center will be very fast. The bamboo forest also has a rich ecosystem, Sun Boming continued. Preliminary explorations have discovered over 100 kinds of shrimp, shellfish, fish, and plankton. Some shrimp and shellfish are edible, while others can be used to make tools. A relatively stable food chain has formed there, which will be an important source of food and raw materials for us in the future. We might even have corn to eat in the future. Someone gifted us a few raw corn cobs, and we have tried to germinate a few grains a few days ago. Sun Boming paused for a moment, mentioning it briefly. After descending from the lookout tower, Sun Boming took them to visit several main handicraft production areas at the center. The first stop was the fish skin product workshop. This consists of several workspaces transformed from paddy boats, docked next to the floating ship. Upon entering, the air was filled with the smell of fish. 7 or 8 people were busy. Some were scraping off residual fish meat from the fish skins, some were cutting the leather with stone knives, and others were sewing the finished products. Fish skin products are our longest developed handicraft. Sun Boming picked up a semi-finished product, which was a water bag, with seams glued with fish bladder glue and reinforced with stitches. You know, it started with just water bags and air sacs, but later the uses expanded. Vests, leather clothes, boots, curtains, ropes, leather paper, and so on. Now, fish skin products cover various finished items like clothing, coverings, and ropes, Sun Boming said. But the key is still the canvas material. He walked to the back of the workshop, where a few large skins were hanging separately. The skin surface was dark gray, thick and tough, with a subtle scale texture. Gray shark skin. Sun Boming touched it, confirming that the canvas material must be from fish species larger than the gray shark. And such skins are still available. Chen Zhiye carefully observed that shark skin. Indeed, in terms of thickness, toughness, and area, it far exceeds ordinary fish skin. Next was the bamboo product area. This area was larger, with a fragrant aroma and the smell of roasted bamboo in the air. The variety of bamboo products exceeded Chen Zhiye's imagination. There were simple tools, daily necessities, production tools, and more complex structural components. Bamboo products have become the most diverse and practical industry. Sun Boming picked up a basket woven from fine bamboo strips, finely crafted and structurally solid. Especially after the fire was lit, the development of bamboo products took off. He pointed to a corner of the workshop, where there were several earthen furnaces with roaring flames. Several workers were roasting bamboo. They have now developed a complete bamboo processing technique. From cutting, drying, roasting to processing, each step has standards. Finally, there was the pottery and stone tool workshop. This area was much smaller. In the pottery area, a simple wheel spun under human power. A worker was pulling clay to form shapes, still quite unskilled, but the outlines of bowls and jars could already be seen. Nearby were a few rough, thick, but usable pottery pieces that had been fired. Pottery is a new development. Sun Boming picked up a pottery bowl and tapped it, producing a dull sound. The main issue is temperature control. The technical team is improving the kiln structure, but it requires time. Several other workers sat on bamboo stools, using stone hammers to strike stone flakes, making stone knives, stone axes, and stone spearheads. Stone tools are mainly for tools, Sun Boming said, with low output but very important. We just lack specialized stonemasons. By the time the visit was over, it was already noon. Chen Zhiye had gained an understanding of the situation at the center. There was a vibrant vitality here. Lunch was still in the communal dining area. This time, Chen Zhiye met more members of the autonomous committee. He got to know them one by one and exchanged simple pleasantries. After the meal, Chen Zhiye took Chen Zhiye back to the security team cabin. How is it? What impression do you have of the center? Chen Zhiye closed the door and poured a glass of water for Chen Zhiye. Better than I imagined, Chen Zhiye said honestly. The organization is very orderly, production is planned, and the morale is high. All of this comes at a cost. Chen Zhiye replied briefly, sitting back in his chair with a serious expression. All right, now let's talk business. Regarding your ship upgrade, based on your needs and the existing conditions, we suggest using a 7-row double-seat, single-mast paddle sailboat. That means 7 rows of or positions on each side, with 2 seats for each or, allowing for a total of 28 rowers on the ship. During regular sailing, only half the crew can be used, taking turns to rest. When going full speed or in battle, everyone rows for more power. There is a combat platform at the bow, with raised sides and shooting holes and spear holes. The stern has 2 layers of aft cabins and a command position. The cabin is divided into 2 levels. The lower level is for rowers and storage, while the upper level is for living quarters. How many resources will be needed for construction? Chen Zhiye asked. You don't have to worry. Just count on the 14 units you have left, Chen Zhiye said. Tomorrow, the resources will be coordinated. Chen Zhiye took out a stack of fish skin paper from the space. Regarding crew members, he said, your team currently has 11 people and needs to be supplemented. Here is a list of personnel suitable for your ship positions at the center. We have already talked to them, and you can choose from among them. The detailed information will be sent to you by the coordination team. Chen Zhiye took the list. The fish skin paper neatly listed names, ages, original team affiliations, and other information. Some names had remarks: brave performance during the Gray Shark crisis, assisted in rescue during the storm, diligent training. He browsed it carefully. Choosing crew members is not a small matter, as it relates to future combat effectiveness and team cohesion. I will think about it and give you the list tomorrow. All right. Chen Zhiye nodded, then shifted the topic. There is one more thing about future planning. Currently, we have 1 floating ship and 1 multi-oar sailboat. Besides your ship, we will add 3 more paddle sailboats and another floating ship in the future. Chen Zhiye raised his eyebrows. Your ship does not count against the quota, Chen Zhiye continued. The other floating ship will be larger than the one we have now. These 7 large ships will form the core fleet of our region. Are there enough resources? These large ships will consume more than 1/3 of the vehicle units in the entire region. Chen Zhiye looked up at Chen Zhiye, but it is worth it. Not to mention anything else, just the space alone is enough to accommodate all the people in the entire region. Chen Zhiye understood the significance of this plan. The increase in habitable space means a more comfortable living environment, higher management efficiency, more effective resource allocation, and closer collective cohesion. He stood up and walked to the porthole. Chen Zhiye, this world is constantly changing. After the storm, the ocean currents have stopped, and the sea surface is eerily calm. We do not know what will happen next. But one thing is certain, the era of individual small boats has passed. The future belongs to large ships, to those who can unite and navigate through the storms. He turned to look at Chen Zhiye. Lead your team well. Chen Zhiye stood up to meet Chen Zhiye's gaze. I will. The sound of bamboo tubes being struck for timekeeping came from outside the cabin. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Zhiye bid farewell and left. He walked down the corridor towards the stairs, already planning the selection of crew members, team training, and weapon integration. Too many things to do. Chen Zhiye walked out of the catamaran and stepped onto the floating bridge connecting to the guiding ship, preparing to check on the paddle sailing boat. He took a deep breath. The air filled with the scents of carbon, fish, and smoke. This is the scent of humanity. Chapter 44. The new ship. By the time he returned to the catamaran, it was already evening. The guiding ship and the paddle sailing boat were lit with scattered lights, casting fragmented patches of light on the sea surface. When Chen Zhiye stepped onto the deck, his team members were busy. Sun Xiao was organizing supplies with a few others. Wang Hu, Li Kangwen, and others were inspecting the boat's condition, and Qian Xiaoying was writing and drawing on a piece of fish skin, likely making a supply list. Brother Chen is back. Wang Hu was the first to notice him. The others also stopped what they were doing and gathered around. 11 pairs of eyes were watching Chen Zhiye. Chen Zhiye looked at the faces of those who had chosen to follow him during the restructuring. Wang Hu's determination, Qian Xiaoying's meticulousness, Lu Fang's resilience, Zhou Yi's silence, and Zheng Tao's practicality. Everyone had their own qualities. It's settled. Wait for my news tomorrow. There will be a ship to take you. Chen Zhiye's voice was calm and strong. A low gasp went through the group. So soon, Wang Hu murmured, efficiency is really high. Also, Chen Zhiye continued, we need to supplement our crew. Supplement? Sun Xiao asked. Yes. Chen Zhiye took out a list from his pocket, stating that they needed more personnel suitable for combat positions and paddlers. We need to make some selections. We need at least 30 more for the initial phase. Let's choose together tonight. I'll send the details to the channel. Each person will take a portion from the team channel. Remember, we are selecting comrades, people who will live and die together in the future. A fish oil lamp was hung in the forward cabin of the catamaran, and under its dim yellow light, Chen Zhiye looked at the list. He first introduced the selection criteria. We need those with good physical strength, but more importantly, we need character, brave but not reckless, obedient but not blindly so. He pointed to a name on the list. For example, this Wu Qi, 25 years old, grew up by the sea, skilled in judging sea conditions, fishing, and operating boats. He has been described as steady and reliable, acting decisively during the Gray Shark crisis, handling weapons without hesitation. That's good. Wang Hu immediately said, he's a man. Sun Xiao nodded. I agree. And he looks physically fit, with good endurance. Next, everyone looked at their panels to select suitable candidates. The first to speak was Wang Hu. I have my eye on this one. Zhao Tieji, 28 years old. His strengths are physical strength and tool use. He has experience in engineering. He helped reinforce structures during the storm. He's strong. Wang Hu grinned, definitely good at paddling. One name after another was discussed and agreed upon by the 12 individuals. Chen Zhiye rarely interjected, just taking notes and occasionally guiding the direction. Each person's focus was different. Wang Hu valued physical strength and courage. Sun Xiao valued professional skills. Qian Xiaoying valued stable character, and Zhou Yi valued combat awareness. Regardless, everyone was seriously considering their choices. The discussion continued late into the night. The fish oil lamp had been refueled 3 times, while other ships on the sea gradually turned off their lights, and the center fell into sleep. After much discussion, Chen Zhiye circled several dozen names on the list, and that was it. He put away the list and rubbed his eyes. Tomorrow morning, I will submit the list. Everyone should rest for now. Brother Chen, aren't you sleeping? Wang Hu yawned and asked. I'll organize a bit more. Chen Zhiye replied. You all go to sleep. There are still many things to do tomorrow. The team members gradually returned to their cabins to rest. Chen Zhiye took the oil lamp back to his cabin. The list was finalized around 2 o'clock in the morning. 32 people, each with different backgrounds, covering physical endurance, specialties, and fishing skills, and all evaluations contained words like reliable, resilient, and responsible. Chen Zhiye copied the list onto the panel and fish skin paper. After resting for a bit, the eastern horizon began to glow with the first light of dawn. A new day, a new beginning. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Zhiye boarded the guiding ship again. He was in good spirits. Chen Weiguo was waiting for him in the safety group cabin. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of Chen Zhiye, he asked, did you stay up all night? Pretty much, Chen Zhiye replied, handing over the list. I've selected 32 people. Chen Weiguo took the list and began to read it carefully. He read slowly, pausing for a few seconds on each name, as if recalling information about each person. Good selection, he commented. They are indeed all capable individuals. Please send me the panel. He put away the list. Let's go to the conference room. The other committee members are already there. The conference room was on the 3rd floor of the guiding ship, a much larger room than the safety group cabin. Bright signs hung on the walls. In the center was a long table made of sea bamboo, surrounded by a dozen chairs. When Chen Zhiye followed Chen Weiguo into the conference room, 7 or 8 people were already seated inside. They were other members of the committee and record-keeping personnel. At the head of the table sat a man around 30 years old, with a square face and sharp eyes. He wore the same fish skin clothing as the others and sat upright. This should be Secretary Chen Koishu. Comrade Chen Zhiye has arrived, Chen Koishu said, his voice steady. Sit down. Chen Zhiye took a seat next to Chen Weiguo. He could feel everyone's gaze focused on him. First, I want to thank you for leading the fleet safely to the center point, Chen Koishu said. Your performance was excellent, especially your calm and composed response during the storm, demonstrating great execution. That's what I should do, Chen Zhiye replied. All right, now we will discuss your vehicle upgrade application. Weiguo has reported the basic situation. The logistics side has coordinated as well. But before that, we need to confirm one thing. He looked at Chen Zhiye. Your abilities. Chen Zhiye understood, stood up, and concentrated. Another wooden spear appeared in his hand, which he then gently placed on the table. Then came a dagger, a round shield, a bone club, and a stone axe. With each item he produced, the breathing in the conference room grew heavier. When several weapons were laid out on the table, everyone gathered around. Chen Koishu picked up the long spear and compared it with the previous ones, finding them identical. Then touched the material of the round shield and tapped the hardness of the bone club. All of these were obtained from your abilities? He asked. Yes, Chen Zhiye nodded. Given enough time, I can produce even more. So, the deputy secretary in charge of logistics. Chen Ming spoke up, his voice somewhat excited. This is equivalent to a factory that can continuously supply weapons? That's one way to understand it, Chen Zhiye said, but there are limitations. The acquisition takes time, and the weapons obtained so far are still quite primitive. Chen Kueishu put down the stone axe and surveyed the room. Does anyone have any opinions? I support it. Chen Ming was the first to express his view. The ability to continuously produce weapons is crucial for regional security. I also support it, Chen Weigui added. Albeit a bit slower. The combat sequence needs better equipment. With a stable source of weapons, our combat capability can improve significantly. Other committee members also expressed their support, and no one opposed. Chen Kueishu finally made a decision. All right, the application for the vehicle upgrade by Comrade Chen Zhiye is unanimously approved. Deputy Secretary Zhao Ming and Comrade Weigui will be responsible for the specifics. He looked at Chen Zhiye and said, Comrade Chen Zhiye, I hope you won't let this trust down. I won't, Chen Zhiye replied solemnly. After the meeting, Chen Zhiye followed Chen Weigui and Zhao Ming out of the conference room. The upgrade location was chosen in the sea area 1 kilometer to the southeast. Zhao Ming said as they walked, the water depth there is suitable, and there are no other ships to interfere. The materials have already been allocated. What about my team? Chen Zhiye asked. I've just arranged for a guide boat to pick them up, Chen Weigui said. They should arrive there soon. The three of them boarded a transport boat. This was a specially designed flat-bottomed boat for traveling between fleets. There were 2 rowers on the boat, who immediately began to row as soon as they boarded. The transport boat sailed out of the central fleet array, heading southeast. The sea surface remained calm, with ripples spreading outwards from the oars. Comrade Chen Zhiye. Zhao Ming spoke on the boat. The future plans should have been mentioned to you by Weigui, right? Some plans regarding the large ship, Chen Zhiye replied. Yes. Zhao Ming nodded, but that's just the hardware. More importantly is the software, the integration of people. He looked into the distance and continued. It is expected that all fleets will arrive in 6 days, right after the next 10 days festival. At that time, we will hold the first General Assembly to officially establish the Regional Autonomy Committee. What about the committee members? Chen Zhiye asked. The committee members will continue to serve as the leadership core, guiding the overall direction, Chen Weigui interjected, but daily management will be handed over to the Autonomy Committee. Zhao Ming continued. Once the Autonomy Committee is formed, it will determine the next steps based on the situation at that time. But one thing is clear. He looked at Chen Zhiye. We need a professional combat force. A sharp spear that can defend the region in times of crisis and strike when necessary. Comrade Chen Zhiye, your team is the tip of this spear. Chen Zhiye's heart trembled. We will do our best, he said. Zhao Ming's tone became serious. The committee supports you not only because of your abilities, but also because of your calmness in the storm, your decisiveness in navigation, and your fairness during reorganization. These qualities are more valuable than ability. The transport boat continued forward. About 15 minutes later, a wide expanse of water appeared ahead. It was about 1 kilometer from the fleet, with suitable water depth and no other vessels around. In the center of this water area, Chen Zhiye saw his catamaran and 2 flat-bottomed boats. They have arrived, Chen Weigui said. The transport boat approached. Chen Zhiye boarded the catamaran, and Wang Hu immediately came over. Brother Chen, is the upgrade about to start? Yes, Chen Zhiye nodded, it's now. He turned to Zhao Ming. Secretary Zhao, can we begin? Zhao Ming stood on the transport boat, surveying the surroundings. After confirming that the conditions were right, he nodded. One by one, the vehicles were released from the panel. Canoes filled with sea bamboo, flat-bottomed boats carrying shark skins and fish skins. More than 20 vessels, loaded with various materials, sea bamboo, ropes, leather, stones. These vessels clustered around the catamaran, forming an array. When the last vessel was released and the splashing water calmed down, Zhao Ming looked at Chen Zhiye. The materials are ready. If everything is confirmed, we can start the promotion. Chen Zhiye took a deep breath. Everything was ready. The panel unfolded. Start promotion. In an instant, changes began to occur. A white light flashed, and the sea bamboo seemed to come to life, rising from the vessels and arranging themselves in the air. The leather unfurled, and the stones moved. The vessels began to disassemble, being orderly broken down into basic components. All the materials were being reorganized. Materials flew and combined in the air. The hull was transforming and growing, as if an invisible pair of hands was reassembling all the materials into a brand new whole according to the design plan. Wang Hu and the others stared wide-eyed. Even Chen Weigui and Zhao Ming, who had experienced this before, held their breath at this moment. Time passed second by second. The hull grew longer, 15 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters, finally stopping at around 30 meters. The width also increased, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters, finally stabilizing at 6 or 7 meters. The mast rose within the hull. Initially, just a bare pole, then the crossbeam appeared, and ropes automatically coiled and secured it. Finally, a huge horizontal sail was raised. The bow began to take shape, forming a protruding combat platform, supported by a structure below. The stern was also changing, and a two-level stern cabin gradually took shape, with the upper level being the control room and the lower level likely being the command room or living quarters. Then came the ship's sides, raised on both sides to form chest-high guard walls, with regularly spaced openings. On each side of the hull, there were 7 openings, and within each opening, the paddle rack structure could be seen. The entire process lasted for 2 full hours. When the last rope automatically tightened and the final plank locked into place, a real ship appeared before them. A ship over 30 meters long, with a streamlined profile, a towering single mast, and a huge horizontal sail. The combat platform at the bow was spacious and flat, while the stern cabin had a clever structure. The 7 rows of paddle windows on both sides of the hull were neatly arranged. Chen Zhiye's voice broke the silence. "Let's go up and take a look." The transport boat approached the new ship. A bamboo gangway was set up against the side of the hull, which felt very stable to step on. Chen Zhiye was the first to board, followed closely by Chen Weiguo, Zhao Ming, Wang Hu, and others. The moment he stepped onto the deck, Chen Zhiye felt the difference. It was as stable as a large ship. The 30-meter-long hull felt almost imperceptible in motion on the calm sea. The deck was made of thick sea bamboo planks, with a smooth surface, sealed joints, and reinforced with ropes. The deck was spacious, at least 25 meters long from the bow to the stern cabin. The mast was hung with a horizontal sail, and the sail ropes were neatly coiled on the rack. Chen Zhiye first walked towards the bow. The combat platform was larger than he had imagined. About 5 meters long and 4 meters wide, the platform had removable bamboo guardrails along its edges, with several grooves that could serve as bases for certain equipment. On each side of the bow, there was a stone anchor. The anchors were bluish-gray stones, tied with thick ropes, the other ends of which were secured to winches. Walking back from the bow, he passed the mast and arrived at the stern. The stern cabin was 2 levels. The lower level had several spacious cabins, equipped with doors and windows, but they were empty inside. "Let's go down to the first level and take a look," Chen Zhiye said. He went down the stairs on the side and entered the interior of the ship. The first level was the living area. On both sides were cabins separated by bamboo walls. Each cabin was about 7 or 8 square meters, and Chen Zhiye counted 10 cabins on each side, totaling 20. If each cabin housed 4 people, that would be 80 people, more than enough. Between the cabins was a passage about 1 meter wide, allowing 2 people to walk side by side. The ceiling of the passage had bamboo tubes made into air windows for ventilation and light. Continuing down, he reached the second level. This was the rower's cabin. On both sides were 7 rows of paddle positions, with 2 seats in each row, totaling 28 paddle positions. In front of each seat was a paddle rack with slots to secure the paddles. The seats were bamboo made, with simple backrests and cushions. In addition to the paddle positions, the second level also had some small cabins distributed at both ends. These smaller cabins could serve as tool rooms, medical points, or kitchens. Below the rower's cabin, there was more space. Chen Zhiye noticed stairs leading down. The lowest level was the hold. The height was lower, only about 1.5 meters, requiring bending to enter. But the space was vast, occupying almost the entire lower half of the hull. A part of the space was filled with ballast stones, neatly stacked at the bottom of the hold. Another part was a warehouse, divided into different areas by bamboo racks. Exiting the hold and returning to the deck, a dozen people stood on the spacious deck, still not feeling crowded. Sunlight poured through the gaps in the ropes, casting mottled shadows on the deck. Chapter 45. Iron and species on the deck. The noise was incessant. Wang Hu and a few others were checking the sail ropes, carefully feeling each knot. Sun Xiao stood on the bow platform, resting his hand on the railing and gazing into the distance. Chen Zhiye was moving around, recording the space and configuration of various areas on the ship. Others were either bustling through the cabins or testing the rowing positions. Everyone wore an expression of near exhilaration. From canoes to tents, from catamarans to the current paddle sailboat, each upgrade came with an increase in survival chances. But this time, what they had was no longer just a vehicle, but a true home, a home that could accommodate dozens of people for living, training, and fighting. Chen Zhiye stood at the entrance of the stern cabin, observing all of this. The hull maintained a reassuring stability on the calm sea. "Comrade, Chen Zhiye." Chen Weiguo's voice came from behind him. Chen Weiguo and Zhao Ming were standing at the stairs, both wearing calm expressions, but their eyes betrayed unmistakable anticipation. "Shall we go upstairs to talk?" Chen Weiguo pointed upward. "Okay." The 3 climbed the bamboo ladder to the top floor of the stern cabin. In the center, There was a simple bamboo table and several bamboo chairs, which seemed to have just been put out. From here, the view was excellent, allowing them to see the entire hull and the surrounding sea, as well as the outline of the fleet in the distance. The three took their seats together. The ship is good, structurally sound. If the functional areas are clearly divided in the future, it should be no problem to accommodate 70 or 80 people living together. Zhao Ming casually praised the ship. Chen Zhiye nodded. Indeed, and with all 14 oars fully deployed, the speed won't be slow. The bow platform could also be equipped with a ballista. After they finished speaking, both turned to look at Chen Zhiye. Their gaze was clear. The ship had been turned over, and now it was time to see if your abilities had changed. Chen Zhiye understood that his abilities were directly related to the entire area. The panel unfolded. As expected, the vehicle section had changed. Vehicle, single-masted paddle sailboat, era, sailing era. He opened the auxiliary panel for his abilities. The text for effect had been updated. Once per day, a random draw can be made. Selecting either 2 land combat weapons not exceeding the current vehicle era's technological level, or 1 land combat weapon of the current vehicle era's technological level. At each milestone moment, such as the arrival of a new batch of personnel or the promotion of the vehicle era, a random draw without era restrictions can be made. In the current available times section, the previously ordinary draw had changed to 1 unrestricted random draw. Chen Zhiye's consciousness touched the dice, just as he had done on the first day, without hesitation. But he was no longer a rookie. Draw complete. Congratulations, you have obtained Armored Warhorse. His consciousness delved into the warehouse. There was the outline of a horse. The horse's body was covered with heavy armor plates, and its head wore a mask that only revealed its eyes. Beside it were neatly arranged heavy armor, a lance, a sword, and bows and arrows. Chen Zhiye came back to his senses. How is it? Zhao Ming immediately asked. Chen Zhiye raised his hand and took out the sword. It felt heavy in his hand. A straight sword with a sheath appeared in his grasp. The sheath was black wooden, with a textured surface. The hilt was wrapped in some kind of dark fabric, and the end had a brass pommel. The entire sword was about 1 meter long, and held in his hand. It felt solid and substantial. Chen Zhiye held the sheath with his left hand, and gently pulled the hilt with his right hand. The blade slid out 3 inches. A cold gleam unique to iron flashed by. The spine of the sword was straight, the edge thin as paper, and the back thick by 3 points. The blade had faint patterns, marks left after countless hammerings. Chen Zhiye fully drew the sword. The blade was smooth and sharp, with no complex decorations. Only the purest functional design. Zhao Ming stood up. He walked slowly to Chen Zhiye's front, his gaze drawn to the sword. Iron. Yes, Chen Zhiye nodded. Will everything be iron from now on? Chen Zhiye asked. Not necessarily, we still need to observe. Understood, Chen Zhiye slightly nodded. He came over and, together with Zhao Ming, examined the hilt, sheath, and the connection between the blade and the hilt. Precise, meticulous, and rigorous. The three examined it repeatedly for a long time. Outside the door, the voices of the crew members could be faintly heard. After discussing personnel configurations and future training plans for a while, Zhao Ming and Chen Zhiye stood up to take their leave. We'll head back to report, Zhao Ming said. Familiarize yourself with the new ship and train the crew as soon as possible. You will be one of the venues for the General Assembly in 6 days. Understood. After the two left, Chen Zhiye stood alone at the top floor, looking out at the sea for a while, deep in thought. He went down the stairs, passed through the living cabin on the first floor, and arrived at the oarsman's cabin on the second floor. There was no one here anymore. The crew members were still familiarizing themselves with the ship above or inspecting various areas on the deck. The oarsman's cabin was very quiet, with only light filtering in through the windows, casting spots of light on the floor. Chen Zhiye walked to the center of the oarsman's cabin and extracted the armored warhorse from the warehouse. A living horse appeared in the oarsman's cabin. It stood at least 6 meters tall at the shoulder and was over 2 meters long. Its body was covered in dark fur, glistening under the light coming through the windows. Key parts such as the horse's head, neck, and body were covered with iron armor. The armor plates were linked with leather straps, crafted exquisitely, each piece polished smooth and even. The horse wore a mask, revealing only its eyes and nostrils. On its back was a robust saddle made of leather and fabric, with a quiver for arrows and several small pouches hanging beside it. The warhorse stood firmly on the floor, not moving, simply gazing quietly at Chen Zhiye. The horse's eyes were very dark, clear, and black. It looked at Chen Zhiye with no wildness, only a calm gentleness. Chen Zhiye slowly extended his hand. He opened his palm and reached out toward the horse. The warhorse lowered its head, flaring its nostrils, and gently sniffed Chen Zhiye's palm. Its warm breath brushed against his palm, tickling slightly. Then it extended its tongue and lightly licked Chen Zhiye's palm. The motion was gentle and soft. Chen Zhiye tentatively took a step forward and slipped his hand beneath the iron armor on the horse's neck. The fur was dense, and beneath it was solid muscle. The warhorse did not flinch, but slightly turned its head to nuzzle Chen Zhiye's hand. It was very affectionate. Chen Zhiye walked around the warhorse, examining it closely. The connections of the iron armor were very secure, showing no signs of looseness. The joints of the horse's legs moved freely, and the wear on the horseshoes was minimal. Then he noticed the small pouches. Inside were grains. He grabbed a handful and spread it in his palm. One type was smaller, with a golden shell and spikes at the top, wheat. The other type was longer, with a light yellow shell, rice. Chen Zhiye's heart skipped a beat. These were unhulled grains. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully took out a few grains of both wheat and rice, wrapping them in a small piece of fish skin before resecuring the pouch. Chen Zhiye returned the warhorse to the warehouse. He opened the panel interface and sent the few grains he had just wrapped to Chen Zhiye, adding a simple note asking him to see if it was possible to grow them. After sending the message, Chen Zhiye did not receive an immediate reply. If they could be grown, the significance of the few grains he had just sent far exceeded their tiny size. In this ocean world, cultivable grains represented an entirely new possibility, indicating a leap toward agricultural civilization, signifying the acquisition of starch and sugar, and representing staple food. Although it was still unknown whether these seeds could grow in this sea area or how to plant them, at least there was hope. Before long, Chen Zhiye replied on the panel, "I have forwarded this to Secretary Zhao and Team Leader Li of the technical group, and they will immediately organize an experiment. Additionally, Secretary Zhao instructed me to convey, this item is of great importance, outweighing weapons. Thank you for your hard work." Chapter 46. Saw Shark. Chen Zhiye was certain in his heart that the committee's level of attention was as expected. He turned his attention back to the matter at hand, which was the people arriving on the soon-to-come ship. In the afternoon, several transport boats appeared in the distance. "They've arrived," Sun Xiao, who was on lookout at the top of the aft cabin, reported loudly. Chen Zhiye and Sun Xiao walked out of the aft cabin together, and Wang Hu, Qin Xiuying, and others gathered at the ship's railing. 12 pairs of eyes were fixed on the few approaching boats. More than 40 people, dressed in various colored fishskin clothing, all focused their gaze on the brand-new paddle sailboat. The transport boats drew closer, and the gangway was lowered. The first to board the deck was a young man with dark skin and a sturdy build, about 25 or 26 years old. Chen Zhiye stepped forward and said, "Welcome. I am Chen Zhiye. I know you, Captain Chen." The young man grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, introducing himself as Wu Qi, a member of the 4th Point team from the 2nd Quadrant, here to report for duty. One by one, new members boarded the deck. There were burly men as well as sharp-eyed young people. Not only were there the 32 selected by Chen Zhiye, but also the later assigned service personnel who came aboard one after another. Together with the original 11 members, more than 50 people stood on the deck. Chen Zhiye stood in front of everyone, his gaze slowly sweeping over each face. They either whispered to each other or curiously examined the ship. The air was filled with a slightly restrained excitement. Everyone had good evaluations in the selection records. Some had shown bravery in crises. Others had been diligent in their daily tasks, and some had special skills. Now, they needed to come together as one. "Everyone, welcome aboard the Saw Shark." Chen Zhiye's voice clearly resonated across the deck. "From today on, this is our home, our battlefield." The Saw Shark was the name Chen Zhiye had given to this paddle sailboat, inspired by the sawtooth shape formed when the paddles extended on both sides. He paused for a moment to allow everyone to digest his words. "I know you come from different fleets and have different experiences, but here, we are all crew members of this ship, warriors of this team. Our goal is clear, to become the sharpest spear and the strongest shield in the region. This requires training, discipline, and trust." Chen Zhiye looked at Wang Hu, Qin Xiuying. "Take everyone to familiarize themselves with the ship's structure and choose their cabins. Wang Hu, Sun Xiao, you assist in maintaining order." "Yes." Several responded in unison. For the next hour, the ship was lively yet orderly. Sun Xiao and Lu Feng, along with a few veteran team members, ensured order and observed the performance of the new recruits. The expansion of the crew meant increased complexity in management, but it also meant enhanced combat capability. The key was how to forge these individuals into a cohesive whole. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the initial arrangements were completed. Everyone had been assigned a cabin, and personal belongings were mostly in order. According to convention, each person had to contribute 2 cubic meters of storage space to the team's public warehouse. "Everyone, please open the panel and enter the team channel." Chen Zhiye's voice came through. The people on the deck quieted down and followed the instructions. The member list in the Saw Shark team channel quickly refreshed, increasing from 12 to 55. The total capacity of the public warehouse expanded to 110 cubic meters. Good. After the integration is complete, Chen Zhiye addressed everyone. The rest of today is free time for you to familiarize yourselves with the ship and get to know each other. Dinner will be served on the deck. Tomorrow morning at 6:10, all personnel except for service members will gather on the deck to begin adaptive training. The crowd dispersed, but the atmosphere clearly became livelier. Wang Hu quickly struck up a conversation with a few similarly sturdy men, demonstrating the rowing posture. Sun Xiao and Li Kangwen were surrounded by several people interested in archery, asking for details. The quiet young man Zhou Wei also found common ground with a few new members, the three squatted by the ship's railing, gesturing with their hands about something. At dinner time, more than 10 small stoves were set up on the deck. Bamboo charcoal burned in the stoves, producing a soft crackling sound, and the orange-red flames dispelled the chill of the sea. The crew members took out their food. Tonight's meal was more sumptuous than usual. In addition to grilled fish and seaweed soup, the service personnel distributed some specially allocated shellfish and distilled water. People gathered around the stoves, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. The sense of unfamiliarity slowly dissolved under the catalysis of food and warmth. Some began to share experiences from their previous fleets, recounting the thrills of encountering gray sharks or the unity and mutual assistance during storms. Chen Zhiye also chose a stove and sat with several new crew members. Brother Chen, what will we mainly do in the future? A man asked. Training, fighting, and defending the region, Chen Zhiye replied succinctly. Specific tasks will depend on future arrangements. But one thing is certain, we must become the most elite part of the force. After dinner, as darkness fell, Chen Zhiye did not rest immediately. He contacted 3 of the personnel with service experience through the panel and invited them to the small conference room in the aft cabin. This was a cabin of about 10 square meters, with only a bamboo table and bamboo chairs, looking somewhat simple. Chen Zhiye approached them. The retired army officer Zheng Hua, the retired armed police officer Li Weiming, and Zhou Shangtao, who had served at the border. Please sit, Chen Zhiye gestured. I invited you here to hear your thoughts on training. Zheng Hua spoke first. Captain Chen, I'll be straightforward. The current quality of personnel in this team is uneven. And to form combat capability, we must start with the basics. So how do we do that? Chen Zhiye asked. Start with formation training, Zheng Hua stated decisively. First, cultivate obedience awareness, team coordination, and discipline. At least an hour every day. Li Weiming added. We also need to focus on internal affairs. Cabin cleanliness is no small matter. It relates to environmental hygiene and combat readiness. We can establish internal standards for regular inspections. Zhou Xingtao took over. Although the sea is calm now, training at sea is fundamentally different from training on land. We need to pay special attention to balance and adaptability. Weapon training should also be practiced in layers for coordination and tactics. Li Weiming nodded. There should also be physical training. No matter what we do, endurance is needed. A fixed training time should be arranged every day, and service personnel cannot fall behind. At least they should take turns training. Chen Zhiye listened attentively, occasionally taking notes on the panel. These suggestions were very practical and aligned with the current needs of the team. After all, he did not have a professional military background, and the experience of these retired personnel was invaluable. All right, after the 3 had spoken enough, Chen Zhiye raised his head. From tomorrow, we will follow this approach. We will create a comprehensive training plan together shortly. Li Weiming, you will take the lead on internal standards. Zheng Hua and Zhou Shangtao focus on weapon and physical training. He paused for a moment. But one thing, training must be gradual. Don't start with high intensity and wear people out. Our medical support capability is limited. Understood. The 3 responded in unison. Additionally, Chen Zhiye continued, I need to select 14 people for specialized paddle training and another 5 to explore the use of sails. You all pay attention during the training and observe suitable candidates. Paddlers need to have good physical strength and a strong sense of rhythm, Zhou Xingtao said. Sailors need to be agile. Exactly, Chen Zhiye nodded. Keep an eye on them once training starts tomorrow. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after the 3 left, Chen Zhiye organized the freshly drafted training outline. The training was divided into several sections. Morning exercises mainly focused on formation, the morning on physical and weapon fundamentals, and the afternoon on specialized skills and tactical coordination. The daily training time was controlled to about 8 hours, leaving enough time for rest and learning. Learning about combat knowledge, marine common sense, and regional rules was not scheduled for specific times, but would be regularly checked. Most of the team members had already rested, with only the duty personnel stationed at the bow and stern of the ship. The night was deep. Chen Zhiye returned to his room in the aft cabin. His cabin was on the upper level of the aft cabin, with simple tables and chairs and a bed fixed to the wall. At 6 in the morning, the sky was slightly bright. More than a dozen people were already active on the deck. Zheng Hua was organizing training equipment with several retired personnel, marking the training area with ropes. Good morning, Chen Zhiye walked over. Good morning, Captain Chen. Zheng Hua stood at attention and replied, we came early to prepare. At 6:10, the sharp sound of a bamboo whistle cut through the morning tranquility. A crowd quickly gathered on the deck. Besides the service personnel and Chen Zhiye, 40 people lined up in 6 rows on the deck. Although the spacing between the rows varied, at least everyone was in position. Some were still groggy, some were energetic, some were nervous, and some were eager. Stand by. Zheng Hua walked to the front of the line, his expression serious. Attention. Assemble into 4 columns based on my position. The crowd fell into chaos. Some pushed forward, some retreated, and others looked around for their spots. It took nearly a minute to barely form the line. Stand at attention. Zheng Hua commanded loudly. Look at yourselves. You're not standing properly. He was blunt. Bring your heels together, feet turned out 60 degrees, legs straight, slightly pull in your abdomen, and naturally puff out your chest. As he explained, he demonstrated, and 3 instructors corrected the stances one by one. Relax your shoulders. Lift your head and puff out your chest. Keep your eyes forward, don't look around. The basic stances of standing at attention, standing easy, and standing with legs apart were familiar to those who had undergone military training, but they still struggled to coordinate. Zheng Hua was very patient, explaining and demonstrating repeatedly. After an hour of drill training, everyone felt sore in their backs and waists, but the results were evident. At least now, when Zheng Hua shouted stand at attention, most people could assume the basic standard posture. It was breakfast time. The logistics team had prepared the food. Although it was the same few dishes, it tasted particularly sweet after training, and the sound of chewing filled the deck. After breakfast, there was a 20-minute rest period. The morning training took place in designated areas on the deck. Those with no foundation practiced the most basic spear grip and thrusting movements on one side. Grip tightly, but don't be stiff. Coordinate your steps. Step forward with your front foot when thrusting. Retrieve the spear quickly to avoid counterattacks. Those with some experience practiced tactical coordination on the other side. In pairs, one attacked while the other defended, practicing coordinated thrusts and defensive maneuvers. Chen Zhiye observed from the stern cabin. During the lunch break, Chen Zhiye communicated with the 3 instructors and announced via the team channel. Afternoon training will be divided into 3 groups: the rowers, the sailors, and the combat group. The following personnel should assemble at the designated locations in the afternoon. The list included 14 rowers, 5 sailors, and the remaining personnel continued with regular weapon and physical training. After lunch, group training began. The rowers went to the second-level rowing cabin. Chen Zhiye selected Zhao Tiezhi from the 14 to act as the commander due to his management and coordination experience from past work. The 14 faced 14 oars. Everyone who made it to the center had at least some rowing experience. However, coordinating 14 oars remained a challenge. Initially, the movements were stiff, with the oars moving independently and the rhythm chaotic. Zhao Tiezhi started by coordinating pairs and gradually found the rhythm. All right, let us go again. Listen for my commands. Up, down, row. At the sound of his commands, the 14 oars began to move in unison. Although it wasn't perfect, it at least resembled a coordinated effort. The sailors, led by Sun Shao, studied the rigging system under the main mast, repeatedly raising, lowering, turning, and stowing the sails. The combat group, under Zheng Hua and the 3 instructors, continued physical training and 3-person attack and defense drills. In groups of 3, 1 person attacked while the other 2 assisted. Attacks must be swift, defenses must be tight, and cooperation must be seamless, Zheng Hua explained. The command shouts from the rowing cabin, the training sounds on the deck, and the discussions from the sailors formed a new symphony. This was only the first day, and there was a long way to go to achieve true combat effectiveness. At 4 in the afternoon, it was time for the summary before training ended. Everyone reassembled on the deck, and there was something different in their eyes. Overall, today's performance was good, Chen Zhiye summarized, but there were also many issues. Not enough uniformity, movements were not standard, and cooperation was not seamless. These are all areas for improvement moving forward. He paused, his tone softening. But this is the first day, and I can see everyone's efforts. Keep it up. Training will continue as usual tomorrow. Now dismissed. After dinner, you have free time, but you must return to the cabin for rest by 9. The crowd dispersed, but the atmosphere was noticeably lively. Different groups began sharing their gains from the day. How was your rowing practice? My hands are blistered from pulling the ropes. The coordination among the 3 of us is so crucial. Mastering the rhythm will take time. After dinner, Chen Zhiye gathered the service personnel. There were a total of 11. including Chen Zhiye, Lu Feng, Dr. Zhou Wan, and 8 new service members. Their task was to manage all non-combat affairs on the ship, meals, supplies, medical care, etc. Starting tomorrow, the logistics team would officially operate. Chen Zhiye said. Chen Zhiye will be the team leader, managing the service room with 4 people. Lu Feng will ensure that the kitchen staff provides meals on the ship, and Zhou Wan, please take good care of the newcomers. He looked at Zhou Wan. You are the only professional medical personnel in the team. Xiao Lu has passed the junior first aid certification. If you need anything, report it to Xiaoying, and we will request it from the organization. Zhou Wan nodded, understood. Good. Chen Zhiye turned to the others. The kitchen must ensure that 3 meals are provided on time every day, and the service room must conduct daily inventory checks with detailed records of incoming and outgoing supplies. The meeting lasted until 8 in the evening. Logistics matters were trivial and complex, but they related to the daily life and combat readiness of the entire ship and had to be thoroughly considered. Night fell completely, and the stars filled the sky. The personnel on night watch remained vigilant at their posts. Chen Zhiye checked the sentry positions and exchanged a few words with the duty officer, Wang Hu. Before returning to his cabin, lying down, he began to think about the training arrangements for the next day. The rowers needed to increase their endurance training. The sailors had to start practicing sail handling simulations, and the combat group's tactical coordination needed to be more complex, along with arranging a full ship emergency assembly drill to test their response speed. As he thought, his consciousness gradually blurred.